other things to do is going to get a stack to the ceiling of applicants, and you want yours to be really phenomenal and to be absolutely amazing and to show that you are the person who is ready for the job. It takes writing to do that. Now, there are 3 types of writing that I'm going to go over in this course. The first is what's called logos. I've already given you a hint of what that is. Rhetoric, and then finally creative writing. So what do these mean? Well, logos is a Greek word, and it kind of means word or logic, and it uses reason to find truth. So can you think of an example of somebody who's going to be using reason and using critical thinking and using kind of, logic and stuff all the time? Vulcans. Well, we got scientists, maybe police investigators, maybe lawyers, or basically anybody who needs to think and think really, really hard is going to be using logos in their communication. So if I was a lawyer and I was doing a logos appeal, I would say, Miss Scarlett's fingerprints were found on the murder weapon. Miss Scarlett is guilty. That's an example of a logos appeal. I'm going to use reason and evidence to show you that something is true. But is that always going to be the most convincing? Is that all you need to convince somebody? Well, no, there's something else. Rhetoric is the use of emotions to persuade people. I want you to just go on YouTube and I want you to see everything from a politician or an advertiser. I want you to go to YouTube and search those Billy Mays advertisements because he's using so much rhetoric. And you know what else? Lawyers use that all the time too. If I'm that prosecuting attorney and I want to convince you that this person's guilty, I might appeal to your emotions and I might say something like this. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I stand before you accusing this person, and if you find them innocent, they will kill again. Ooh, I'm using fear. I want you to be afraid. I want you to feel principled about making this person guilty. It's emotions. I'm just using emotions to persuade. But what's the best kind of writing? What's some of the most fun? You've done this before because we've all been children. It's a creative writing. And this uses the imagination to entertain. Now, who's going to use this? Authors, screenwriters, even sometimes educators. You may have been told that creativity and innovation is not important, but we're going to find out later, towards the end of this essay, exactly how important it is. Our education system tends to stifle creativity when it really is important that it needs to grow for kind of the world we live in today. Don't be afraid to follow through and wait for the end of this lesson. So, 3 types of writing. We got our creative, we got our logos, and we got our rhetoric. If you're a good student, you want to get that A, you will learn how to use logos very, very well. But if you want to be a great writer, you will be the kind of person who will use all 3. I'm going to give you the tools to start practicing that, and then you will be able to go and run with it and learn how to do this very, very well. Now, I'm going to be talking about the brain. There are 2 halves of the brain, and they're separated by this thing called the corpus callosum, and that's a little bit thicker in women and shorter in men, but the brain is not just one thing, it's 2 different halves that sometimes fight with each other. So, the left side of the brain is really good at certain things. It's great at logic. It's its favorite thing to do. It's also where we get math and even language. And the left brain is absolutely killer and wonderful at editing papers. Now you might be thinking, well, if the left brain's good at logic, what do I need the right brain for? Well, you need the right brain for a lot of other things. First off, the right brain is very, very good at emotions. It's very good at understanding emotions and processing them. It is also the imaginative side of the brain, and it's also great for motivation. The right brain is good at creating ideas. Can the left brain edit something that isn't there? Absolutely not. We're going to use the right brain to kind of give the left brain something to do before it starts editing. Now, the left brain does have certain weaknesses and it does have certain problems. Here's an example of a left brain problem. Your left brain might be telling you this is no good and stop writing. Well, I'm so worried about the grade and the assignment that you'll never start the assignment. That's a left brain problem. Right brain also has problems. The right brain might be saying to you at some point, this is no fun, I'd rather eat candy. It might also say something like, I don't use black and white ink, I want to write in color crayons. It might even say, oh look, something on the internet. Okay, so the left and right brain, you can kind of see, both have certain problems and weaknesses. So be careful about that. And I'll teach you how to kind of deal with both of these things in just a moment. Now, we're actually going to start an assignment now. And this is your very first assignment, and it's actually super easy. The first thing that you're going to need for your assignment is a notebook. Get a notebook that you like, and get a notebook that you think is, kind of fun and maybe even a little pretty. It's very important that you like this notebook and you don't use it for any other thing. Please, please, please avoid those boring, college-ruled, binder-sized notebooks. Those are boring. Don't get one of those. Get something like this. If you want to go fancier, go right ahead. But get a notebook that you like and is kind of special to you. Also, you need to get a pen. Absolutely get a pen. I did not say pencil, I said pen. I want you to get something that you can't erase. That's very, very important. The third item you're going to need is a timer of some sort. My timer just happens to be on my phone here, but maybe you have a kitchen timer or an egg timer, whatever. Timer can be everything you need. Now your task, your very, very important task, is for 5 times this week, write for 15 minutes with no interruptions. Absolutely, you must be using your pen and you must be using your notebook. You cannot type and you cannot use a pencil. The reason for that is doing this does not activate certain parts of the brain, but doing this does. And if you absolutely find that you can't do 5, maybe just go for 3. But don't do less than 3. It's only 45 minutes. I'm sure you can find a place and find room to go ahead and do this for 15 minutes. And what are you going to write about? Well, you just write about anything. You write about anything that comes to your mind. And you need to be able to respond to those problems. Your left brain might tell you, this is no good. Stop writing. Erase that. Rewrite this. Fix that until it looks good. Okay. All you need to do when your left brain says things like this is to just say, be quiet. Be quiet and keep your hand moving. Write about whatever you want to write about, whatever you feel like writing about. Literally anything is what you're going to be writing. Well, maybe your right brain might say something like this. I'm so bored. Why does mom make me do this? I'd rather be doing. Okay, as soon as you start thinking like this, as soon as your right brain starts doing this, your response will be to write about what you'd rather be doing. Just start writing until that 15 minutes goes up. Your hand must be moving, and it's only 15 minutes. I didn't ask for 45 minutes at a time, not even 30 minutes, just 15. So keep that in mind when you start thinking about all the things you'd rather be doing. So, remember, you need a pen, a notebook that you like, 5 times 15 minutes. What do you write about? Absolutely anything. These are your journal entries and they're up to you to write about. Don't let the left brain edit you, and if the right brain gets bored, talk about why you're bored and what you'd rather be doing. Once you've done that, go ahead and go to the next lesson, and we'll see what we start doing with these ideas that you're writing. Thanks a lot for watching Educator.com. Welcome to Educator.com's English composition course, and one of the most important things we have to learn how to write is to make things shorter, also known as how to write a summary. Summaries are like magic. They shrink things down. I want you to look at this article. Do you want to read all this? Do you have time to read all this? Do you think that I could go through this entire lecture and read this word for word? No, that's way too much reading right now. So what if I just read this instead? Samuel Langhorne Clemens aka Mark Twain, was a popular American author. He was born in Missouri, where many of his stories take place. He struggled financially, but later overcame his debts. He was born when Halley's Comet was visible and died on its next return. Well, that was much easier, wasn't it? Well, what'd I do? Well, I just summarized. And that's what you do when you are writing something and you don't want to quote a large block. You just want to quote part of it. So what is summarization? Well, first off, more important, why do we need it? Well, we need it for those research papers. Later, you're going to be reading several sources. You're going to read book after book after book, and article after article after article, and you're going to need to write in your writing what are the most important and main points of these articles and books in a few sentences, because you don't expect your reader to read the whole thing. So that's why you summarize. Likewise, book reports. Whenever you're writing a book report in school, you have to summarize parts of the story and put it shorter into, take 20 pages and make it one paragraph so that your teacher isn't reading the whole book. Now, outside of school, there are still times when we need to summarize. Working in an office, being an administrative assistant, is one of the most important places where people have to summarize. Political aides. Presidents are busy people, and so are governors, and so are congresswomen, and so are senators. And they have an army of aides around them to read important documents and then summarize it for them so that they don't have to read the whole thing. Also, maybe someday you'll just start your own blog. I mean, who knows? And maybe you'll read something and you'll want to talk about it, but you're not just going to quote the entire article. You're going to quote a little bit of it, right? So the plan for this lesson is a couple things. First, just like with reading, we're going to talk about skimming and scanning. And then we're going to go over details. Finally, I'm going to introduce you to asking the right kind of questions, and then we're going to learn how to summarize a 3-act story. So what is skimming and scanning? Well, skimming is when we're reading an article, but we don't read every last word. What we do is we find words that are repeated over and over again, and we kind of circle those and highlight them. We also pay attention to proper names. If we notice a name keeps coming up again and again, chances are that is a very important thing that we're reading and probably something we want to pay attention to in our summary. Locations and places, events, we also want to circle. And we want to find the keywords, words that signal importance, like is important, or first, second, third, or for example, or for instance. There's a whole list of keywords that we'll be going over in the next few lessons. But for now, just, any word that might say because, or is important, or first, second, third, those are probably important things that you need to pick up on. Paragraph breaks, also super important. When you read a paragraph break, you know that you're reading a topic sentence is probably going to be your first one. Well, chances are your summary is going to need to take all those important points from those topic sentences. Scanning is different. It's when we read every single word and reread thoroughly and reread again and again until we understand it as well as the author intended. Now, to get details, we have to think about our goals first. Our goal when we summarize is to get every single paragraph from a large piece of writing down to about 2 or 3 sentences. So we're actually going to find details, but we are going to ignore very specific and what we call minor details. And we're going to pay attention to the paragraph breaks or other similar divisions to kind of get what we think are the most important points. Now, to find these points, we have to pay attention and read interactively when we scan. And we're going to ask questions like who, what, why, where, when, and how. These are what we call the interrogative questions. What is the author saying about who? What kind of examples is the author giving? Why is the author giving this reason? Where does something take place? When are we paying attention to a history in the story? And how does something work? You can phrase these questions no matter how you like, and we're going to be going over these in next lessons in more detail, but for now, keep them in mind. So let's summarize an article. This is going to be, the next several slides is a big long article that we're going to read together. going to be highlighting some important points here, and then I'm going to give you a huge list of details, and then I'm going to give you a summary. Let's go. Luna Lovegood is a Ravenclaw student who is a year younger than Harry. She is described as having straggly waist blonde hair and often a permanently surprised look. Rowling often described Luna as the anti-Hermione, as Hermione is inflexible and logical as opposed to Luna, who relies on faith. Her father, can't pronounce that, is the editor-in-chief of The Quibbler. When Luna was only 9 years old, her mother was killed while performing spell experiments. Luna witnessed the accident and conceived Thestrals. Luna is at first socially isolated at school, but appears to care little for what other people think. Now let's think about scanning and skimming. What proper name kept coming up over and over and over again? Luna Lovegood, Luna Lovegood, Luna Lovegood. So what do you think this article's about? Paragraph break. In The Order of the Phoenix. Why is the author breaking the paragraph here? She and her father are among the few who believe Harry. Well, who's she? Luna Lovegood. And Dumbledore when they claim that Voldemort has returned. During particularly turbulent years at school, Luna serves as the only person who can quell his temper. As a result, that's a key word, he forms a strong friendship with her. Luna Lovegood also becomes a member of Dumbledore's army. Later in the book, she joins Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Neville in the conflict with the Death Eaters in the Department of Mysteries. Okay, so what have we learned about Luna so far? Well, we've learned something about her relationship and friendship with Harry, haven't we? We've also learned that she was in Dumbledore's army. How important do you think these things are? Well, if you read the books, you know they're very important, but how would you know they're important from here? Well, you notice Harry is also a name that keeps coming up again and again and again. In The Half-Blood Prince, wait, why are we breaking up paragraphs this way? After Luna and Neville are snubbed by some of Harry's new fans, she observes that Harry is expected to be with cooler people. Harry later invites Luna to Slughorn's Christmas party. He also does the Quidditch commentary for the Gryffindor game, a scene that Rowling particularly enjoyed writing, calling it blinding inspiration. Later, when Death Eaters attack Hogwarts, Luna, Ginny, and Neville are the sole DA members who answer the call to protect Hogwarts. Okay, so I've noticed a pattern here. I've noticed that the author of this article has broken up this reading by the books. So, what can we kind of expect? What do we think is important so far? What are we learning about Luna? What keeps coming up? Here are details that I've kind of gleaned from what we've read so far. Luna Lovegood has a strange personality and physical appearance. That's the first paragraph pretty much put in one sentence. Luna Lovegood believes Harry about Voldemort's return. Luna has seen someone die. Luna becomes a member of Dumbledore's army. Luna helped with the Quidditch commentary. Luna helps Harry calm down. Luna is a Ravenclaw. Luna fought Bellatrix Lestrange. Luna's protagonist is a silver hair. Luna fights the Death Eaters at the end of Order of the Phoenix. Now, in a moment, I'd like you to pause this recording, and I'd like you to label 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in that order of what you think is the most important. So, pause this right now, and then in a moment, I'll show you my summary. Here's my summary. Luna Lovegood is a strange, eccentric Ravenclaw who becomes friends with Harry. She is one of the few people who believe that Voldemort returns. In Order of the Phoenix, she joins Dumbledore's army and fights the Death Eaters at the book's climax. She has another chance to fight Death Eaters at the end of The Half-Blood Prince. Finally, at the end of the series, Luna is captured by Death Eaters. However, Luna fights Bellatrix Lestrange after she escapes. She is one of the first to celebrate Harry's victory at the end of the series. Now, was that everything that you thought was important? Well, maybe not. And this is a point I'm trying to make. Part of when we summarize is kind of subjective. Sometimes it's just our preference of what we think is most important. Now, I have cut off some very, very specific minor details, and you really need to do that. Like, I didn't talk about Thestrals at all, well, because the author only talked about Thestrals once. But I did talk about Death Eaters several times in Dumbledore's army, because that was referred to several times in the article. I did say this Bellatrix Lestrange thing, that was in a final paragraph that he didn't show you. But I think that's kind of still an important example, even though it's a very minor example of kind of who Luna is and, what kind of person, how brave she is and such. So, now let's go to summarizing stories. There are 2 steps to summarizing story. First off, we have to understand what's called a 3-act structure, and we have to know what a protagonist is. Let's go over these backwards. A protagonist is what we call a lead character or a main character. They usually have certain universal qualities. A protagonist is a character that is normally likable and relatable. We can usually imagine ourselves not only liking this character, but often being this character. And we always see the other events in the story through that character's eyes. Almost always. It's kind of how we know they're the protagonist. The protagonist goes through significant personal changes throughout the story. Examples of protagonists are Neo from The Matrix, Harry Potter from the series that bears his name. We got Luke Skywalker from the original Star Wars episodes 4 through 6. And we have someone from A Wrinkle in Time. I bet you could guess who. Now, we have our protagonist. We're going to put them in a story. But it's not just going to be a story about them sitting in a room, right? Well, there's something called a 3-act structure. And this will go from Acts 1, 2, and 3. In Act 1, all stories introduce a protagonist. They will also introduce other characters. And they will introduce a conflict in the story, something that's wrong, something that the protagonist has to solve and has to deal with. And then it'll end with something called the first doorway. What do I mean by first doorway? I mean at some point in Act 1, the protagonist is going to make a decision to deal with this conflict. And they will kind of step from, kind of normal, boring world into exciting adventure world that's full of magic and conflict and mystery. And they'll usually only do it in a way that the first doorway is going to slam shut behind them and they can't go back. Act 2 is always the longest part of the story. This is where the story really, really happens. It intensifies and grows a conflict, and there's usually a sense of threat. Think about that Harry Potter Chamber of Secrets. There's a big, ugly snake that's paralyzing students and might actually kill them all. Eventually, the protagonist is going to hit the lowest point, and we're going to think all is lost, but somehow the protagonist is going to rise up and they're going to win. And it will build towards what's called the climax. Act 3 is the highest point of the story where all the conflict kind of converges in on itself and the hero is dealing with it and is ready to win or possibly be defeated. We will see the protagonist change dramatically after this climax. We will see the conflict finally resolved, and then there will be a nice ending that's full of a sense of safety. Here's a really easy example of a popular 3-act story. The Parable of the Prodigal Son. Act 1. We see a rich dad, a prodigal rebellious son, and some other son. He's supporting cast. We don't care about him. The prodigal son says to Dad, "Give me my inheritance. I don't care about you anymore." Dad obliges. The prodigal son leaves his homes. He spends money in immoral ways, becomes very poor, and thinks to himself, how many more servants in my father's house have it better than I do? I'm just going to go and clean the pigsties for him. So he decides to go back home. But the father sees him from afar, welcomes him home, and they celebrate together. Now, a lot of you who have read the New Testament, go to church, have Sunday school, go to Bible camps, whatever, you know the parable of the prodigal son. But did you know that this parable was actually in a Act 1, 2, and 3 structure? Go back and read it. It's there. Of course, we can summarize larger stories this way, like Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Act 1. Harry is an ordinary boy who lives with abusive relatives. He lives under the stairs all alone. Then letters begin appearing for him. Finally, Hagrid comes and announces that Harry is a wizard. Harry decides to leave with Hagrid and go to Hogwarts. Can you see the first doorway? Can Harry just decide to go back now? That train only goes one direction. So, Harry meets many new friends at Hogwarts like Ron and Hermione. He also meets rivals like Draco Malfoy. Him and his friends learn something called the Sorcerer's Stone, and they believe that Snape wants to give it to Lord Voldemort. They even believe that Snape is trying to kill Harry in a Quidditch match. They investigate, even though they get into trouble for doing so. Oh, this is Act 2. We've got a conflict, and we're growing it, and we're intensifying it. There's all kinds of bad stuff going on, and trolls, and dogs, and, mystery things out of vaults like goblins, and, well, you know the story. Act 3. Harry Potter and his friends search for the stone. They find that it was not Snape, but Quirrell, another teacher who was after the stone. Voldemort is there too, sharing part of Quirrell's body. They try to attack Harry, but fail. Harry passes out and wakes up in a hospital. Dumbledore tells him that he is safe, and that Quirrell is dead, and that Snape was protecting him. Does almost dying sound like the lowest point for a character? Yeah, definitely. Well, it turns out that, the climax, everything was converging, Harry wins, and then we got a nice feeling of safety. I mean, really, what's more safe than waking up in a hospital and Dumbledore telling you that the bad guy is dead? That sounds pretty safe. So, let's go over the assignments now. How about those journal entries? Did you write them? Did the left brain learn to be quiet? And did that right brain get bored? I bet both those things happened. So, this week, go ahead and read and summarize one of the Harry Potter character articles, and summarize your favorite movie or book. By the way, you're not off hook on the journals either. Go ahead and just keep writing, keep that pen moving, for 3 to 5 times this week, in addition to doing these 2 assignments here. Educator.com is here to help you, and thank you for continuing to use it. Welcome again to Educator.com, and in this lesson, the entire lesson is just introducing 2 books that you will be reading for the next couple weeks in the course. So, if you are in grade school, you need to be reading A Wrinkle in Time by Madeleine L'Engle. If you are in high school, you're going to read Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. If you're in middle school, you can kind of pick which one you want to read. It's always just kind of up to you. You're in between. You can choose either one. Both of these books are what we call science fiction literature. Now, probably most of you already kind of know what that is, but I'm just going to give you a quick example. Science fiction are books that usually imagine future events and future technology, things that we could invent and things that we could do, but that we haven't done yet. They almost always imagine different human cultures in different alien worlds. And as a consequence, they almost always take place in either the near future or the very far future. However, it's science fiction, so there are plenty of exceptions to that rule. One of the most important things about science fiction is they usually have symbols or analogies for events or ideas or, science that's going on in the real world at the time that the literature was written. So that's why I'm going to explain some of the historical events that were going on while these books were being penned. Let's go over Wrinkle in Time first. First off, our author is Madeleine L'Engle. Well, she wrote her first story when she was 5 years old. When she was a student in grade school, she was often considered shy and stupid. She didn't like either one of those terms. Nobody would, and it made her very, very frustrated. She is an Episcopalian Christian, and that did kind of influence her writing, and as you read on, you'll eventually see where it is. Also, one of the greatest things about her is she actually influenced the writers of a TV show called Lost. And in fact, if you watch this TV show, one of the characters is flipping through this very book while he's lost on the island. Now, this book was written in 1963, and as I said, science fiction normally talks about the real world in kind of symbolic or analogous ways. Well, in 1963, the United States was struggling against totalitarian governments in the other side of the world. Now, these governments were very, very creepy. They wanted to control absolutely everything about the lives of its citizens, so they spied on their own people. I'm not kidding. Men in the black suits would go into someone's apartment when they weren't there, and they'd put in a bunch of surveillance equipment, and they would spy on this person to make sure that they were conforming to everybody and they were uniform with everybody else. Now that just means the same. We need everybody to be the same. Now if you didn't conform and you didn't lockstep with everybody else, you wouldn't get arrested. And you wouldn't get arrested for what you did, but you would get arrested for what you thought. And when you got arrested in governments like this, it wasn't like there was a trial, it wasn't like there was a jury, it was usually just an interrogation, and oftentimes people would never, ever come back. And if they did go back, well, then the government would say, we'll let you go if you become one of our spies. Now, Wrinkle in Time is also like Harry Potter. First off, all the protagonists are children. Now, I say protagonist because there is more than one main character. It's mostly about one character, but she's got, a group of friends around her. So I say protagonist, lead characters. Additionally, the villain is very mysterious until the end. I mean, we just hear about this creepy thing that they're going to go fight, but we don't really know what it is until the very end of the story. So it's like Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Voldemort, Voldemort, Voldemort. Oh, there's Voldemort right at the end of the story. And in both of these books, the hero uses the same strength. You'll find out what that is at the end of Wrinkle in Time. Now, how was this book received? Well, first off, it wasn't received well. Yeah, because it had too many girls in it. This was not a popular thing in the 60s. I mean, this was one of the first books where you had a lot of female characters playing very, very important roles. I mean, we got one main character who's a girl, and then the mentors to this girl are also, women. And then there's no father, and it's, well, wait, there are way too many female characters. This isn't Leave It to Beaverland. Also, it had liberal religious ideas. Believe it or not, this book might have been written by a Christian, but there are a lot of Christian private schools that banned this book because of its liberal religious ideas. Now, let's go on to Brave New World. We have our friend Aldous Huxley, who is, you can't see it too well, but you can Google search an image to him. He's got these great glasses here. He's kind of a stern, smart-looking fellow. He wrote his first story when he was in college, not when he was 5 years old. Aldous Huxley was a pacifist and a humanist. Now, what do these terms mean? Well, a pacifist is somebody who thinks war is just wrong and will never ever go to war or even use violence in any means whatsoever. It's who they are. A humanist is a very, very complicated term, and it means a lot of things. In this context, it just means an atheist who's really into science. That's about all it means for now. His favorite kind of science was psychology and eventually something called parapsychology. Now, psychology is a scientific study of human emotions and behavior. Parapsychology studies the same thing, but not necessarily in a scientific way. Kind of starts, getting into what you might call spirituality at that point. Now, what was the world like in 1932 when this book was written? Well, we had just discovered this thing called mass production. Now, in our world, if you have an iPod or an iPhone or an old computer, you just throw it away when you're done with it because it's mass produced and you can just buy another one. But the world wasn't always like that. Before mass production, if something was made, it was made by usually just one guy, and you would buy it and you'd keep it for your entire life. I'm serious. Mass production man, everybody needs a car, so we'll come up with a really, really fast way to make cars, and we'll come up with these factories and assembly lines, and we will produce so many cars that people can just throw them away when they're done, and we'll make new ones. There's also this fellow called Freud. Now, you've seen pictures of Freud, I guarantee it. He's a bearded guy with a cigar, and he's always stroking it like this and wondering if a cigar is just a cigar. Yeah, he was a psychologist, one of the first. According to Freud, most human behavior is all about kind of how our families are and how we're raised. That's who he is. Also, in 1932, World War I had recently ended. It wasn't too long ago that the entire world, and by world I actually just mean Europe, had seen the most catastrophic war that had ever happened. This was a big deal because prior to World War I, people were very, very optimistic about what the future was going to look like. I mean, they wouldn't have expected trenches and, people buried and machine guns and stuff like that. I mean, they thought that everybody was going to live in peace and harmony and that we were just going to be so good with science that we wouldn't need anything anymore. But then World War I happened and people were a little less optimistic. Now, Brave New World is a special type of science fiction. It does imagine the future, it does imagine future technologies, but it's what we call a utopia or a dystopia. Utopia is a combination of Greek words that means good place, and at the same time it means no place at all. Dystopia uses the word dys in front of topia, and it just means bad place. So a utopia or dystopia is a vision of a perfect human society. All problems have been solved by technology and science, and we don't have any conflict anymore. Everybody's happy, and nobody is starving, and there's no war, and there's no hunger, because it is a perfect good place. That is also a bad place because there might be a lot of control. And you'll find out why when you read Brave New World. Now, what was the reception of Brave New World? Well, people called it sophomoric. Now, what do I mean when I say sophomoric? Do I mean sophomore in high school? That's not what I mean. Sophomoric means kind of immature, childish, not grown up. I mean, Aldous Huxley wrote his first story in college, and a lot of people read this, and they were very, very smart individuals who had been in universities for years and years, and they read this and they thought, oh, well, this is something that a college freshman would have written. And so that's what they meant by sophomoric. They just thought it was immature. Also, it seemed to endorse drug use, and you'll find out later how much they like drugs in Brave New World. Now, ask yourself, just because a book describes drug use, does that mean that it endorses and prescribes drug use? Let you judge for yourself whether you think this book is actually encouraging you to take drugs. Strangely, even though it wasn't popular in its time, it remains popular today. And the reason why is people read this book and they think a lot of this is either happening now or has already happened. So your assignment is to start reading. If you're reading Wrinkle in Time, just read chapter 1. And then you're going to summarize chapter 1. Now, I know you're thinking, I can summarize in a 3-act structure. Almost. We haven't even gotten through the first act in chapter 1 yet. So when you summarize chapter 1, just look at all the events and look at the things that happen in it, and just get it down to about 300 words. And by 300 words, I actually just mean 250. Now, who is our lead character? Well, figure out who that is. And then write, about 5 sentences dedicated to who our lead character is and why you think they are that way. If you're reading Brave New World, you have more reading, so I'm giving you less writing. Read chapters 1 through 3. This is your introduction into this world. It's a very, very strange one. And you're just going to answer 2 short answer questions. First, where do babies come from in Brave New World? How is this done? And why are babies born this way? Answer how and answer why. Why is more important than how. Give it 8 sentences. That's all I'm asking. How are children raised? And why are they raised this way? Again, 8 sentences. We're just thinking about the children. So, Most important thing is just kind of relax and have fun when you're reading. Don't be thinking about the assignment when you're doing it. And after you're done with the reading, go ahead and look the assignment again. Make sure you do it, and thanks for using Educator. Welcome back to educator.com, and welcome to the lesson in the writing course about things to read. Why are we learning how to read when this is a writing course? Well, I'm going to give you some quotes that'll help you understand why. Famous fiction author, one of the most famous in Great Britain. In fact, he's been so famous that I think he's actually been knighted. He says, to write, you must read extensively, both inside and outside your chosen genre, to the point of overflow. Terry Pratchett says, never stop reading if you want to learn how to write well. Here's another anonymous saying, be wiser than other people, but do not tell them so. How do we become wiser than other people? And conversely, there's another problem. Better to be silent and thought a fool than to open one's mouth and remove all doubt. You know what that happens? When some people start giving their opinions or their ideas or their thoughts on something they really don't know a lot about, well, they look kind of dumb. So how do we be wiser than other men instead of looking dumb? Well, we have to kind of learn how to learn and how to learn on kind of our own motivation. Here's a quick important lesson in a story that I'm going to tell you. Once upon a time, a certain teacher was out of college. The first job was shaking hands and showing off kitchen knives and calling customers. College graduate, remember, is now being told, hey, you should go read this book. You should go do some more studying. Wait, why? Why should somebody continue to read and study after they're out of college? Well, turns out it's like this. Millionaires read one nonfiction book a month. I'm not kidding. You can look that up. Go Google it. Millionaires read one nonfiction book a month. There's one millionaire named Derek Sivers. Derek Sivers is not a famous writer, but he is a millionaire, and he founded a company and then sold it just because it grew too big and he didn't really want management anymore. He started other businesses. His blog, where he writes all the time, has a huge list of books that he reads. So, if you don't want to read to be a writer, and I understand not everybody wants to be a famous writer, you can always read a lot more just to be a millionaire. Now, I'm going to be going over this thing called two types of ignorance and why it's important to find things to read to overcome both. First off, when I say ignorance, I'm not trying to insult and I'm not trying to offend. Ignorance is just a descriptive term. In fact, I'm the one who's ignorant here. I am ignorant of the Japanese language. I'm also ignorant of rocket science, and I'm ignorant of surfing. I don't know things about these very well. I know basically nothing about these three things. But I am able to know that I could learn about these things if I wanted to. And I'm sure you do too. You understand that maybe I don't speak Japanese, but it's out there to learn. I don't know rocket science, but it's out there to learn. I've never had fun surfing, but it's out there to learn. So that's kind of just one type of ignorance. But there's another type of ignorance that we call the double ignorance. Ignorance is about stuff that we don't know is out there to learn. Not only do we not know it, but we don't even know it's out there to learn about. What's a Sherpa? Well, now you know about it, but you only maybe have never heard of a Sherpa before, and the Sherpas are in this place called Nepal, which maybe you've heard of, but this is something that is out there that maybe you've never even heard of before. The only way to overcome that double ignorance is to kind of read a lot of sources and to talk to lots of different kinds of people. Don't be afraid of that. So, what I'd like you to do is actually to start learning how to research. This is not to the point of the research part of our course yet, but I'd like you to kind of go out and start finding a couple things to read. And I'm going to give you some ideas of where to find them. One of the best things to do is just go to the internet and just find news agencies. For example, we got theeconomist.com. We have CNN.com. There's another site called Reuters, which is British, and I can't get that accent correct. Also, there's National Public Radio, NPR.org. Great places to find all kinds of things to read and all kinds of things to learn. But maybe you don't care about politics, maybe you don't care about economics, maybe you just really, really love entertainment news. I get that. You can go to some place called IGN.com. And I think that covers just about everything in entertainment, especially video games. Also, if you like movies, and I hope you do, Roger Ebert has spent his entire career watching movies and talking about them. And he has a website where that's all he does. Then, RollingStone.com. There was a song a couple years ago called I Want to Be on the Cover of the Rolling Stone. Don't remember how it goes, but that's basically all kinds of music and entertainment news. And it also has politics, but mostly music. So go ahead, Rolling Stone, for any kind of music news you want to read about. But maybe we're even going to go more general. Maybe you just want to read some kind of popular magazine. Well, you can find that on Sports Illustrated. There's a magazine called 17. I haven't read it, but I know it's out there. And Entertainment Weekly. These are all found on the internet, and they're also all found on newsstands. So if you don't want to leave your home, you don't have to. But you can Google these sites here, and you'll be able to find their homepages very easily. There's another type of internet source that's called a crowdsource, and I like to explain what I mean by that very carefully. Crowdsources are internet websites that have a lot of amateur contributors. What crowdsources do is, you set up a website and you give it to the internet and say, hey everybody, why don't you write some articles for us? And so people do it. These are amateurs, not professionals. Amateur, I don't mean not good, I just mean they're not paid to do this usually. Now, what's important about these crowdsources is that they are fact-checked informally. What do I mean by fact-checking? Well, in any other news source, in any other magazine, they have somebody called the editor who will read through something that's submitted to them. And that editor is going to rigorously and violently and very carefully check everything that's mentioned there as a fact to make sure it's true before they publish it in their magazine, because they don't want to be embarrassed. But there's not a formal process usually for these crowdsources. There's not necessarily a very rigorous process for these crowdsourced internet sources I'm sharing with you. They will also change frequently. What you see on there one day might not be on there the next day. Maybe it'll change every month or every year, but it's not like a magazine or an internet news source where I read an article and I can read that same article going way back, 10 years later. No, these change frequently. There's a lot of flux, a lot of changes that go on in these. So what's the largest, most common crowdsourced internet webpage? Well, it's this place called Wikipedia. Wikipedia is the largest knowledge base on the web. It's all contributed by amateur people who all just put articles together. And how are these fact-checked? Well, they're fact-checked by other writers. If a writer looks at something and they know that this is false, that other writer will log on, change the article to what they think the correct fact is, and then they'll log off. If there's ever dispute, it's up to the entire community to kind of provide the correction for that. One thing that's great about Wikipedia is that they do have a neutrality standard. Anything that is written on Wikipedia must be from a neutral perspective, as neutral as possible. So you're not going to be reading advertisements when you're logged on Wikipedia. There are other sources that have a lot of crowdsourced articles on them, though. You can check out About.com. Think about any subject you can think of. Cars, religion, politics, astronomy. You will find it on About.com. It's a big crowdsourced website that takes articles from all kinds of amateur authors and puts them into, kind of semi-fact checked and edited, kind of sources for them. There's also eHow and eZine.com. Both of these sites also have a lot of articles on a lot of different subjects that you can look up and go ahead and start reading for, kind of your own fun and edification. There's another type of crowdsourced internet source, and that's called the blog. Weblogs are usually put up by a single writer. And absolutely anybody can make a blog. Now, what's the disadvantages of blogs? Well, nobody is fact-checking them. Nobody is quality assuring them. Nobody is doing any editing. It's usually just one person, maybe in a basement somewhere, writing about their opinions about stuff. So you have to be very, very careful with blogs. Because, I mean, who knows if they're saying something is true or not. So, how do we know if a blog is maybe worth reading? What we have to do is you have to actually check the blogger, the author of the blog. Why don't you ask yourself these questions when you're reading their bio? Think about everything they talk about and, well, do they have a relevant college degree that's related to that subject? Well, that might be important. But it's not the only way. Do they have maybe a relevant occupation to kind of what they're talking about? That's another thing that's maybe you'd want to consider. If they've published books that have been through an editing process and they've been successful in publishing these books, they probably are somebody that you can trust. Or maybe this blog is their personal site, but maybe they've contributed a lot of articles to professional magazines and news sources that do fact-checking. If that's the case, then maybe you can trust them. Quick example might be, Mr. Derek Sivers. Derek Sivers does have a blog, and here are some quick facts about him. He was and is a successful musician. He is also a successful businessman, and he's written some books. So, what can you trust Derek Sivers on? Archaeology? Politics? How about music and business? That sounds like it's his expertise. And if you go to his website and you read articles that are related to that, then you can trust him. But you probably wouldn't, you'd be a little more careful about his opinions on things that are outside his area of expertise. So, when I'm talking about these crowdsourced internet sources, feel free to check them for IDs. But be careful when you're actually doing researching later in the course. Be careful about citing them as sources. And when we get to the real research part of this course, I'll be going into much deeper about this area. Now, if we're not using the internet to find things to read, it turns out that we can still go to the library. Believe it or not, there are things at the library that you won't find on the internet. There are things called professional academic journals, like the Journal of the American Medical Association, JAMA. It is a very, very well-known article, and it talks about medicine. Also, Google Books is a great website if you're reading part of a book. But if you want the full book, you're probably still going to have to go to the library. How about printed magazines? Yeah, you can find all kinds of magazines on the internet, but in print, you'll find things that weren't posted online. Also, we have specialty encyclopedias. Wikipedia is an internet encyclopedia that covers everything. And because it covers everything, it can't cover everything in depth. But if I find a specialty encyclopedia that's just dedicated to medicine, it will cover medicine much, much deeper than Wikipedia will ever go. Same thing with law, or literature, or philosophy, or math, or history, or sports medicine, or anything else you can think of. There's probably a specialty encyclopedia dedicated to it. Now, if we're not going to libraries, why don't we just go to bookstores? I like bookstores. I think they deserve your support. So, ask yourself, do I like sitting in the same place and reading for hours and hours and hours? You probably don't. Most people don't, and that's understandable. And so bookstores, aware of this, actually kind of set up an environment where people will go in and they'll take books off the shelf and they kind of expect you to browse and to relax and to chill out. It's their business to create a comfortable environment for you. And so if you go to a bookstore, you might actually be more inclined to read. They expect you to look at books, and they expect you to kind of crack open one and just sit down in one of their comfy chairs and maybe flip through it and browse through it for a while. Don't be afraid to do that. They also have these, magazines. And they have sometimes more magazines than libraries. And they sometimes have magazines you've never heard of and that you have double ignorance of. Go to a bookstore. Check out these magazines. So, Now that I've kind of given you a bunch of ways to find things to read, we're actually going to be going into our assignment. First off, read over your journal entries. Just read over them. See if you like what you've written. See kind of what you're writing about. Think about what kinds of things really interest you. That's important. And continuing with your journal entries, I'd like you to do this coming week. Write about something you'd like to do, but have never been able to do. You want to go hang gliding. Maybe you've never had the opportunity. Maybe you've never had the opportunity to learn how to play an instrument. Maybe you live in Arizona and you've never played hockey. Just, kind of think about what it is that you'd like to do but have never been able to do. Write about that. Write about something you'd like to learn and you have not learned yet. Okay, so this can be something academic or it can be a skill. I mean, maybe you want to learn about math. Maybe you just love math and you want to write about how much you want to learn how math. But maybe you'd like to also learn how to, dance at the ballet or something like that. It's all up to you. Just write about something that you'd like to learn. Also, pick somebody you admire, any person, living or dead, famous or not famous, and write about what they do that makes you admire them. Then, I'd like you to actually go to a library or a bookstore. Can't find everything on the internet, and you need to do this. You need to find a magazine you've never heard of, and then you need to read an article in that magazine. In your notebook or anywhere else, just write down the magazine name, the month, year it was published, and the article title and the author. This is kind of warming you up for research. It's your first baby step to really researching. Likewise, at a library or bookstore, I'd like you to find one of the following books. Find Wind in the Door, or Harry Potter's Bookshelf by John Granger, Small Gods by Terry Pratchett, or Alan Bloom's translation of Plato's Republic. Once you've found one of those books, just one, write down the year it was published and which company published it. You might be thinking, I don't know where to find that information. Well, I'm going to show you. Books always have a little introduction on the page like this. And there you will find where the book was published, when it was published, and who published it. This is before the table of contents, and it's usually on the first 3 pages of the book. Next thing that we're going to do is we're actually going to play the Wikipedia game. Wikipedia is a very fun game that, people just kind of do when they're on the internet and they want to have something to do. First step is you need to pick a hero. Write that hero down, and the more famous this hero, the better it is going to be for this game. So maybe Gandhi, maybe Bono, maybe Cesar Chavez or John Lennon, whoever. Then you go to wikipedia.org and you click on Random Article. And as you're reading Wikipedia, you will read this article and just kind of skim it, and you'll see links to other articles in this website. So click on one of those other links that's a little bit closer to your hero. And you're going to repeat that step over and over again with each new link that you click on and you connect to. You'll continue that until you land on the Wikipedia article of your hero. Here's an example of how it works. My hero is Gandhi. I clicked on Random Article and I got Suspension Bridges. I read and skimmed through Suspension Bridges until I saw Industrial Revolution. And I skimmed that Industrial Revolution until I found an article about England. Kept reading the article about England and found British Raj. Clicked on the article for British Raj and found my link to Gandhi. That was 5 steps. Doesn't really matter how many steps it does, just as long as you go ahead and finish it. So, the last thing I'd like you to do is just continue reading Wrinkle in Time, read the Mrs. Who chapter, and then in Brave New World, read chapters 4 and 5. Not asking for a written response this time, but please do read them. I know that sounds like a lot of work to do, but it's going to be worth it later, especially when we start researching. You'll have much easier time finding sources if you do this first than if I asked you to research right now. So, keep up the good work, and thanks for clicking on educator.com. Welcome back to the story check-in for educator.com. And in this lesson, we are going to be discussing conflicts. Turns out you can't be a human being without conflicts, and you can't have a story without conflicts either. Here's the first story that I'm going to share with you today. A man wakes up. He thinks to himself, I want a ham and cheese omelet. He walks out of his apartment building and goes to a cafe across the street. He orders an omelet, eats, and goes home. He even remembered to tip his waitress. Now I'm going to show you the next version of this story. A man wakes up late because his power is out. He thinks, I want an omelet. He fumbles around in the dark until he finds his keys. Frustrated at the power loss, then he opens the window and sees that the cafe's windows are boarded up across the street. He hears sirens and the noise of helicopters, and then he sees dead bodies stumble through the streets. Oh no, cried the man, it's a zombie apocalypse. Which story sounded more interesting to you? Well, I certainly hope that it's story 2, even if you don't like zombies. That's still a lot more interesting than eat omelet, go home. One of the great film producers of the 20th century was a fellow by the name of Alfred Hitchcock. He wrote a lot of scary stories, but this applies to everything. Drama is real life with the dull parts removed. Drama is real life with the dull parts removed. So, what makes something exciting and not dull? How do I know when to just remove something when it's boring in a story? Well, a good conflict. You have to generate that. You have to see that in a story to be concerned about the story. Otherwise, it's just going to be a sleeper. Now, there are several types of conflicts, and these are all kind of archetypes, if you will, several different kinds that most people who are reading books and most people who are writing books generally agree on. Now, if you think that there are more types of conflicts than this, go ahead, let me know, and we'll share it with everybody. But for now, let's just go over these. First off, we have to understand conflicts as kind of obstacles. A character or a group wants something, but there's something in between them and the goal. Think about story 2. Our man wants an omelet. Well, what's in his way? Well, it's not just a street anymore. It's the zombie apocalypse is between him and his omelet. Maybe he's never going to get that omelet, but I bet you I could write an entire story about a man who just really wants an omelet, and he will do anything in the zombie apocalypse to get it. But there are other types of examples like that. Think about any movie that you've seen. Think about the beginning of the movie. You learn who the main character is, right? Do you learn about who his friends are? Do you learn about what mission they're on, what they want to do, what they want to accomplish? But do they get it right away? Well, no. If they did, it would be a very short and very boring movie. So there's an entire next section, Acts 2 and 3, if you remember, that are all about this conflict, this obstacle, this thing that is between the characters we like and their goal. Here's one type of conflict. We have what are called person versus person conflicts. Most commonly, that's just the hero versus a villain. Voldemort wants to kill Harry. Harry wants to live and kill Voldemort. Darth Vader wants to run the Empire. Luke Skywalker doesn't want him to be his father. You kind of get exactly how that goes. But there's another way that we can have a person versus person conflict, and that's what I call ally versus ally. Now, wait a minute, you might be thinking. Allies are on the same side. They want the same thing. There can't be any conflict between allies. Yes, there can. And when we have ally versus ally conflict, that makes those characters more believable, more likable, and it makes the story more interesting. So, let's go ahead and we have an example here. I have a lawyer, and I'm going to put L for lawyer, and he's a really, really high, powerful lawyer, and he's actually a good lawyer. He is a prosecuting attorney who wants to clean out the city and get all the scum in prison. Now, I also have a police detective. I'm going to put D for detective. This detective wants a clean city. He wants the criminal element removed. He wants all the bad guys locked up. But this detective also knows that his police department is completely corrupt. They take bribes, they're in with the mob, they're maybe doing some drugs too. Now, he understands that, hey, I want to clean up the city too, but I got a corrupt police force and I have to work with that. The lawyer says, hey, we need to arrest those cops too. Both the lawyer and the detective want the same thing. They want a clean, safe city. But this detective, he has to deal with some things the lawyer doesn't have to deal with. And that lawyer, he's a little bit more high-minded, he's a little bit more ideal than the detective. That's an ally versus ally conflict. And if you have a story where the allies just want the same thing and they're the same person, can you imagine how boring their dialogue would be? They'd just be exchanging information. The bad guys are over there. Let's go get them. No. That's boring. So, be aware that person-person conflict doesn't mean just hero versus villain, also ally versus ally. Another type of conflict is person versus nature. There was a famous movie that came out called Into the Wild. It's all about this very wealthy kid who read a lot of Jack London novels and decided, I'm going to go live alone in Alaska. Now that might sound crazy, but if you read a lot of Jack London and you really like it, it doesn't sound so crazy anymore. But he did that. He went off into the wild and contended with nature, and it actually turns out, well, I'm going to let you guess whether nature won or not. I'm not going to tell you, but that's an example of a person versus nature. Another example of person versus nature conflict is, imagine a bunch of pioneers who are going from the eastern United States and they're crossing the Oregon Trail. Are they going to run short of food? Are they going to have to cross rivers? Are they going to have to hunt animals? Are they going to have to chop down trees and build shelter? Are they going to have to find sticks to build fires? This is all people versus nature conflict. It's a group of people who are trying to get somewhere. They want to get to Oregon, but in between their home countries and Oregon, they have a lot of people versus nature conflict. Now, I know maybe some of you who might remember the video game that, that's not the only conflict they face, but a lot of it is person versus nature conflict. Anytime we're fighting animals, that is a person versus nature conflict. There's another famous movie that was based on a true story that took place in the 19th century in Africa called Ghost in the Darkness. A heroic, British Army officer goes to Africa to build a bridge. He's got a lot of men building his bridge, and he's got 2 lions that are hunting down and eating his men. Lions don't normally hunt people, and these lions are just doing it for fun. He has to protect his men from these lions that are called the Ghost in the Darkness. And that's what he does. He is contending man versus nature. Bang. Not going to tell you how the story ends, but it ends well. Go ahead and look it up. Ghost in the Darkness, go to Wikipedia, you'll find it. But that is a person versus nature conflict. Another favorite type of conflict is person or small group of people against society. Now in America, we love to tell these stories. We love about that lone hero who's fighting against a corrupt system all by himself, and we write stories like V for Vendetta. V for Vendetta, if you remember, is about the guy who wore the Guy Fawkes mask and was fighting against a corrupt fascist England. Now, would you believe me if I told you that V for Vendetta was written by an anarchist? Somebody who wants no government at all? Well, that's the ultimate person versus society, right? I don't like this government at all, and I am so against society that I'm just going to oppose it. Maybe a more tamer version might be Robin Hood. What's Robin Hood? Well, he's a noble who realizes that, oh man, this society is really corrupt, and I'm going to rob from the corrupt rich and give to the deserving poor. That's an example of person versus society conflict. Now, is it just Robin Hood or Robin Hood and his band of merry men? Well, of course it's his band of merry men too. So this might be small group of people versus society. And you can think of all kinds of person versus society conflicts if you're reading along. Person versus machine. This shows up mostly 9 times out of 10 in science fiction. And it's because it's only in science fiction that the robot armies are coming to get you. There's a famous movie called I, Robot, where Will Smith is fighting an army of robots all by himself. Now, that's also kind of a person versus society conflict, but you do get it that it's person versus machine. Now, I suppose I could tell a tamer story. What if I have a person who really, really needs to deliver a lot of medicine to a starving village in Africa, but his car keeps breaking down? What's the main obstacle here? It's that car. It's that car that keeps breaking down, and I have all this medicine that I got to get to this starving village in Africa. That's an example of a person versus machine conflict. Now, the machine's not conscious. The machine's not a character. The machine's not an agent. But, I mean, kind of like nature, that's the source of his problems. That's his obstacle. That's a person versus machine conflict. If you guys want, I bet you could find the story The Veldt by Ray Bradbury on the internet, because it was originally published in 1950, and you will find a very short story that's all about a person versus machine conflict. Actually, it's more like parents versus machine, but I'm not going to ruin that for you. And finally, we have what's common in very dense literature and very kind of high-minded literature. You know, if it's written by a Russian author or, maybe Jane Austen, possibly, you'll have a person versus self. An example of a person versus self conflict is a moral conflict. Imagine that the lead character has been taught that something is right his entire life. And then all of a sudden, he feels that maybe it's not right. That's an example of a moral conflict. So, a quick concrete example would be there is a famous story called The Lottery. And in The Lottery, we find out that, well, I can't ruin the story for you, but we find out that people are picked to die. People are picked to die by the lottery, and they die by stoning. Now, can you imagine one character who's in this society and he's been told, this is the right thing to do, this is the way our society works, and this is moral to stone this person. And he's there holding this rock, and he's thinking to himself, this is kind of crazy. I can't believe I'm throwing a rock at a person to kill them. That's a moral conflict. We look at that and we think it's obviously wrong, but our character, our protagonist, has been taught that it's right the whole time. How about an emotional conflict? Have you ever seen a romantic comedy? Romantic comedies always have emotional conflicts. The boy loves the girl, but the girl doesn't love the boy back. So the boy has to figure out how to get his emotions in order. Girl loves the boy. Boy loves the girl, but the girl is afraid to get into a relationship. That's another example of an emotional conflict. These show up in romantic comedies and movies all the time. They're always going to be there. More deeper emotional conflicts could be something like, we could go back to my lawyer and detective story. Maybe this detective is also having an emotional conflict. Maybe he has seen somebody important to him killed, and now he's thinking about that every time that he wants to arrest somebody. Maybe the last time he tried to arrest somebody, his partner was murdered right in front of him. Maybe he's experiencing a little bit of cowardice and trepidation about fighting crime right now. That's an example of an emotional conflict. An intellectual conflict is pretty rare. It's pretty uncommon. But an intellectual conflict means that a character or group of characters have always been taught that something is true. And now they are faced with circumstances that are telling them that maybe this is not true. And our story is going to be about how the character resolves this intellectual conflict. It's pretty uncommon because moral conflicts and emotional conflicts are usually much more interesting, but you will occasionally find intellectual conflicts in stories. They're usually small, minor points, but you'll find them. Now, conflict in a story doesn't make a story. The conflict has to be done well. If I took characters and I rolled dice to decide what kind of conflicts I had, and I wrote a story in order with that, not a good story does it make. And I'm going to show you why. With apologies to those of you who are under the age of 20 and really enjoyed Star Wars Episode 1. One conflict in Star Wars Episode 1 is the Trade Federation versus Naboo. What? And our main character is Anakin Skywalker. Who? If you've never seen Star Wars Episode 1 and you don't know what the Trade Federation or Naboo is, you are about as confused and in the dark as anybody who watched the movie. A lot of people have watched this movie over and over again, and it's never really shown in the movie who these two groups are and what this conflict is about. We just know the Trade Federation doesn't like Naboo, and we're told that, and we're not shown that, and we're all confused. Then we have a main character, Anakin Skywalker, who is from another planet, and he doesn't know anything about this conflict, and he accidentally blows up a ship at the end of the movie, but this conflict that started the movie is completely out of his understanding, and it's completely out of his control. This is an example of how to do conflict poorly. Things are just kind of arbitrarily thrown in there, and we don't understand them. Now I will show you how conflict is done well. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Students are petrified by a giant evil snake. The heir of Slytherin, who we don't know, is trying to open the chamber. If that happens, all non-pureblood wizards will die. Harry is our protagonist, our main character. He attends Hogwarts, and people close to him are affected by this. Do you remember Hermione? Like that, because she almost got petrified by the snake, by the basilisk. Do you remember the end of the story? Was someone else important to Harry affected by this? What makes this a better conflict than Star Wars Episode 1? Well, it's a couple things. We need to know the consequences of failure, or at least the rewards of success. What happens if Harry fails? Well, the snake is going to come out of the chamber, and all non-pure bloods are going to die. This conflict must affect the lead characters. How does this Chamber of Secrets opening affect Harry? Well, because Ginny's affected by it, Hermione's affected by it, and his entire school is affected by it. And Harry cares about his friends. So that's very important. But one of the most important and one of the most intangible things to a good conflict is we have to imagine ourselves in the character's shoes. Now, I've never been afraid of a giant snake, but I have gone to school. And because I've gone to school and I've been a grade school student, I can kind of relate to Harry's experience right here. And I can imagine, wow, if I was Harry or one of Harry's friends, what would I do? If my dad had disappeared and I hated school and I felt like a loser, how would I react if somebody said, hey, we're going to go find our father? That's an example of Wrinkle in Time. So remember these three things, especially when we get to the end of our lessons and you're writing your own stories. So, let's think about Wrinkle in Time now. What type of conflicts have shown up? Who experiences an internal, emotional conflict? That is an example of a person versus self conflict, right? But is that the only conflict in the story? Can there be more than one conflict going on at the same time? Absolutely. So what's one obstacle between the main characters and their goal? Hey, what are they after? Well, they're looking for their dad, but what are some obstacles? Is their dad just over there in the next room and they got to open the door and say, hi, Dad? No. Finally, have you noticed any conflicts between allies in this story so far? Any conflicts at all? Does Meg always get along with Calvin and Charles? Maybe, maybe not. Is there any conflicts, any disagreements, any arguments that they have? Watch for that. That's an ally versus ally conflict, and it will show up. Brave New World, on the other hand, is a little different. What is unique about this Brave New World? Well, honestly, they work very, very hard to make a society where there are no conflicts at all. If you want something, you should have it because everybody belongs to everybody else. And if you can't have it, just take some soma to feel better. So this entire society is built around the fact that they don't want conflicts. But what's kind of interesting is that Aldous Huxley still managed to make that world convincing by developing certain conflicts that happen. So, you tell me, what types of conflict show up in Brave New World? Think about our main characters. Think about Bernard. Think about Henry. Think about Lena. Think about the Savage. What type of conflicts are showing up? Go ahead and just, in your journals, if you're still using those, go ahead and write about these conflicts. Also, write maybe just a paragraph, and remember, this is 100% free writing. You're not graded. Nobody's looking at it. Imagine what you would be doing if you were in one of these stories. How would you react? What would you do to solve the obstacles and problems of these settings? Until next time, when we discuss symbolism, thanks for reading, and thanks for using educator.com. Welcome again to educator.com, and now we are about to start one of the most important parts of this lesson. This is brainstorming, and then we're getting a topic and we're getting a thesis. This is so important that we're actually going to spend 2 lessons on this. The reason why we're going to spend 2 lessons is if you get a really great thesis, and I'll tell you what that is, you'll be having a very easy paper to write. So, let's go over first the basic structure of a 5-paragraph essay. We have what's called an introduction paragraph. Then we have 3 body paragraphs, 1, 2, 3, and then a closing paragraph at the very end. Now, what goes in this introduction paragraph? Well, first off, in that introduction paragraph, you have to motivate the reader to read, and then you have to introduce what's called a topic, and then that topic, that introduction must have a thesis somewhere. The body paragraphs contain the major points and the minor details that will relate to the topic and the thesis. Future lessons, we're going to go over kind of what those things are. Finally, we have a closing paragraph where you summarize, just like you did before, the major points, and then at some point you restate or paraphrase the thesis. Now, what I said before was that if you have a very big topic and a clear thesis, those body paragraphs will come naturally. Everything I just showed you probably feels a little daunting right now, and you probably feel like that's a lot to do. However, if you do a lot of work first and you really get a thesis down, then this thesis will make all these other things kind of just come naturally, and it'll feel very easy. And you'll find that the writing is very simple. So, now that I've talked about topic and thesis, what do I mean by those terms? Well, topic is just very simple. It just means what the essay is about. So the topic can be actually anything under the sun, or above the sun, or in space. It can be anything at all. You can have the topic be marine mammals, you can have the topic be dinosaurs, you can have the topic be, books, you can have the topic be anything. The topic is generally very broad, and we narrow it down, and then we eventually get to what's called a thesis. The thesis is a central statement in one sentence that the entire paper is about. That's all it is. You are getting down the thesis to you're going to say in one sentence what the rest of the paper is going to be about. And once you do that, you know what shouldn't be in your paper, and that makes things easier. Now, how do you get to a thesis? Well, what you do is you do something called brainstorming, and then you pick a topic. Then once you form that topic, you form a couple interrogative questions: the who, the what, the why, the when, the where. And then once you answer some of those questions, you get a rough idea for the thesis, and you eventually refine it until it's a good thesis, and then you start writing. So, brainstorming, what is it? What do I mean? Brainstorming is a purely right brain exercise. In fact, if you've been doing your journal entries, and I know you have, you've in a way already been doing some brainstorming. And one of the most important things with right brain is that you write and you do not edit. You remember, if you hear that be quiet statement, you just keep your hand moving. Now, brainstorming, you don't actually have to have anything on the page. The best way to brainstorm, one of the most popular ways, especially if you're a visual, artistic person, is what's called the bubble method. In the bubble method, you just write down something that you think about in a bubble. And I'm going to write dinosaurs. And I'm just going to put dinos for short. And then you start thinking about dinosaurs and you think, oh, well, there are velociraptors. I'm going to put VR for velociraptors. And then you just kind of think about, well, what else about dinosaurs? Well, there's a movie called Jurassic Park, JP, which was actually had velociraptors in it, so I can connect those two things. And you can just kind of expand and expand out, and you'll just come up with all kinds of ideas and all kinds of things that are connected. But make sure that you do not stop your hand from moving, even when you're starting to look and you think this idea is dumb. Who cares if it's dumb? You're going to edit later and decide things. Let's do a much cleaner example. The first thing I've thought about and brainstormed was whales. I got whales right here. Well, let's think about whales for a bit. What kinds of things are going to come up when I think about whales? Well, whales live in the ocean. And what kinds of oceans are there? Well, we got the Pacific and we got the Atlantic Ocean. What kinds of whales are there? Well, there's a humpback whale, there's an orca, and we can keep expanding. What type of animals are whales? Well, they're marine mammals. Are there other examples of marine mammals? You bet. And so as you can see, I'm not editing here. I don't know what my topic's going to be. I don't know what my thesis is going to be yet. I'm just drawing circles, writing words, and connecting ideas together. And what I call that is kind of the explosion of ideas. And from that explosion of ideas, we're going to get potential topics. So here they are, in no particular order, because I'm right brain, I'm not left brain. We got otters, marine mammals, whales, the ocean, Moby Dick, orcas, blue whales, dolphins, and sharks. Pretty random list, right? Well, let's figure out what we're going to talk about. So let's ask some questions here. I'm going to go with marine mammals, and then I'm going to ask interrogative questions to form a thesis. So, who likes marine mammals? What kinds of marine mammals are there? Why do marine mammals breathe air? Where do marine mammals live? When do marine mammals eat? And how do marine mammals migrate? So I've just given you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 interrogative questions. Who, what, why, where, when, and how. And I've asked them about my topic, marine mammals. So, keep in mind that you do not have to answer all of these questions if it doesn't suit you. And if you don't know the answer, well, that means that there's something that maybe you need to go research. And if you research something, you might find something interesting. And go ahead, and you can ask and answer a question more than once. I don't have to ask who likes marine mammals. I could have asked what kinds of marine mammals are there, what kinds of foods do they eat, and what kinds of plants do they live in. Why do marine mammals breathe air? Okay, I could have asked 2 why questions. I could have asked 6 why questions. It doesn't really matter. You can form an essay based on just 5 what questions or 4 where questions. It really doesn't matter which questions you ask, just as long as you know that all 6 there are available to ask. So, let's get an example of what. What kinds of marine mammals are there? Okay, well, let's answer that question. We got dolphins, otters, whales, orcas, and Moby Dick. And I'm going to form a fairly rough thesis here. Dolphins, otters, whales, orcas, and Moby Dick are all types of marine mammals. So there's an example of a very rough thesis. And I'd like you to look at that and tell me if you think that's a good thesis yet. How do we know? Well, a good thesis must be short. It must clearly state the topic in the thesis, not just in the introduction paragraph, it has to be said in the thesis too. Also, it has to help the reader predict. What do I mean by prediction? Well, a reader should read your thesis and they should already be able to kind of guess what your major points are going to be. And if they don't know exactly what your major points are going to be, they should at least predict what kinds of major points you're going to be using. So, let's go ahead and go over this for those requirements. Short, prediction, and topic. Dolphins, whales, otters, orcas, and Moby Dicks are all types of marine mammals. Well, what's a marine mammal? That was my topic, right? Good. So it does state the topic. Is this going to help you predict? What kinds of things am I going to be talking about for the rest of the essay? Dolphins, otters, whales, orcas, and Moby Dick. Is it short? Is it concise? I think this is a little too much, and we need to kind of cut some things out and choose carefully what we're going to write the essay about now instead of later when we're already written 5 pages. So let's forget Moby Dick and let's forget a couple other ones and let's just go dolphins, otters, and whales are all types of marine mammals. Is that shorter? Yes. Can I write 3 paragraphs on this essay? Absolutely. I can write 1 paragraph about dolphins, another about otters, and a third about whales. So do you know exactly what's coming next? You bet you do. This is a good thesis right here. Now, there is another type of thesis other than just what I've just gone over. What I'm going to show you is kind of a thesis that's not just descriptive, where I'm just talking about things and describing them, but one that actually gives an opinion or an argument. Later, much later in this course, we're going to go into much greater detail about arguments and opinions and that kind of writing. But for now, I just want you to be aware what it is, so I'm going to go over it very briefly. One type of thesis will give an opinion, and then it'll give ideas and reasons or arguments about why these are good beliefs, opinions, or ideas. And so let's go ahead and just quickly pretend like we did a lot of brainstorming, and this is what we come up with. My topic is going to be voting age. My question is, should the voting age be lowered to 17? My answer is a very simple yes. So my thesis will look like this. Yes, the voting age should be lowered to 17. Good. So, do you got my topic? You bet. Is it short? Yes. Is it helping you predict? Not so much. So, in order to get kind of other things out of this, to get those details that I'm going to put in there to help the reader predict, let's just go ahead and ask those interrogative questions. And I got a whole long list here. Who is voting now? What evidence supports yes? Why are only 18 plus allowed to vote? Where do countries allow 17-year-olds to vote? When do people care about elections? How will 17-year-old vote benefit the country? So I've asked exactly 1, who, what, why, where, when, and how. But as you know, I don't have to ask exactly 1 of each of these questions. So maybe I want to ask, why do only 18-year-olds vote? What is the difference between 18 and 17? When did we decide that 18 plus was the right age? Who decides what age? Why do 17-year-olds need to vote? Okay, you notice that there's a couple here that I'm kind of parsing out. I'm kind of concentrating on what and why. But another great thing is to talk about how. How will 17-year-olds choose candidates? Maybe that's an important question to talk about. How will it affect our election process? Another good question to talk about. So, now that I've kind of done all those questions, I would answer those questions and I would kind of pick which reasons I really, really like that would support my yes answer to 17-year-olds should vote, and I will write a thesis. 17 is a good age to vote because of the popularity of the internet. There is little difference between 18 and 17, and it will force politicians to pay attention to education. Okay, so, do I have my topic? Yes. Am I helping you predict? Can you guess what's going to come next? Absolutely. Is it short? It's longer. It could be shorter, and I probably could find ways to make this a shorter sentence, a shorter thesis. But right now, you have to understand that sometimes when we have argumentative essays, the theses are going to look a little bit longer than you might think they should. So, let's think about the assignment from last week and last lesson. How about those journal entries? You've been writing them, right? Have you read over them? Please do. So, have you noticed any ideas? Anything that could be a topic? Anything that you really like writing about? Do you have any opinions about what's good or bad or right or wrong or how things should be? Don't be afraid to write about those too. Most importantly, do you have a subject that keeps coming up and up again? How about the books? What do you like about the book so far? What's interesting? What's fun? And who's your favorite character? Any particular character that you love and you think is amazing? And do you find anything strange or interesting about these stories so far? Go ahead and make sure that you write about those in your journal entries. Next, we're going to be getting a topic and getting a thesis. Do a brainstorm, pick a topic, form questions, and then form a rough idea for a thesis. Not a final thesis, a very rough one. Do that 3 times. And finally, don't forget to keep reading the books. These books are good for you, and these books are fun. There's what you have to read. Not asking for a written response this time because you have so much to write already. So just go ahead and go nuts with that. Have fun, and keep using educator.com. Welcome to the second section on making a great thesis. And what we're actually going to learn about is that a thesis is actually a mixture of a destination, a path, and that is what a thesis is. So be very, very simple things to kind of go over and to help you understand that, yes, a thesis is actually really, really easy to put together. And once you clarify it, once you polish it, the rest of the essay will flow naturally. Review from last lesson. Okay, a clear thesis makes everything easy. I know I keep repeating that, but please, 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 that is why this is so important. Everything else must point back to the thesis. What do I mean by that? I mean, if you have a thesis and you start writing something in your essay that has nothing to do with the thesis, you need to delete it and get it out of that paper. A thesis must help the reader predict what comes next. This is what we're going to be concentrating mostly on for this lesson. We'll be going over kind of an argumentative opinion thesis first, and then kind of the descriptive essay. Don't forget the interrogatives: who, what, why, where, when, and how. You don't have to ask all of these at the same time. You can ask as many as you like about the topic, and you will pick which ones are going to help you form your thesis. Also, remember that the right brain is very messy, and that the left brain refines and organizes. Last lesson, we were all in right brain land. This current lesson, we're going to be concentrating on the left brain land because you need to know how to get to Oklahoma. Here is a map. This is a map of a college campus. And this is right here, the library. In this one, we have the boys' dormitory. This is the girls' dormitory. Here is some classrooms. The green part's a lawn, and this is a wonderful, watery reflection pond. That black part, can you guess what it is? That's a parking lot. So, let's say that you were in the parking lot and you wanted to get to the library. Well, you might ask your student and say, hey, how do I get to the library? And they'll say something like, oh, it's really, really easy. You just turn, this way, go all the way down, and then you'll see one of the big classroom buildings. Once you pass that, just turn again. You'll see a little bit more classroom buildings, and there it is. There's a library. Maybe you'll ask another student, and they'll say, oh, yeah, it's really simple. What you do is you go all the way down to the reflection pond, but don't pass the reflection pond. Turn, and you'll see the huge main walkway in the middle of campus. Go down there, turn, and there you'll see the library. Another student might say, okay, what you need to do is you need to climb on top of the girls' dormitory, find one of the hang gliders up there, fly over to the boys' dormitory, parachute down, and then dig a tunnel underneath the lawn, and then once you've done that, you'll come out in front of the library. Okay, so what do these things have in common? Well, they all got the same destination. What don't they have in common? How you get there. We'll learn that how you get there and what the destination is are the two things you need for a thesis. So, let's find X on a map. Let's find our destination. Question 1. Which Harry Potter book is the best one? All right, one of these has to be our X. It needs to be clear and it needs to be stated in a certain way in order for it to make sense. So, Book 3, Prisoner of Azkaban, is not that great. Okay, I don't like this as a X on a map, and I'll show you why. I like Book 5, but not the movie. Go read Book 6, Half-Blood Prince. Book 5 is the best for several reasons. Book 4 is the best because it is better than the others. We're going to do some process of elimination, and I'll show you which one is good and which one is not that great. Book 3, Prisoner of Azkaban, is not that great. Why? Because it is stated as a negative. If you want X on a map, you almost always want to have kind of an affirmative, positive answer to something. So let's go ahead and let's forget about that one. I like Book 5, but not the movie. Did this answer the question? Which Harry Potter book is the best? No, it didn't. Maybe this could be something that you might mention as a minor detail later, but it's definitely not an X on a map. Let's cross that one out too. Go read Book 6, Half-Blood Prince. You know where I'd put this one? I'd put it as the very last sentence of an essay that's talking about how great Half-Blood Prince is. It's not a destination. Let's cross it out. That leaves 4 and 5. So, Book 5 is the best for several reasons. Book 4 is the best because it is better than the others. Ponder these for a second. We're going to have to choose one of these. Which one would you choose? We're going to go with number 4. We're going to go with number 4 for a very, very specific reason. Best, better than the others, mean the same thing. Best and better than the others mean the same thing. So what this sentence is actually telling me as a reader and as somebody who might grade that paper is this. Book 4 is the best because it is the best. Can you see how silly that sounds? That one's not too good. This one, Book 5 is the best for several reasons, has some promise. It definitely has a destination. So, let's think about this. Book is the best for several reasons. Now let's go ahead and ask our interrogative questions. Let's see, we got who, what, why, and where. Well, because of its several dark themes. That's one reason why it might be the best. It has awkward teenage romance. That also could be the best. Dolores Umbridge is a creepy villain. Dumbledore makes mistakes. Because Harry Potter becomes a leader. We learn bad things about Harry's father. Death Eaters kill Sirius. Voldemort has finally returned. Okay, these are all reasons that Book 5 is the best. And these reasons are what's going to make up the path. Now, what do we know about paths? Well, there are actually several that we can get to our destination with. So part of this is going to be a little bit of picking. Part of this is going to be some choosing. Part of this is going to be personal preference. We're going to find out which ones we like the best in just a moment. First thing you got to do with all these ideas, because we can't use all of them, is that we have to find what are the broadest ideas and then figure out what those other smaller ideas might fit under them. So here's one thing. Because of its several dark themes, okay, so I got a whole bunch of other things here. Got awkward teenage romance, Dumbledore makes mistakes, Harry Potter becomes a leader, we learn bad things about Harry's father, Death Eaters kill Sirius, Voldemort has finally returned. What sounds dark to you? What sounds scary? How about this one? This one? Probably not this one. Maybe not. Ooh, maybe we learned bad things about Harry's father. Maybe that one's good. Awkward teenage romance. It can be dark, but it's never as dark as you think it is. Dolores Umbridge, creepy villain. That's dark. I don't care how much pink she wore. Dumbledore makes mistakes. Not so much dark. Maybe it's dark. So, that's maybe an example we got of our ideas of putting things under a broader category. Now, what about finding other ideas that seem to go together? Maybe you remember Sesame Street, where it says one of these things is not like the other, one of these things just doesn't belong, and then it had like a football, a basketball, a carrot, and a baseball, and you had to figure out which one didn't belong. That's what we're doing here. So think about all these things. Because of its several dark themes, awkward teenage romance, Dolores Umbridge is a creepy villain. Dumbledore makes mistakes. Harry Potter becomes a leader. We learn bad things about Harry's father. Death Eaters kill Sirius. Voldemort has finally returned. Okay, what seems to be kind of under the similar category? How about this? Dolores Umbridge is a creepy villain. Dumbledore makes mistakes. We learn bad things about Harry's father, and Death Eaters kill Sirius. I think I could put these all under a category, and I'll put them all together and say that these are character surprises. And now I've kind of refined my path a little bit. Another thing that we have to do is we have to find ideas that kind of stand out on their own, but can be expanded on. And then so one thing here that I think could definitely be expanded on more is this one. Harry Potter becomes a leader. Those of you who have read the books, watched the movies, know how important this was to the entire story. And we'll be finding out more about this in a minute. So, to expand on this, we got to pretend like this is our map and this is our destination, and we'll ask our interrogatives. So why did Harry become a leader? How did Harry become a leader? What did he do? Okay, well, maybe Dumbledore is distant. Maybe that's one of the reasons why Harry became a leader. He also found the Room of Requirement. Where did he become a leader? Well, in the Room of Requirement. Why? What motivated him? Nobody believes that Voldemort is back. And he forms Dumbledore's army. We got all kinds of ideas here that we can be talking about and to make a very, very good path to our destination. So, now I got my destination and I got my path. I have now 3 possible theses. Order of the Phoenix is the best because of its shocking character surprises. That was when we found ideas and we kind of put them together under another category. Voldemort's return, horrid headmasters, and character deaths make Order of the Phoenix the darkest and greatest in the series. Okay, so that's when I was looking at, okay, which idea was very broad and that other ideas that I've written here fit under. Order of the Phoenix is the best because we see Harry rise to the challenge of leadership. Good. I had to ask a whole bunch of interrogatives about that one, but now I got this going. So, think carefully about those original 8 sentences, those original 8 ideas. What is covered by each of these theses and what is not covered by each one? Well, if I'm doing number 1, Order of the Phoenix is best because of its shocking character surprises, how much time am I going to spend on Dolores Umbridge? Maybe some, but not so much. If I'm doing number 3, Harry rises to the challenge of leadership, how important is it that I talk about the bad things that we learned about Harry's father? Well, you could maybe see a connection there, but it's not super important, is it? Number 2, Voldemort's return, horrid headmasters, character deaths make Order of the Phoenix the greatest in the series. Okay, so how much time do I have to talk about the Room of Requirement in this one? Not at all. So, once you have a good thesis and you got that map and the destination, it does a great thing for you. It takes that big right brain mess of ideas and it tells you which ones matter and which ones don't matter. And then you can just start crossing out things and erasing things, and you know exactly what you need to write about for paragraphs 2, 3, and 4. So let's go over this process just one more time, but we're going to be doing like a descriptive essay this time. Previous example was all about arguing a point, but most of your first essays are just going to be descriptive. This will be a much shorter reason, but we'll go over quickly. Reality TV. Let's ask questions. What kinds of reality TV are there? And what are some examples? So we just got 2 questions for our topic of reality TV. And I got a whole bunch of lists here. I got Adventure Wilderness reality TV. E.g., that means I'm asking you for an example. What's an example of some reality TV that takes adventurous locations out in the wilderness somewhere? How about Talent Search? What are some examples of a Talent Search reality TV where you have people singing and dancing and showing how great and talented they are? Fitness reality TV. You want to lose some weight. You want to build some muscle. Well, what kinds of reality TV can you think of that fit that bill? Career and money reality TV. Bunch of people are competing for a job, or we're filming them as they're working in one. What's an example? Everybody loves romance. Can you think of an example? Blue-collar job reality TV. Oh man, that's not quite the career money kind. This is like driving a truck across a frozen tundra. And then we got just generic real-life reality TV. Let's put some strangers in a home, on a bus, in a motorhome, on a boat, and let's see what happens. So, you can do a couple ideas with this example of a descriptive essay. You could do what's called the bird's eye thesis, where you look at each kind in the set in your body paragraphs. So I could just write adventure, romance, careers are all common types of reality TV. My questions for my major details might be, what defines these shows? Who is picked for the cast? What are their goals? What are some examples? And ta-da! I got my 3 body paragraphs that I'm going to write about. This thesis is making it easy for me. Maybe you just want to talk about a particular type of reality TV show, and you want to go a little bit more narrow. So maybe what you're going to say is, my favorite type of reality TV are talent search reality TV because of, well, why don't you give some reasons? Okay, who is on the show? What makes it entertaining? How does the audience interact? And then so your body paragraphs might look something like this. Who is on the show? How the audience interacts? Body 3, I'm going to let you think of for yourself. Also, you could do a comparative thesis. Romance and career reality TV are very similar in certain ways. So what are these shows like? What do they have in common? Who is on each of these shows? Now, when you're doing a comparative thesis, you're going to be using certain keywords, and in the next few lessons we're going to be going over those. But for now, why don't you describe romance reality TV? Why don't you describe career reality TV? And since we're talking about how they're similar, just spend that 3rd paragraph talking about what they have in common. That's easy. So, let's just go ahead and review. Last week, you did the brainstorming, you picked a topic, you formed questions, and you came up with a rough idea for a thesis. And hopefully you got 3 of them. Maybe you have 4 or 5. Now, you're going to actually refine that rough thesis into a destination and path thesis, something that's just really, really super clear and going to make things easy for you as far as writing the rest of the essay. Do that with those 3 theses. And make sure you kind of think about which one you really like and which one's your favorite, because you're going to be writing an essay soon. Continue reading, please, 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 Wrinkle in Time and Brave New World. And yes, you do have a written response this time. Write 1 paragraph about what the dark thing is and why the children are afraid of it. Just 1 paragraph. Talk about this dark thing and tell me why the children are afraid of it. Brave New World. In what way does John not fit into life outside of the reservation? And how does he react? Make sure you describe that. For your fiction writing, you're really going to need to know how to describe later. Just 1 paragraph. So, continue with that homework. Continue with your assignments. You're very doing a great job. You're ready to write. Thanks for using Educator. Welcome again to Educator.com as we learn how to eat this elephant together. The next part of the elephant we're going to eat is writing introductions. So, we're going to go over the basic structure of the essay just one more time. We got the introduction paragraph, we got 3 body paragraphs, and the closing paragraph. This lesson is concentrating on number 1 right here. I'll show you what the point of an introduction paragraph is and how to make it so that your reader's going to want to read everything else. So, first off, we got to get that reader interested with the introduction paragraph. I mean, if it's not a good introduction, why should they read the other 4 paragraphs if they don't like the introduction? They'll get bored and just want to read something else. Also, the introduction paragraph is important because you got to mention that topic, then you also have to mention the thesis. And which comes first? Well, the topic's the most broad, the thesis is a little bit more tight, so we're going to mention the topic first. But above all, your introduction must clearly state the thesis. It has to be so clear. It's got to be like the sun on a California afternoon. That is how clear that thesis has to be in the introduction. We usually put it at the end, but there's a bunch of things that we put to lead up to the thesis first. So, the first thing that we want in our introductions is we want a great opening line. And I'm going to go over a couple possibilities that you can use for your first opening line to really grab the reader's attention and make them want to read on. Remember, the introduction is all about getting the reader's attention, and so we got to appeal to emotions to do that. First thing we're going to do is quotations. So, a quotation has a certain type of emotional appeal. It appeals to someone's sense of admiration. It also associates your paper with a really, really awesome person. And it also will add credibility to whatever else you're going to say next. Where can we find these great quotes? Well, we got books by authors. That's probably about the most obvious place. Famous speeches are a great place to look for quotes, if you got the patience to read through them all the way. I bet that you got lots of songs memorized right now. So I bet you could come up with some great song lyrics, and appropriate ones that might be good in the beginning of your essay. And then, of course, there are hundreds and hundreds of websites there that will have quotes for you. Be careful about these websites. I read one that was supposed to be attributed to Plato a while back, and it turns out it was actually just from a 19th century minister. So be careful about those websites. Kind of check them out. Make sure you can fact check them before you put them in your essays. Here's an example of a fairly long quotation that I might start a paper off with. Anybody can become angry. That is easy, but to be angry with the right person and to the right degree and at the right time and for the right purpose and in the right way, that is not within everybody's power and is not easy. A fellow by the name of Aristotle said that. He wrote books over 1,000 years ago and people are still reading him. Does Aristotle sound like he has some important stuff to say? He definitely does. What do you think this paper's about? Can you guess? What have I referred to over and over again in this quote? What am I going to write about? Do you know my thesis yet? No, but you do have an idea of the topic, don't you? Here's another great quotation. Every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies, in the final sense, a theft from those who hunger and are not fed, and those who are cold and are not clothed. Dwight D. Eisenhower. Okay, who is Dwight D. Eisenhower? Why was he famous? Do you know? Maybe you can look him up on, Wikipedia or something, or Google him. But he's he was a popular president. But a lot of people still really like him, even though he was a president back in the 50s. How does this quote make you feel? I just read a nice long quote about guns, warships, and really awesome things. And also hungry people who are not fed and cold people who don't have clothing. What do you think this essay is going to be about? What do you think? What's my topic? Here's another great one. Music is everybody's possession. It's only publishers who think that people own it. Okay, that comes from a fellow named the name of John Lennon. Now, who's he? Well, if you don't know who he is, maybe you can ask your parents. They might be able to tell you. Now, what's my topic? What am I talking about here? Am I talking about publishers or music in general? Talking about music in general. And why should people believe John Lennon, a really famous and prolific musician, on the matter of music? Well, I've already answered that question for you. And what do you think this essay is going to be about? Well, it's going to be about music. You don't know my thesis yet, but I have at least got you the topic so that when you're reading my essay, you'll understand that the thesis is going to be talking about music somehow. So, when you find quotations, you got to find a quotation that's relevant to the topic somehow. I'm not going to quote John Lennon on, the problem of anger and how we should be angry. And I'm probably not going to quote Aristotle on, a famous essay about world history because, well, you know, he might have lived before the history I'm about to talk about. Make that quote fairly short and to the point. It doesn't have to be as long as the Aristotle one. Sometimes the shortest are the best. After all, we are the Twitter generation, and everybody just kind of tweets their quotes. And if it's short, it's going to sound great, and it'll probably be easy to remember, and it'll stick in the reader's mind, and they'll want to keep reading. Now, who do you quote? Well, you got to quote famous, accomplished people. I mean, you could quote, your dad, and that'd be kind of fun. But does anybody other than you know your dad? Well, I mean, unless you're the son of or daughter of somebody really famous, maybe you just shouldn't quote your parents. You also got to quote somebody who has some credibility on the subject. And what I mean by credibility is, should people believe this person? Okay, John Lennon has credibility with music, doesn't he? Well, because he was a really famous musician. Dwight D. Eisenhower has credibility on the subject of war. Well, because he was a general and he fought one. But maybe I'm not going to quote Dwight Eisenhower on, intellectual things like philosophy or literature. And maybe I'm not going to quote John Lennon when it comes to the subject of nuclear physics. Probably not the best people to quote if they don't know anything about the subject that I'm writing about. Also, and this last one is super important, if you know your reader, if you know who's going to read this, you want to quote people you already know that they like. So think about this. If you're writing for maybe your history instructor, and you know your history instructor already thinks that Dwight Eisenhower is the greatest president in the history of the United States, quote Dwight Eisenhower. Maybe he doesn't like Dwight Eisenhower, though. Maybe he thinks FDR was a great president and really likes FDR, or Thomas Jefferson, or anybody else. Well, if you find that out and you pay attention to your teacher's lectures, you should quote the people that they like, because they'll not only like your paper more, but because they like it, they'll give you a better grade. So, now that we've gone over quotations, let's go over to rhetorical question. What is a rhetorical question? That's what a rhetorical question is. A rhetorical question is a question that a reader or speaker asks and doesn't expect the audience to answer. However, you will answer it for them. So, I may answer the question later if I'm speaking, but I never expect the audience to answer it out loud, of course. Rhetorical questions kind of generate a little bit of mystery and a little bit of thought in the reader's mind that makes them want to read on so that they'll get an answer to that question that you've asked. Here's an example. Who is Severus Snape, and why does he resent Harry so much? So what's the emotional appeal here? Well, I've appealed to mystery if you don't know anything about Severus Snape, but this idea of resentment, that's a powerful, powerful emotional word. And I put it in my rhetorical question to get the reader's attention. Can you guess what the topic is here? Resentment? Harry? Well, it's not a what, it's a who. You bet that I'm talking about Severus Snape if I mention this rhetorical question. And why should the reader keep reading on? Why should they bother? Well, I bet they want to know an answer to why does Severus Snape resent Harry so much? Here's another great rhetorical question. Which is more important, making a great movie or selling a lot of movie tickets? What's the emotional appeal on this one? Well, we all want to see great movies, don't we? Yeah, we like movies, and we want to see great movies. We don't want to see boring movies. We want to see movies that are works of art, don't we? Well, turns out that maybe the best movies, the greatest movies, the ones that are really worth watching, maybe aren't the ones that sell a lot of tickets. Now, what's a topic here? Well, am I talking about movies or movie tickets? I'm probably talking about movies. And I bet that you have an opinion on this matter. If you've ever gone to the movies, paid, $8 or $10 or $12 or $15 for a movie that you heard was really good, and it was really disappointing, and you left that theater frustrated and wanting your money back, you really, really like movies, and you want to see great ones. So I bet you have an opinion on this question right here. Here's another great rhetorical question. and divided this into 2 sentences. Humans love animals as pets. Why do we eat them for food? What's a topic? Animals? Eating animals as food? You kind of decide. It's not just animals in general, but you can kind of guess what I'm going to talk about here. What's the author's opinion? Now, I'm not a vegetarian, but imagine if somebody had written this. What do you think the author's opinion on this matter is? And how do you feel when you hear this? Right now, I bet that you are feeling a problem of consistency in your own mind. I bet when I read this, humans love animals as pets. You thought, yes, I love my cat, I love my dog, I love my hamster, I love my parrot, I love my monkey. I bet you really thought, yes, I love my pet. Then I said, why do you eat animals for food? Okay, that creates a problem of consistency. You love some animals but not others. And if somebody has created a problem of consistency in your mind, or if you do it in the audience's mind, they're not only going to feel an emotion, but they're going to want to keep on reading, if for no other reason to resolve that problem that you've created in their minds. Next great thing is jokes and humor. So, humor and jokes. Well, what's the emotional appeal of something that's funny? Well, it's funny. You make the reader laugh. You make the reader chuckle. They like you. They like your paper. They'll keep reading on. And humor almost always goes into 2 things. It always goes to a sense of surprise or a feeling of superiority. Now, you want to be careful with humor for 2 reasons. First off, I'm here to tell you that humor writing is some of the hardest writing that anybody can do. If you think of all the famous comedians who stand up and do monologues on TV, or they're on, a news show that does a lot of jokes, or they're, on a sitcom, writing 1 joke and writing that many jokes in a minute can take a whole staff of writers. Humor writing is not easy. However, if you can think of some funny jokes, or maybe you can repeat some that you heard, that the reader will find funny and not offensive, it will help the reader like you. Now, when I said here that all writing goes down to a feeling of a surprise or a feeling of superiority, that basically means that people laugh at 2 things, when they're surprised or when they feel better than somebody else. Sounds terrible, but I want you to think carefully about all the things you laughed at, and I bet it was either one of those 2 things. Here are some examples of jokes for you. If you think education is expensive, you should try ignorance. Politicians are like diapers. They must be changed frequently and for the same reason. That flew by your head. Think carefully about it. Some people say I missed my high school reunion. I didn't miss anything at all. These are all examples of jokes using a little bit of surprise and superiority. If you laughed or even grinned at any one of these, it was one of those 2 feelings. I guarantee it. Irony and surprise. Irony and surprise are closely related, and it does a problem with that consistency issue that I mentioned earlier. We'll see how this works. Now, what is irony? Well, it's not an iron, and it's not pumping iron. Irony is when something is true, but you wouldn't really expect it to be true. Quick example is Charles Murray in that Wrinkle in Time book you've all been reading. He's 5 years old, who doesn't speak, but is super intelligent and can read minds. I wouldn't have expected that from a 5-year-old who doesn't say much. I wouldn't have expected him to be the kind of person that's just crazy smart and can read minds. Here's another example. Bill Gates dropped out of college. What? Bill Gates, the super rich guy, one of the richest guys and most successful people on the planet? He dropped out of college? You wouldn't expect that to be true, but it is true. Surprise is a little bit like irony, except that there's kind of a setup in one sentence and then the big irony, the big unexpected thing in the next sentence. Here's an example of surprise. Environmentalists refuse to buy things from oil companies. They prefer to live in tents made from oil and to heat their houses with it. I've just made a surprise. And have you noticed that I've kind of made a consistency problem here? Here are some more examples of irony and surprise. Thomas Jefferson was a passionate lover of liberty who fought for abolition. That means, let's get rid of all the slaves. Yet he owned hundreds of slaves at his own plantation. What? He wanted to free slaves, and then he also owned them. Surprise. Albus Dumbledore is a friendly, charming mentor to Harry, who has no problems about sending Harry to die. Irony and surprise. A little bit of a consistency thing. What's going on with Albus Dumbledore? Number 3. One of the greatest advocates for peace in the last century was a military general, Dwight D. Eisenhower. Irony, surprise. So what else can we do? We've kind of got our little bit of the opening lines out of the way. We got our quotations. We got our rhetorical questions, jokes, irony, and surprise. So what else can we put in our introductions to kind of get the reader's attention? Well, there is something called an anecdote. An anecdote is a short story or an illustration that connects to your topic. Now, what's the appeal of telling a story in your first paragraph? Well, one thing is mystery and curiosity. Kind of like rhetorical questions, you generate in the reader's mind a question that needs to be answered, or a contradiction that needs to be resolved. Also, like humor, stories are fun. We like to have fun and we like to read stories, so we'll get attention if we tell stories. And finally, and this last one's a little hard to understand, is that most audiences identify with people, not things, and not ideas. So if I was to talk about the Great Pyramids of Egypt, well, that's a thing. But if I told you a story about maybe one of the pharaohs buried there, you might pay a little bit more attention. If I went to something abstract like democracy, communism, the republic, or things that, maybe we haven't really thought about, or psychology, or, any abstract subject, you might not connect with it right away. But if I told you a story about, Thomas Jefferson or some great thinker, or I told you about Carl Jung, who was a psychologist, and I told you a compelling story about them, you might be interested in what they talked about. Here's an example of a very interesting anecdote. There was once a businessman who started a cake company. All his efforts and money turned into failure. But he recovered and started again. Once again, his business failed. It failed a third time as well. Then he changed the company name to Sara Lee. And I suppose you know the rest. Now what's interesting about this is you can probably see a 3-act structure. Can you see it? Well, maybe I haven't given you the climax, maybe I haven't given you the end, but you can kind of see what's going on here. Well, anecdotes have little 3-act structures too, just like larger stories. Here's another great one. For years, California migrant workers picked all kinds of fruit. They were paid below minimum wage, but could get no other jobs. One day, the bosses said that they could pay nothing at all because business turned bad. It was here that one worker said, "Enough is enough." That man was Cesar Chavez. Well, I haven't gotten you to Act 1, and I've told you the first doorway, but did I tell you the end of this story? No. Why not? Well, because that's what the rest of the essay is going to talk about, right? And I want you to feel like you need to know the end of this story. Doesn't always have to stop there. Here's another great anecdote. A violent explosion, of which the world had never seen, shook a New Mexico desert in July of 1945. Its explosion was so bright that scientists wore the darkest of sunglasses to prevent blindness. One scientist, Oppenheimer, proclaimed, "I have become death, the destroyer of worlds." This was a detonation of the first atomic bomb. Okay, I've given you a climax of the story. In fact, Big Explosion is about as climactic as you can possibly get. What do you want to know now? Is there anything that maybe I've piqued your curiosity with this story? Maybe you want to know a little bit more about Oppenheimer? How about this quote, "I have become death, the destroyer of worlds"? Why did he say something like that? Well, I'll tell you about it in the rest of the essay. So let's kind of wrap up here. What's the purpose of that introduction paragraph? You got to get the reader's attention. And you do that by appealing to emotions, not logic. Have a great opening line. Irony, surprise, humor, good quotation. You got to introduce that topic and then your thesis. Make the reader feel like they should read on, and don't be afraid to use an anecdote if you can find one that's appropriate and great. For your assignment, please continue reading Wrinkle in Time, and please continue reading 12 to 13 of Brave New World. And read the introductions posted on the site. I've written a few. And how do they get your attention? Finally, I'd like you to write down one thing that's funny about one of your thesis topics. I'd also like you to write down a 3-sentence story about one of your theses or topics. Just 3 sentences. And then you can go to the internet, or if you can find a book, find a great quote that's about your topic. And why don't you write a rhetorical question about one of your topics too? And this will get you going on writing an introduction. Thanks for munching on the elephant with me, and thanks for using educator.com. Hello, Internet. Welcome again to the educator.com writing composition course. We're going over major and minor details. Got an introduction, we got a topic, we got a thesis, still got more paragraphs, don't we? Well, in this lesson we are going to go over these 3 right here, body paragraphs 1, 2, and 3, and at the end I'm going to give you a closing on how to write a closing paragraph, which it turns out is a lot like the introduction paragraph, which is why it's going to be in this lesson. So, let's continue. We got a triangle here. The triangle represents what's most broad and what's most narrow. Your topic and thesis is the most general thing that you can come up with. And below that, we have what are called major details. These are details that are still connected to the topic and the thesis somehow, but they're a little bit more narrow, a little bit more specific. Finally, at the very bottom, we got minor details, which are, microscopically specific. You would never want to mention these in the introduction paragraph because they're so small that if you did that, you might confuse your reader. Let's read a sample essay, and then we'll go backwards and figure out what's the topic and what are the major details. So, 3 great American authors are Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, and F. Scott Fitzgerald. All right, why did I highlight those 3 things? Well, it's the very first one, and I got the number 3 there. That's giving me a big hint as to what the topic is. And then if I kind of skim this, I notice that Mark Twain comes up, and then here we go, we got Poe, and then we have Poe again and F. Scott Fitzgerald. All right? And if I notice here, let's just read where it talks about Poe. We have, in contrast, Poe wrote scary stories. One example is A Telltale Heart. So, what is my topic? What is my thesis? What are my major and minor details? Well, I got my topic and my thesis was the very first sentence, wasn't it? We have 3 great American authors. And we mentioned Edgar Allan Poe, Mark Twain, and F. Scott Fitzgerald. Well, I bet that one of those major details is going to be Edgar Allan Poe. What did Edgar Allan Poe write? Well, that's a minor detail, The Telltale Heart. So, that is how I would divide up that particular triangle between topic, major, and minor details. So, what makes a major detail? How do we know what a major detail is instead of a minor detail? Well, first off, a major detail is often right out said in the thesis. Edgar Allan Poe, F. Scott Fitzgerald, Mark Twain. And they support the thesis directly. They have something to say that is relevant to the thesis. And they're generally broad enough that you could write an entire paragraph about them. And that's often how they're divided. And we also have these things called keywords, little signals that let you know that a major detail is coming when we're writing. So you might use first, second, third, maybe furthermore, in contrast, finally, or next. In the next couple lessons, I'm going to go into much greater detail about these keywords, but I'm just giving you those samples right now. Minor details, on the other hand, are never mentioned directly in the thesis. If they are mentioned directly in the thesis, then they're a major, not a minor detail, or maybe you need to rechange your thesis. So they support the thesis indirectly because they support what? They support the major details. They're still relevant, but not as directly relevant as major details. Minor details are usually specific examples, statistics, specific instances, and we have common keywords for them. We might say, for example, to illustrate, shown by, and for instance. And again, I'm going to be going over those in greater detail in future lessons. For now, just be aware that there are keywords that let you know minor details are coming too. So let's read the sample essay again, and I'm going to highlight the major and minor details as well as certain keywords. So we already kind of know what the thesis was. It's that right there. So what's my next sentence? Mark Twain was a humor author in the 19th century. Mark Twain. There's my major supporting detail. He is known for Huckleberry Finn, a story about the South. His works are always funny. In contrast, in contrast is a keyword. It's letting me know I'm changing from a previous topic or major detail. Poe wrote scary stories. One example, what was example again? Is A Telltale Heart. Poe also wrote mystery. Finally, another detail's coming. There is F. Scott Fitzgerald, who wrote in the early 20th century. His most famous work is A Great Gatsby, a story about a party life in the Roaring '20s. So I'm just going to type in 1 here, I'm going to put 2 over here, and 3 here for my major supporting details. And you can kind of see how this is all constructed and put together. If I put this in an outline format, it would look something like this. My topic, 3 great American authors. Major detail, Mark Twain, and I have 2 minor details for him. He's Huck Finn, and he's a humor author. Then my next major detail was Mr. Edgar Allan Poe. Minor details, scary story, and one example was The Telltale Heart. F. Scott Fitzgerald. Only had 1 minor detail for him, but it was The Great Gatsby. So let's pretend that you were to make that outline that I just made before you started writing. So what would your major details be? Well, let's take a look at the sample theses from last week and let's go over them. Adventure, romance, and careers are all common types of reality TV. So, what's my topic and thesis? 3 kinds of reality TV. What's one major detail? Adventure reality TV. What would I put for minor details? What would you put? You'd probably want to come up with some examples of adventure reality TV. Maybe you want to tell me what these activities of reality TV are. Think about that for a moment. Those would be the minor details. Let's see, here's another thesis. Voldemort's return, horrid headmasters, and character deaths all make Order of the Phoenix the darkest and greatest of the series. What are my major details here? What have I mentioned directly in the thesis? Killing Muggles? My topic and thesis, Harry Potter Book 5, and the major detail is Voldemort's return. And what are some minor details? Well, specific instances, specific examples. Well, right at the beginning, he kills Muggles, and he calls the Death Eaters. He does a lot of bad things, that Voldemort, doesn't he? So there we go. Order of the Phoenix is the best because we see Harry rise to the challenge of leadership. So what's my topic and thesis again? Well, we got Harry the leader, and we got one major detail. Didn't mention it directly in the thesis, but one of those major details is few people believe Harry. So what's a minor detail? Maybe I want to ask about who believes Harry and who doesn't believe Harry. and why people don't believe Harry. That'd be one good paragraph to start and explain why Harry rises to the challenge of leadership. So, few people believe Harry. Who does and who doesn't? Why and how does Harry react? Next thing we're going to discuss is organizations and transitions. So I'm going to go with a popular health diet is a so-called caveman diet. Haven't given you much description, haven't given you much definition, but let's pretend this is a thesis, and now let's read on. Let's read this paragraph together and see how it feels. The caveman diet prescribes a lot of meat and vegetables. The caveman dieters eat a lot of beef, chicken, and fish. They have recipes to cook pasta with green vegetables. A hamburger wrapped in bacon is a recipe that caveman dieters follow. Caveman dieters do not eat a lot of grains, bread, or pasta. Spaghetti is not something that cavemen normally eat. The nutrition that bread gives can also make you overweight, according to cavemen. Okay, that sounded very stilted, very boring, very robotic. In fact, I kind of sounded like a caveman when I was writing that. So, how could you improve this so that it flows a little bit better? Let's add some transitions. The caveman diet prescribes a lot of meat and vegetables. For example, caveman dieters eat a lot of beef, chicken, and fish. Additionally, they have recipes to cook pasta with green vegetables. A hamburger wrapped in bacon is another recipe that caveman dieters follow. On the other hand, caveman dieters do not eat a lot of grains, bread, or pasta. For instance, spaghetti is not something that cavemen normally eat. Furthermore, the nutrition that bread gives also makes you overweight, according to cavemen. Can you see how that's better? How you now have clues to where the minor details are, and how it just sounds better. It doesn't sound stilted and robotic, and it doesn't make you sound like a caveman. If you don't want to sound like a caveman, make sure you know how to use these transitions. The next couple of lessons, we're going to be going over specific types of keywords, but for now, here are some quick samples. You might say first, second, third. That's a great way to let people know that major details are coming. I'm going to give you 3 things to talk about. First, this. Second, this. Third, this. If I want to let the reader know that I'm changing gears, I might say however, in contrast, or on the other hand. If you're kind of continuing on with the same point, you write down furthermore, additionally, or another. For those very specific minor supporting details, for example, for instance, specifically, and to illustrate are the kind of words you should use. So, now that we've kind of gone over transitions, let's talk about that closing paragraph. And I'm only going to say a few things about the closing paragraph because it's actually pretty much the introduction paragraph. Here's how it works. In a closing paragraph, you need to restate the topic in the thesis. Now, notice I said restate, not repeat. Here's how it works. Here's the original thesis. 3 great American authors are Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, and F. Scott Fitzgerald. My closing paragraph, I'm going to restate this. I'm going to rephrase it so that the reader knows that they're getting to the end because they recognize the thesis. But I'm not repeating the thesis because then that sounds boring. Here's some examples. Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, and F. Scott Fitzgerald are some of the best writers of the United States. Thesis in different words. Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, and F. Scott Fitzgerald wrote some of the best works to come from America. Slightly different, but I'm still restating the thesis. America gave at least 3 excellent authors, so on and so forth. Restating the thesis, not repeating it. It sounds better. Also, let's summarize important points and never add new information in that last closing paragraph. If you're adding new information in the closing paragraph, it's not your closing paragraph. It's one of the body paragraphs, and you need to take that information you're writing and put it in either the thesis or put it in one of the body paragraphs. never in the closing paragraph. Finally, you need to use sample keywords, and these keywords are the ones that you use when you're closing the last paragraph. I might just say, in closing, to sum up, to wrap up, to finish, with all this said, and then you're going to refer back to the first paragraph. Maybe you're going to remind the reader about the anecdote you mentioned. Maybe you'll mention the quote that they really liked. Or maybe you're going to repeat and then answer that rhetorical question. It's all up to you. This is kind of stylistic. Closing paragraph just needs to mirror the introduction. Let's go ahead and go to assignments. On our website, we have an essay for you, and it's called Become a Rock Star. I need you to find the thesis, the 3 major details, and at least 5 minor details. And also, find at least 7 key words that were used in that writing. How was that subject introduced? And how do the first and last paragraph connect? How do they mirror each other? How are they similar? Continue reading Wrinkle in Time 6-7 and Brave New World Chapter 14. Coming along with those stories, and I really hope that you're liking them. Until then, thanks for using Educator.com. Welcome again to one of the most exciting lessons on Educator.com, the Story Check-In, all about characters. Believe it or not, you can't tell a story without characters, and there's an old saying in literature called, well, it goes something like this. Character drives story. Story does not drive characters. We'll kind of find out what that means later. So, to make characters, we have to make them believable. And there's one fundamental thing that'll make any character believable, whether it's a person, anthropomorphic rabbit, whether it's a planet that can talk to you, whether it's a magical creature, doesn't matter. It's going to say, all human beings seek happiness. All human beings seek happiness. I could easily change this famous quote by this really cool guy, Aristotle, to say, all sentient beings seek happiness. All characters seek happiness. But that is so general that we have to kind of narrow it down into specifics. What a character thinks will make it happy, or what will make it happy, is going to kind of determine who or what that character truly is. But first off, let's go with something very, very specific here. Characters are people in a book that's somehow pursuing what they want to be happy, but characters are not the following things. They are not their costumes or their appearance. They are not their roles in the book, and they are not their occupations, and they are not their abilities, talents, or superpowers. This is very, very important because if you describe a character this way, you're describing a caricature. In fact, to kind of invoke a popular film critic, if you can describe a character without referring to their appearance, their occupation, or their role in the story, or possibly even their gender, and you can still describe that character, then you have a really, really strong character. But if you have to talk about their costumes, or appearance, or role in the book, and you can't talk about anything else, not a very strong character. Let me give you an example. Voldemort wears black robes. He has a snake-like face. He uses a powerful wand to kill enemies with a powerful spell. He is in charge of the Death Eaters. He has a snake called Nagini. I have not described Voldemort as a character. Are these important things about Voldemort? Yes. And if I was writing an essay about Voldemort, I would refer to a lot of these things. But that's not Voldemort the character. That's just what he wears, how he looks like, what he does. You have to get more specific into that. What drives Voldemort? What does he want to be happy? Voldemort fears his own death. Voldemort wants to live forever. He cares nothing for other people and has no friends. Voldemort enjoys collecting and hoarding objects because it makes him feel stronger. Voldemort values might and power above all other things, especially in the pursuit of immortality. Now, do you know what Voldemort wants to do to be happy? Yes, you do. Have I described his appearance or what he does? Well, I did describe his collecting and hoarding, but I was also referring that that's something he does to feel stronger. I could have just said Voldemort wants to feel strong, and I gave you a specific example of that. And he values might and power above all else. This is an example of telling you about a character. Now that I got that done, let's move on. All characters must care about something. So, in addition to wanting to be happy, these characters have to care about something. So, this can be something very small or very large. Your character can care about being the best at a video game, or your character can care about fleeing all the slaves in the universe. It can be just trivial or small. And it's usually going to be something abstract or intangible. So if you have a heroic character, that character cares about justice, and he cares about fairness, and he cares about goodness. These are abstract things. These aren't things I touch or feel. In contrast, we got Voldemort, who cares about something abstract, but it's just about living forever. That's all he cares about. Now, what's also interesting is your character might not even know about what they care about. And Dwight Swain, in one of his character writing books, gives a very good example. I have a man who always folds his clothes nicely, always cleans his house spotlessly, always, cleans the bathrooms on a very set schedule, brushes his teeth exactly for 5 minutes and counts how many times he's brushing each teeth, and then he cleans up his bathroom right away after he's done with it. Then this man gets married, and he gets married to a very messy woman who throws her dirty clothes all over the place, doesn't clean the bathroom, towels everywhere. When she cooks, she's got pots and pans all over the kitchen. Does this man, is he now suddenly learning what he cares about? Well, he cared about cleanliness and order and probably a little bit of this thing. You can go ahead and look up what OCD means. I'm not going to tell you. But now, in this conflict, he's learning what he cares about. He didn't know it before, but now he sure does. So, now that we kind of know what characters think about something that's very abstract, they usually have specific goals that are associated with their care about. And again, these can be things that are very small or large. I want to free all the slaves in the state of Alabama. I want to defeat the boss at the end of Metal Gear Solid. These are two examples of goals. One's very small, one's very large. They will almost always involve something symbolic or concrete. That is something you can touch and something you can feel. Voldemort wants to live forever. Abstract, intangible, untouchable. Voldemort makes Horcruxes. He's going to put his soul into it, and so you kind of have to stab his journal to kill him. That's something concrete. So, in addition to having something they want to be happy, something they care about, and having kind of specific concrete goals, they will also do actions to pursue these goals. Once again, very small or very large. And it's from these actions that authors will show these actions and not tell you about them. It is through these actions that we learn about what these characters are really caring about. J.K. Rowling did not write a book that said, Voldemort cares about living forever, and that's all he cares about, and he has no friends and does not know love. That's boring. I'm being told what Voldemort cares about. No, I want to see Voldemort do certain things, and through learning and through doing these things and watching his actions and how he treats other people, I learn what his goals are, and I figure them out because I'm shown, not told. Voldemort returns to protect his Horcruxes and kill Harry Potter. I'm being shown what Voldemort cares about through those actions. So, in summary, a character is a person who has the ability to care about something because they want to be happy. They will usually have a specific goal in mind, and they will perform actions based on that goal. Wonder what happens when two characters are in the same room, or in the same car, or in the same school, or in the same place together, and their goals are not the same, and sometimes they contradict each other. I wonder if you could make a story out of that. Let's go ahead and go to Wrinkle in Time as our example, and we're going to look at the character Meg, and we're going to be shown, through her actions and her thoughts, what she cares about. Meg wasn't usually afraid of weather. It's not just the weather, she thought. It's the weather on top of everything, on top of me, on top of Meg Mary doing everything wrong. School was all wrong. She'd been dropped to the lowest section in her grade. That morning, her teachers had said crossly, "Really, Meg, I really don't understand how a child with parents as brilliant as yours are supposed to be could be such a poor student." And on the way home from school, walking up the road with her arms full of books, one of the boys had said something about her dumb baby brother. At this, she'd thrown down her books on the side of the road and tackled him with every ounce of her strength she had, and arrived home with her blouse torn and a big bruise under her eye. That's just 3 paragraphs. What has Madeleine L'Engle shown you about Meg? What does Meg care about? What does she do to show you what she cares about? Well, she cares about her dumb baby brother, but don't you ever tell her that, because she'll show you by her actions how much she cares. Now that we've kind of gone over that, characters do have certain roles. Once we know what a character is and we know what they care about, they're going to perform certain roles in the story. One role is the lead character or the protagonist. They are almost always the first character introduced. I can think of a lot of great exceptions to this rule, but in the case of Wrinkle in Time, our protagonist is the first character introduced. And they normally care about something that the reader cares about. Imagine, well, some of you are grade school students, and some of you do have siblings, and some of you are probably also frustrated with school. I mean, I know I was. Everybody's frustrated with school at some point. So this character cares about something that you care about. And that's part of the way that a character becomes relatable. And it's very, very important to have a relatable character. And for most of the book, we see something from a character's perspective. I'm going to give you an example of what that is in a bit. Normally, if a character is a protagonist, we know their thoughts and feelings as well as their behavior. In fact, a lot of the times books are written what's called first-person narration, in which case the book goes something like this. I woke up one morning and I was really hungry. I was also really frustrated by all the phonies I was surrounded by in school. So I decided I was going to leave school and get in a lot of fights just to prove how great I am. That's called first-person narration. It's really just the narrator talking about himself and everything that he's doing and everything he's seeing. That is when we really know the character's thoughts and feelings. Here we go. What is perspective? Well, let's read this section from Wrinkle in Time. Meg looked up at her mother. Oh, well, Meg is looking. Well, that's giving me her perspective. Half in admiration, half in sullen resentment. Those are emotional words. I'm getting an idea of Meg's emotional life. It was not an advantage having a mother who was a scientist and a beauty as well. How does Meg feel? Mrs. Murray's flaming red hair, creamy skin, and violet dark lashes seemed even more spectacular compared with Meg's outrageous plainness. Whose feelings do I know? Whose perspective am I seeing? Well, I'm not just saying, Mrs. Meg Murray has flaming red hair, skin that is very white, and has violet eyes and dark lashes. This makes her very beautiful. That's a boring description. I'm not just giving you the description of Mrs. Murray. I'm giving you Meg's perception of Mrs. Murray. And Meg's perception of it is something like, my mother is a lot prettier than I am. So, supporting characters are another character role. They're usually introduced after lead characters. They may or may not care about the same things the main character does. We do not usually see things from this character's perspective. That's pretty uncommon. We also don't usually know supporting characters' thought life. But we do know that their behavior, and we're going to guess about what their thoughts and feelings might be. Who's a supporting character in Wrinkle in Time? Well, how about the dumb baby brother? So let's go ahead and, this scenario, Charles is leading Meg on a particular place and she's going to the creepy house. Meg did not wonder that the house had a reputation for being haunted. Again, I know Meg's perception, but let's keep reading and see if we can learn something about a supporting character. A board was nailed in front of the door, but Charles Wallace led the way around to the back. And there it appeared nailed shut too. But Charles Wallace knocked, and the door swung open slowly, outward with creaky, rusting hinges. Is that a little creepy? Is that a little scary? How would you feel? But how does Charles behave? They get a lot of fun out of using these typical props, Charles Wallace said in a reassuring voice. Come on, follow me. Charles is a 5-year-old kid. But what is he doing? How is he behaving? What do I know about Charles just based on these little interactions here? I know Charles is very brave and very confident, and later we're going to learn he's a little too confident. But I'm learning things about this character based on his actions. So, villains. Villains is another character role. They're usually introduced in a way that makes a reader dislike them. Harry Potter, Book 4, Goblet of Fire. We are introduced to Lord Voldemort. And what does Lord Voldemort do? He kills somebody! Alright, so he's a very unsympathetic character, and we don't like him. How about the beginning of Star Wars Episode 4? We're introduced to Darth Vader, the villain. What does he do? He kills somebody! So we learn these characters are villains, mostly because they're doing stuff we don't like. The villain, by definition, will care about something that conflicts with what the lead main character cares about. At the end of Wrinkle in Time, we meet the man with the red eyes. What does he care about? How does that conflict with the kinds of things that we already know Meg cares about deeply? We will know the villain nearly as well as we know the lead character. In fact, there's kind of another truism when it comes to fiction writing, and that's a lead character, a good guy, is only as strong as his opposition or the villain is. Finally, there is no such thing as a perfect character, because perfect characters are boring and dull. Characters are always going to be made of a mix of weaknesses and flaws, and then finally, they're also going to have strengths. So, for Meg Murray, she lacks confidence, she's easily angered, and she's frustrated at school. What's her strength? She has something it does not have. Now, we've kind of discussed character roles and we discussed character flaws, but there's also this thing called character archetypes. This shows up most frequently in science fiction and fantasy, and it's based on a work called the Monomyth. I'm going to write that down for you. The Monomyth. All stories have a villain and a protagonist and supporting characters. But beyond that, there are certain archetype roles that other characters fulfill. And I'm going to give you a few of them because these are the most common. One common example of an archetype is the archetype called the herald. What does a herald do? Well, the herald acts as a messenger to the protagonist, and when the herald arrives, he or she interrupts the protagonist's mundane, boring life, and then invites this protagonist into the more fantastic, magical world. What's an example of this? Well, think about the first Harry Potter book. Hagrid. Hagrid comes and says, "Hey, Harry, you're not just a kid who's abused by, your horrible relatives. You, Harry, are a wizard, and I'm inviting you to come to the magical world of Hogwarts. Want to come? By the way, I'm going to torment your horrible, half-brother over there. That's a lot of fun." Another example of the herald is, R2-D2. Luke Skywalker, he's in the desert, he's minding his own business, he's on moisture farms with his uncle, again. R2-D2 comes along and plays a message. "Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope." Whoa, hey, maybe there's something more than just being on the farm in a desert. Maybe I, Luke Skywalker, need to go do something great. Who's a herald in Wrinkle in Time? Who plays that role? I'm not telling you. The mentor. The mentor is another archetypal role. Once this hero is on their journey and they're beginning to go out of the boring world into the exciting magical world full of adventure and danger and stuff like that, well, they need a wise old man in the story. The wise old man is there to teach the protagonist, and they're there to train the protagonist. Who's the wise old man? In Star Wars, we got Obi-Wan Kenobi. Hey, Luke, you must learn the ways of the Force and become a Jedi like your father. Here's his lightsaber. Gandalf, Bilbo Baggins, I want you to come on this magical journey and take that ring, and you're going to learn a few things about yourself. Oh, by the way, Frodo, it was mercy. I'm teaching you about mercy towards Gollum. This is Gandalf. He's playing that archetypal role. Hey, who's the wise old man in the Harry Potter series? What was his name? He had a beard. He wore glasses. Was it Snape? I can't remember. Should be obvious. I'm not telling you. Who is the mentor in Wrinkle in Time? Well, it turns out in Wrinkle in Time, it's not just one person is a mentor. There's actually several people who play mentors, and they're not wise old men. But what do they teach Meg? What do they teach her about herself? That's really, really important later on in the story. Finally, we have the Shadow. The Shadow is the villain. However, they're a villain in a specific way. Usually, the villain is connected to the hero in some way. And we kind of think of the hero and the shadow as almost opposites of the same coin. You know, maybe the hero looks at the shadow and thinks, man, I could have become that person. So, let's think about this. How is Darth Vader a shadow to Luke Skywalker? Well, he's his father. They are connected in a certain way. How about Magneto from the X-Men? How is he a shadow to Charles Xavier? Well, it turns out, way back in the day, they used to be best friends, and they used to really, really like each other, but they had some really violent disagreements, and now Magneto's a villain, and Charles Xavier is our hero. Voldemort. Well, that should be pretty obvious. He tried to kill Harry way back in the day, and his wand backfired, and so they have a connection, and it turns out in the last book that connection is really, really spooky and kind of scary, and then we have the Voldemort fetus, and I don't want to talk about that. Another great example came from a game by the name of, well, Baldur's Gate a long time ago. Yes, character archetypes happen in video games too. You're fighting, and somebody wants to kill you. Well, it turns out you find at the end that this guy who wants to kill you is your half-brother, and you're both descended from the god of murder. That's a strong connection. I don't know what is. So, how is Voldemort a shadow to Harry Potter? How are both connected? That should be really obvious. I bet you already know the answer. So, to kind of sum up, characters have to care about something, and they have to do things based on what they care about. It's not just they want to be happy, there's something specific that they think will make them happy. Will it make them happy? I don't know. It could not. And they're going to have certain roles in the book, and these roles can be basic like protagonist, ally, supporting character, or they can be these archetypal roles like mentor, shadow, herald. But most importantly, they got to have strengths and flaws, because perfect people are boring. So, thanks for using educator.com. Go ahead, read these books, and kind of take note about what these characters are and what they care about. Until then, thanks for using Educator. Welcome back to the next step in the educator.com academic writing sessions. So far we've gone over a lot, and now we're actually getting ready to the point where we're actually going to be organizing our essays together. So, what we're working with specifically for this lesson is we've already gotten past the introduction paragraphs and the thesis, and now we're actually going to be kind of working with our 1, 2, 3 body paragraphs. Now, you might think like this is going to be a really long lesson, but it's not going to be any longer than either of the other ones. I'm just talking about organizing these paragraphs and how they're going to be organized. After this lesson, we're going to go over some specific patterns of organization. But for this one, I'm giving you general ideas. Be careful and pay close attention, because at the end of this lesson, you are writing your very first VSE, otherwise known as the very simple essay. Now, we already know what the topic and the thesis are, and we also know what major details are, but what does that correspond to in an essay? Well, normally if you got a major detail, it's normally exactly one per each body paragraph. So, if you have 3 major details from your topic, you know that you're going to write exactly 3 paragraphs, which fits in perfectly with the 5-paragraph essay format. These minor details we're going to be going over more. You already kind of know, and they support the major details, so they don't get their own paragraph, but maybe they get their own little sentence. Now, how exactly do we organize a series of 3 paragraphs? Now, we don't just put them in a salt shaker and then throw it out and just put them in any old order. We have to put them in an order that will make sense to the reader. And here's kind of an analogy that will help you understand it. Let's say that I'm telling a story about a sailor, the girl, and a mean pirate. Now, what does a sailor want? Well, this sailor is tired of being a sailor, and he's ready to go home and marry the girl. Can you guess what the mean pirate's going to do? Yes, he's going to be the villain. Now, I want you to think about all the movies you've seen and all the books you've read, and think carefully. Who do you normally see first? The supporting character, the main character, or the villain? Most books, you see the hero first. So, if I was to introduce these characters in a story, I would introduce them in a certain order. That order is probably going to look like this. I'm going to introduce my sailor, and I'm going to put P for protagonist, and then I'm going to introduce the girl, and she's going to be S for supporting character, and the mean pirate, and he's of course going to be V for villain. 1, 2, 3. This is pretty standard story format, and it's because it makes sense to an audience. If I introduce the villain first, it's going to feel like it's the villain's story. I could introduce the girl first because, well, she's still a good person, but then she's going to be the protagonist, not the sailor. We want to introduce our protagonist first. And so, likewise, main character, protagonist, and supporting characters and villain, we assign and order characters in a story based on their roles. And just like that, we will order our paragraphs in our essay based on their roles. Now, I really wish that ordering paragraphs was as simple as picking main character, supporting character, villain, but it's not that simple. It's actually really complicated, and you have to think a little creatively and think about an audience and think about some general guidelines that will help you order these points. So, let's begin. One role for a paragraph is description and definition. So, let's imagine our thesis was this. You can prevent a Jabberwocky from haunting you with 2 simple steps. Raise your hand if you know what a Jabberwocky is. Well, no. You, the audience of this thesis, and me, have no idea what a Jabberwocky is. If this is going to be a well-written essay, somebody has to tell me what a Jabberwocky is. And that's kind of the one role that a paragraph can have. I can spend one major supporting detail just defining something. Here's another one. Background information. The Spanish Armada was sent to invade England, but instead sank into the North Atlantic Ocean. Okay, is there maybe some background information that you need to understand this thesis and the importance of this thesis? I know I do. I need to know, why did the Spanish want to invade England in the first place? So, maybe one role that a paragraph will play will be to give this background information. Here's another role for an essay, for a paragraph, excuse me. In order to meet all the demands for new cars, Henry Ford developed mass production. Okay, this thesis is called a problem and solution thesis, and so you can bet that the paragraphs are going to be the roles of problem or solution. So, what's a demand for new cars? And how did Henry Ford solve it? Now, if I'm giving you a problem and solution essay, then we need to know what's going to come first, the problem or solution. I'm not going to tell you what should come first, but I bet you can guess and figure that out. So, another example is maybe one role of a paragraph is to expand on certain characters mentioned in the thesis. What if my thesis was this? Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader demonstrate the hero-shadow theme in storytelling. Most of you know a little bit about Star Wars. Some of you maybe hate Star Wars and are wondering why teachers talking about it. Well, if that's the case, then I bet that the writer of this thesis needs to give some background information about Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker. So, that's another role that a paragraph will play. Where it's going to go in paragraphs 1, 2, and 3, we'll find out in a minute. So, let's think about actually organizing these major points and organizing these paragraphs. The next couple examples I'll show you will have a thesis and 3 major supporting details, and I'll give you some guidelines as to how to order them. Here's my thesis. Thomas Jefferson was a hypocrite because he owned slaves while endorsing liberty and abolition. Abolition, of course, is let's free all the slaves in Virginia. We don't want slaves anymore. That's bad. Here are my major supporting details. Thomas Jefferson had a child with Sally Hemings, his slave. Thomas Jefferson fought for abolition. Thomas Jefferson was a slave-owning plantation owner. Think about this thesis. I'm making a claim. I'm trying to convince you of something. What if you were the big fan of Thomas Jefferson and you thought he could do no wrong? What do I have to do to convince you? Well, how I organize these things might help. I'm going to put my strongest detail last, or in this case, since it's persuasive, my strongest reason or my strongest argument. I think that the strongest argument is this right here. Thomas Jefferson had a child with Sally Hemings, his slave. Man, I have just illustrated how much a hypocrite that guy was. I want to free all the slaves, and I'm going to have a baby with one. Here's another example. Slytherin House is not evil, but rather simply ambitious, talented, and misunderstood. Okay, do you know what Slytherin House is? Some of you do, some of you have no idea. Again, I have to think about an audience when I'm organizing these essays. And I bet that there's a particular role that a major supporting detail might help. Here are my major details. Slytherin House values ambition and talent. What Slytherin House is and who are its students. And why other houses misunderstand Slytherin. What do you think should go first? Well, imagine if I said Slytherin House values ambition and talent, but you have no idea what Slytherin House is. I might as well have just said Jabberwocky values ambition and talent. So, if I really want to organize this essay well, I need to make sure that description and definition paragraphs come first. In this case, what Slytherin House is and who are its students. One major supporting detail, then these 2 and 3 are going to make a lot more sense. Here's another example. This one's really easy. Thesis. Meg Murray begins a story feeling stupid, faces challenges, and overcomes the power of it. This is Wrinkle in Time, everybody. And so far, you can probably guess how these major supporting details are going to be ordered. Meg has something it does not have. I'm not ruining the ending for you, but you'll find out. Meg and her friends go to Camelsot's and find it strange. Meg feels like a lonely loser. What order did these happen in? Did she go to Camelsot's before she went it? Was she feeling like lonely and a loser after she realized she had something it did not have? This is a very easy pattern of organization for these 3 points. You just put them in the order that they happened. This is called chronological order, and I'm going to spend half a lesson explaining what chronological order is later. So, in the beginning, Meg feels like a lonely loser. Then, her and her friends go to Camelsot's and find it strange. Meg has something it does not have. Now, here we go. Back to Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader. This one's going to be a little bit more complicated. Thesis. Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader demonstrate the hero-shadow theme in storytelling. Okay, raise your hand if you have any idea what hero-shadow theme is in storytelling. You probably don't. You probably have no idea what I'm talking about, and maybe you as the audience don't even care. That's because this hero and shadow theme is an idea. It is something that is abstract. It is something that you can't see. It's something that you can't relate to. But Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader are characters. They're people, fictitious people, but they're also human beings. Now, here are my major details. What is a hero-shadow theme? Who is Darth Vader? Who is Luke Skywalker? What do you think people relate to more? What do they want to hear about first? This is a very, very simple rule. Introduce people and characters before you introduce ideas. This is so important. Most people care about other people. So I'm going to talk about Luke Skywalker, I'm going to talk about Darth Vader, and then I'm going to talk about this idea, this hero-shadow theme. By the time you get to paragraph 3, you're going to care, because I've already talked about these two characters, and hopefully in the essay, by paragraph 3, you care about them, and you care about this hero-shadow theme. Sometimes, though, listing, when you just list ideas, sometimes the order can seem kind of arbitrary. But you know what? Even with ideas like this, there are ways that you can actually organize it effectively. So, there are 3 types of animal eating habits. And I bet from your biology class you already know what these are. There's omnivores, which eats omni, or everything. There's herbivores, which eat only plants. And there's carnivores that only eat other animals. It kind of seems like I could put these in any order I want. But it turns out there actually is kind of a method that I could put here that'll help making these orders make sense. I am going to introduce 2 opposites or 2 extremes first, and then I'm going to introduce the middle way. Herbivores only eat plants. Carnivores only eat other animals. Omnivores are in the middle, and they eat everything. What's another example? There are Republicans, there are Democrats, and there are third parties. Do you kind of see how that works? So, that's an example of 2 opposites or 2 extremes, and in something that's kind of in the middle of those 2 extremes. Maybe if I'm going to talk politics again, I could say there are conservatives, radicals, and moderates. Here we go. This is an example of the problem-solution issue. So, cars pollute the environment, gas is very expensive, we need more public transportation. Now, here are my major details. Public transportation, cars pollute, gas is very expensive. I want your attention. I want to convince you. Should I give you the solution first, or should I give you the problem first? What do you think? What's going to grab the reader's attention? What's going to help them follow this essay? Well, I bet if I ring the bell and cause an alarm first, that'll help. I'm going to describe problems, and then I'm going to describe the solution. After you have a reader feeling the gravity and seriousness of the problem, they want to listen to a solution. If you give them the solution first, they're not going to care about the problems because the problem's already solved. So, when you do a problem-solution essay, make sure you give the problem and then you give the solution. Now, we are ready to write and begin writing the very simple essay. It starts with something like this. I'd like you to do a lot of brainstorming and continue with your thesis, continue with major supporting details, and then follow this outline. You'll find copies of this on the website. For paragraph 1, think of that introduction paragraph. Write out maybe just a brief little bit about how you're going to introduce it, and then actually write out in this part of the outline your actual thesis. The thesis you're going to use, the very best one you have. Think about how you're going to introduce it. Go back and watch that introduction paragraph lesson again if you need to. Then, go to body paragraphs 2, 3, and 4, or body paragraphs 1, 2, and 3. Write down what those major details are. And then below that, write 2 to 3 minor supporting details that support each one of those major supporting details. Finally, go back to that closing paragraph and try to paraphrase that thesis. Write down a paraphrase of the thesis or rephrasing of the thesis right there. That way, when you get to your closing and you're actually typing, you don't have to sit and think about it, and it'll be just right there for you, and you can just insert that in and be done. Here again are some of the sample keywords for you. You can make sure that you use first, second, third, etc., any numbers. However, in contrast, on the other hand, if you're talking about how herbivores are different than carnivores, furthermore, additionally, another. And then for those minor supporting details, don't forget, for example, for instance, specifically, to illustrate, and also for that last essay, in closing, to sum up, to end, to finish. That's for your final paragraph. Make sure you give a nice big signal to your reader saying, hey, we're almost done here. So, your very simple essay is going to be on any topic or thesis you choose. This is absolutely 100% your decision. In fact, it's really great when you have that because then you're going to be writing and it's going to be easier for you. You already know about it. That's why this is the very simple essay. Your thesis, anything you can think of. By now, you've written some, and you've written some major supporting details. You got your journal entries if you need new ideas. You should have no problem coming up with a thesis that you choose. And if you're worried, you don't know which one is the best one, roll dice to choose one if you need to. Just get a thesis going. Your very simple essay needs to be 600 to 800 words. I think I'd like it to see it a little bit closer to 800 if you really, really want to do a good job. But think about quality, not quantity at the same time, but go for 600 to 800 words. That's your range. Less than 600 words, that's more like 2 paragraphs as opposed to, maybe a real 5-paragraph essay. Very simple does not mean very short. Please continue reading Wrinkle in Time, chapters 8 through 9, and Brave New World, chapter 16. And I know that you are going to be working so hard on your very simple essay, on the thesis you choose, that there's no written response. So, go ahead and write that response, and then continue on with the next lesson where we go over some more specific patterns of organization that will help you write a very long essay of, maybe 1,500 words or 2,000 words next. Till then, thanks for using Educator.com. Welcome again to Educator.com for academic writing. Remember in the last lesson, we went over some very, very broad kind of organization strategies. For the next few lessons, what we're going to be going over is very specific organization strategies. And we're going to start with listing and classification. Okay, now the purpose of listing and classification is to divide your topic into several different categories, and I'll show you how that works in just a minute. And it's also to describe or define those categories themselves. Well, what's the difference between a fish and a marine mammal? Well, those are 2 different categories, and we need to define what those categories are, as opposed to saying, sharks and whales. That's not telling me what those categories mean. Also, it's very simple to just describe several objects in a set. What's great about listing and classification is if you don't know how to organize your points in either your paragraph or in your entire essay, you could always just go back to listing and classification. It's the easiest to understand and it's the easiest to write. When you're going into your details, it's usually 1 item or classification per paragraph. And then these minor details are usually describing that classification or giving specific examples of that type of classification. For instance, if I said computer electronics, I might say iPod as an example of computer electronics. Or if I was to say mobile device and said iPod, that's an example of a mobile device. Those are really, really simple, easy to understand. So, we're going to start off playing the good old-fashioned Sesame Street game of one of these things is not like the other, one of these things just doesn't belong. And we have several items here. And we need to figure out what items belong in kind of a set together in a larger category. Now here's the tricky part. Baseball, golf, basketball, and football, they're all sports, right? Yes, they're all sports. Don't they all belong in the same category? Well, yes. They all involve, some kind of ball, right? Well, yes. But what do baseball, football, and basketball have that golf doesn't? Well, baseball, football, and basketball all involve teams. So golf doesn't belong in this list anymore. So what I would do is I would call this larger category my team sports, and I would put basketball, football, baseball, football, and basketball in it, and golf right over here. That kind of belongs in its own little land, and we're not worrying about that right now. Notice, I have 3 major supporting details now. I could write an essay if I wanted to. Another way to do listing and classification is start with this broader category and then divide it out into 3 separate ones, like this. Domesticated dogs. Well, what kind of domesticated dogs are there? These are dogs that you keep as pets, not dogs that you run from when they're stray on the street. Well, we have one class, which we call the gun dogs. These are dogs that were bred for hunting. We have toy dogs. These are toy dogs that, are like little poodles that, and chihuahuas and, kind of like the stuff you see people have in their apartment. They're, taking them for a walk down Hollywood Boulevard. Those are toy dogs. And then we have herd dogs. We don't have those in Los Angeles, but I bet if you live out in the country or you maybe have a large acreage or a farm, you know what a herd dog is. Well, these are dogs that are used to herd sheep or cattle or some kind of other livestock that somebody might have. 1, 2, 3. Can I write an essay about these? Yeah, I think I got an essay going right now. Now, I know what you're thinking right at this moment. Aren't there more than 3 kinds of team sports? And aren't there more than 3 types of dogs? Absolutely. That is absolutely true. So how do you get it down to 3 major points for a 5-paragraph essay? Remember, introduction, body paragraph 1, 2, and 3, conclusion. Okay, so I need to get this down to exactly 3, right? If I want to write a 5-paragraph essay and stay within those rules. How do I get down more than 3 sports or more than 3 types of dogs into 3 paragraphs? Well, turns out that I can think of 3 things that you can do to do that. The first thing you can do is just choose. And I really do mean that. Choose whatever you like the best, flip a coin, roll dice, do whatever you like, and you can just choose. Here are my team sports: hockey, football, water polo, basketball, baseball. And I'm going to just arbitrarily cross out 2 of these because I want my essay to be 3 paragraphs. With apologies to everybody in the United States, I'm not a big fan of football. And with apologies to all of you in Canada, I've never been to a hockey game either. So my essay is going to be about water polo, baseball, and basketball. And those will be my 3 team sports that I'm going to use. Now, there's another thing that you can do in order to divide these up. And that's when you try to find similarities and then combine them by the similarities. All of you who have been reading Brave New World, you know what the alphas, the betas, the gammas, the deltas, and the epsilons are. That's 5. Do I really want to write a 7-paragraph essay? If you want to write a 7-paragraph essay, go right ahead. But I'll just give you a warning. It might be a little boring, and maybe your teacher doesn't want to read 7 paragraphs. So what we should do is we should combine a couple of these by their similarities. And I'm going to show you right now. Notice this. I'm going to put the alphas and the betas in the same group because they're the smartest, and they're the leaders, and the ones in charge. Then I'll put the gammas and the deltas in the same group because they're average intelligence and they kind of do servant work. And then finally, I'm going to put the epsilons. If you guys remember in Brave New World, this book right here, epsilons are at the very bottom. They aren't very smart. In fact, they kind of don't even look like they're totally human. And they were called semi-moron, and they do very demeaning menial tasks that, well, I don't even want to describe it, but you get the idea. 1, 2, 3. Now, I have 3 paragraphs. Now, there is one more thing you have to do when you're trying to look at several categories and divide and put it into 3 paragraphs. Break the rules. Here we have the familiar Harry Potter houses. We'll start off with the greatest, most noble house, the Slytherins. Then we have the Gryffindors, Ravenclaws, and those Hufflepuffs that, well, didn't really do anything, but they're there. Now, if I was going to try to combine these into three, which two would I put together? Well, I can't really put any two together because if any of you have seen the movies or if any of you read the books, you know that each one of these groups is really, really distinct. They're all pretty divided up. Additionally, can I really just remove one? Can I just decide I want to talk about Slytherins, Gryffindors, and Ravenclaws and just completely ignore Hufflepuffs? Well, I mean, that is kind of what J.K. Rowling did when she wrote the books, but still, there's 4 here. So what am I going to do? As a last resort, I'm just going to break the rules. I'm going to have 4 paragraphs, one dedicated to Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw in my essay, and I am going to talk about all 4, and I'm going to give them exactly 1 paragraph each. How many paragraphs is my 5-paragraph essay going to be now? Now it's 6. That's okay. You can break the rules when you have to, but try to obey the rules first. So, in order to do kind of a sample classification essay, they do have their own kind of keywords and other types of things that you must follow. So I'm going to go over a couple essays here, and I'm going to highlight the keywords for you. There are several different types of marine mammals. Several, that's an important keyword. First, there are whales. Whales are the largest creatures on the planet. The blue whale, for instance, makes dinosaurs look like puppies. Their songs and their flukes attracts tourists all around their world. Another fun marine mammal is the dolphin. They are recognized by their nose that catches fish and beats the sharks. Lastly, there are otters. Otters live near the ocean shore. You recognize them by their thick fur and love of kelp forests. All right, so I've highlighted some things here, and I'm giving you clues to a particular pattern of organization. Here's another one. All countries have political parties, including the United States. The common parties here are the Democrats, Republicans, and third parties. There's my thesis. I don't have any keywords here yet, but we're going to see some in a minute. One party, the Democrat Party, is supported by several groups. For instance, teachers' unions, employees' unions, and environmentalists often support the Democratic Party. A second party is the Republican Party. Republicans often say they want less government than the Democrats. For example, they do not like high taxes or national government programs. The last parties are the so-called third parties. These parties are very small and do not have a lot of power. However, people who do not feel comfortable with Republicans or Democrats join the third parties. Examples of third parties are the Libertarians and the Green Party. What words was I highlighting? Are you noticing kind of a pattern here? Can you see in those 2 examples where I have the major supporting details and the minor supporting details? Here are all the keywords that you might want to use when you're listing or classification in your own writing. For major supporting details, pretty much any number is going to be your keyword. 1, 2, 3, first, second, third, last. In my thesis, I might say something like several, or many, or there are 4, or there are 3. Those are examples that, hey, we're going to get a listing. If those words sound boring and they don't flow too well, you might use another, other, in addition, also. Those are other words that work really well with listings. So I can say, one example is this, another type in this category is this, and finally, the third type in the category is this. When you're talking about minor supporting details, you will use words like for instance, for example, and specifically. And again, you can always say one example or a second example or third example. Now, there is one more thing that we're going to be going over when we're listing and classification. There's kind of a subset of this entire organization, and that's kind of our definition words. Here they are. Recognize, known as, defined as, is, are, called, named, referred to, known for. You recognize a dolphin by its bottle nose, which it uses to catch fish. One example of a marine mammal is called a blue whale. The party which is supported by the teachers' unions and employee unions is referred to as a Democrat Party. These are definition keywords. You want to watch out for these when you're reading, and make sure you use them in your own writing. If you're talking about something your reader has never heard about, please use these definition keywords. Here's an example. The leaders of society in the Brave New World are known as the alphas and the betas. The alphas are recognized by their tall size. Size means leadership in the lower castes. Additionally, they are known for their superior intellect. The other leaders are called betas. They are not quite as smart as the alphas, but they are still leaders. The main difference between alphas and betas are the amount of people they govern. Why did I call this a major detail in a larger essay? Well, imagine if I was writing an essay to you, or you're writing an essay to somebody, and they haven't read Brave New World. I think it's a good idea to dedicate one entire paragraph to just giving a few definitions for the readers of my essay. I don't want my reader frustrated. I want my reader happy, because I want that reader to give me a good grade. So, to kind of wrap up here, you want to get your points down to 3 if you can. And you're going to do that by combining similar items. And if you can't do that, you can break the rules. Or you can just choose 3. Break the rules, remember, is your last resort. And make sure that you use listing and definition keywords at the appropriate times for major details and minor details. Remember, there's a lot of listing that can be for major or minor details, but things like to illustrate, for instance, for example, specifically, you'll use those almost always for minor details only. And finally, make sure that the items you discuss have at least a few things in common. So, if they don't have a few things in common, they don't belong in the same category. I can't say gun dogs, herd dogs, and cats. That doesn't make any sense. I can't say dolphins, whales, and sharks. Well, they all live in the ocean, but 2 are marine mammals and 1 is a very vicious fish. They don't belong together. So make sure that whenever you're discussing things, they all kind of belong in the same category. You know they're the same category when they have a few things in common. For your reading, Wrinkle in Time, continue with chapters 10 through 11. It's getting to the good part. You're about halfway done now. For Brave New World, read chapter 17. We're nearly done with that one too. There's no written response for you guys, but please, please, please do pay attention to kind of the novel check-ins that are also being recorded for educator.com. And you are going to read a few sample essays. Find the key terms. What are the major details? What do they have in common? And how are the items listed different? Go ahead and go to our sample essays that we have posted at the website for this lesson and read those sample essays. Thanks again for using educator.com. Welcome again to educator.com, and this time we are going to continue with our transitions for particular types of organization, and we will be going over in the future chronological and, on the other hand, compare and contrast. Chronological. First came the chicken. Next a chicken laid the egg. For a long period of time, the egg was warmed. Finally, out of that little egg, a new baby chicken was born. Chronological is really simple. It's kind of a big word, but it starts with this one. Chrono, or chronos. It is a Greek word that means time. So I can bet you can guess how chronological organizes its essays. So the purpose of a chronological organization is to describe a series of events or developments in the order that they happened. You don't want to describe them backwards, that's just kind of silly. Also, because all stories take place in kind of a time sequence, you can also summarize the events of a story using chronological organization. And you can describe the causes of another event in time. So, I had coffee this morning, I boiled water first. That's an example of a cause. We'll be going cause and effect over in the next lesson, so just keep that in mind for now. Typically, if you're dedicating an entire essay to chronological organization, you're going to do one major event per paragraph. And so you'll be dividing up your chronological essays into 1, 2, 3 events most of the time. But I'm here to tell you, just like with listing, you can break the rules when you need to. Now, I bet you guys also can remember from the summarizations that we do still have these 3 acts. So, we'll review it right now. First off, when you're doing a story and you're summarizing the events in a story, try to stick again with this Hollywood 3-act. First act, introduce the main character and other characters and the conflict. Then, Act 2 escalates the conflict and move towards the climax. Act 3, you resolve the climax and show the results. Now, I'm going to go over my summary of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, and I'm going to highlight a couple keywords for you. Harry is an ordinary boy who lives with abusive relatives. He lives under the stairs all alone. Then one day, letters begin appearing for him. Finally, Hagrid comes and announces that Harry is a wizard. Harry decides to leave with Hagrid and go to Hogwarts. While at Hogwarts, Harry meets many new friends, like Ron and Hermione. He also meets rivals like Draco Malfoy. Soon, him and his friends learn of something called the Sorcerer's Stone, and they believe that Snape wants to find it and give it to Lord Voldemort. They even begin to believe that Snape is trying to kill Harry at a Quidditch match. At the end of the book, Harry and his friends end their search for the stone. They find it was not Snape, but Quirrell, another teacher who is after the stone. Voldemort is there too, sharing part of Quirrell's body. They try to attack Harry, but fail. Harry passes out. Next, he wakes up in a hospital. Dumbledore tells him that he is safe, Quirrell is dead, and that Snape was protecting him. Right, did you notice the words that I highlighted? At the end, next, end, while. Chronological keywords are actually really easy to spot, but there are a lot of them, and I'll explain why. Another way that you use chronological is not just summarizing stories, but we also summarize huge events in history. This is the story, or the history of the Spanish Armada of 1588. I have 4 paragraphs because I'm breaking the rules, just because, I'm the one teaching and I can do that. But for major detail 1, before the conflict, Catholic King Philip of Spain and Protestant Queen Elizabeth of England were enemies. On 28th May 1588, a fleet of Spanish sailed north to England and fought English ships and cities. After the English victories of the fleet set sail for Spain, finally, the fleet was destroyed by the storm. Okay, what do you notice about these words that I'm highlighting? What do they all have in common? Are you noticing any patterns yet? Chronological keywords are always kind of these things. First, any time preposition. What do I mean by time preposition? I just mean anytime I say something that references time. So, before this, after that, meanwhile, next, in the past, now, in the future, before. These are all kind of just time prepositions. Also, if I say a particular date or particular time, that's also a big clue that you're using time order or chronological transition. So, 1588, on Thursday, 17th of January, July of 1776. Time order, chronological, time order, time order, time order. Also, time always implies a sequence, and so any word that also would be used in a sequence is also going to be time order. So next, following, and then, beginning, and start, finish. You have to have time to use those. So these words, they could be listing or listing transitions, but they could also be chronological transitions. So pay attention to those and feel free to use them in your own writing. Next pattern of organization we're going over is compare and contrast. Here we go. Owls swoop down out of the sky to catch and eat mice. In contrast, sparrows survive by eating seeds. However, both animals are similar because they are both birds. This is a simple compare and contrast. When we're talking about compare and contrast, we usually already have things in a list or in a category, like they're both birds or they're both books. And when I compare something, I talk about how they are similar. And on the other hand, if I contrast something, I talk about how they're different. So here again, similar and different. Now, what similar and different are just two things. So if I'm writing a 3-paragraph essay, it might be kind of tricky. But here we go. I can do 1 paragraph for each item. I can do 1 paragraph that compares, and then I can do 1 paragraph that contrasts. Maybe I might get to 4 paragraphs, but I'm going to try to stick it down to 3. Compare and contrast, you might not have an entire essay dedicated to that, but if you're going to, these are the ways that you'll do it. So here's one strategy that you can use when you're organizing an entire essay along compare and contrast. You can dedicate your first paragraph to one idea or thing. Use some definition keywords in that first one so that we know what we're talking about. Then you talk about another idea or thing and how it is different. And in paragraph 3, you can talk about how they're both similar. Here's an example. Apples are a tasty red fruit. Oranges are softer and juicier than apples. Both apples and oranges are fruit that makes tasty juices. So, here we go. I could also organize apples and oranges this way. What is an apple? What is an orange? Ways that apples are not like oranges, and ways that apples are similar to oranges. That's another organization strategy. But what if I just wanted to talk about how something's different than another thing? Well, I could compare how the ways apples are not like an orangutan. And then I could do another paragraph that apples are not like orangutans, and a third paragraph that apples are not like orangutans. Now that's not really compare-contrast anymore, because am I talking about any way that apples are like orangutans? No. I would just call that a contrast organization. And you're free to do that if you just want to talk about how one thing is very different than another thing. So here are a few sample essays, and I'll be highlighting keywords for you. Let's talk about 2 types of reality TV, adventure and romance. What makes them similar and what makes them different? Now, did you notice something there? What about that? I said 2. Now, was that a listing transition word? Absolutely. Notice I am kind of mixing them, and we're going to be going over mixing later. Adventure reality TV takes place in exotic outdoor locations. Contestants compete for a particular prize. Often one contestant is eliminated each episode. People also work as teams. In contrast, romance reality TV takes place in less strange, rugged places. Adventure reality TV might be in mountain wilderness, but romance reality TV is in a rich mansion. Another difference is that romance reality TV seldom has teams. Despite their differences, romance reality TV and adventure reality TV have a lot in common. In both shows, contestants compete. In both, have an elimination process. In the same way, they also have audience participation. There are a list of compare keywords and a list of contrast keywords. Once again, compare is when you're talking about how things are similar. Contrast is when you're talking about how things are different. Feel free to use these in your own writing. Alike, same as, similar to, both, likewise, comparable to, compared with. These are all compared keywords. They talk about how things are like other things. Contrast keywords, different, in contrast, however, but, unlike, separated from. Feel free, once again, to use these in your own writing. So, your assignment is actually going to be kind of thick. The first thing I'd like you to do is go to Wikipedia. And when you're Googling and researching in Wikipedia, find an article for one of your favorite books or your favorite movie. Doesn't matter which one, because all Wikipedia articles have a plot summary. Read that plot summary and write down every word that indicates time. Chronological order. You'll find several. Also, in your book response, you're actually going to be writing a little bit of compare and contrast. You need to pick two characters from Brave New World or Wrinkle in Time. Now, if you're reading Brave New World, they both need to be from Brave New World. Wrinkle in Time, they both need to be from Wrinkle in Time. And what you need to do is you need to write down some ways that they are similar and or some ways that these two characters are different. Then, 250 to 300 words about how they're similar or different, and use those compare and contrast keywords. That's about one paragraph. So that's all the writing that you'll have to do. So next time we're going to be going over cause and effect. It's going to take a lot of time, but for now, just concentrate on compare and contrast and chronological. And thanks once again for using educator.com. Welcome once again to educator.com, and in this lesson we will be going over the steps to understand process and the phases of cause and effect. Here's an example of a process. For the first step, measure out 5 tablespoons of coffee grounds. Put them in the bottom of the pot. Next, boil 14 ounces of water and wait to pour it into the pot. For the next step, wait 2 minutes. This will cause the coffee to mix with the water. For the last step, press down on the press. Pour out coffee and enjoy. That was an example of a process. I explained the steps of how to do something. And process organization works like this. First off, you might be explaining how to do something, like make coffee. Or maybe you want to explain how something works. So maybe a car engine or a computer or something else is a system or a machine, and we want to explain how it works. Or maybe we're looking outside and we see a mountain, or maybe we look outside and we see a great beautiful building, and we're going to explain how something, natural or unnatural, was made. For your details, you're normally going to talk about one step or one phase per paragraph, and I'll be honest with you, process normally doesn't fit into just 1, 2, 3. Probably going to have longer than 3 paragraphs. Remember, if you have more than 3 paragraphs, you can always combine paragraphs or combined ideas, look for steps that are similar, or find ways to make sure that the paragraph doesn't get more than 6, maybe 7 at the most. Here's an example of a process essay, and as usual, I'll be highlighting the key words. Have you ever wanted to cook the best hamburger patty ever? There are simple steps to learning how. Begin with ground beef. Ensure that there is no pink slime. Let it thaw in a bowl. Next, chop up bell peppers and a little bit of garlic. Make sure that they are as small as possible. In the next phase, mix the bell pepper with the beef and some hot sauce. Finally, divide the mixture into patties. Grill them over a barbecue and serve when they're nice and hot. Here's another process essay. Killing tiny mosquitoes also killed large birds. It has to do with the process of tiny amounts of poison, DDT, in the food chain. First, let's start with plants. If we spray DDT on plants, the amount is harmless. However, small animals like mice eat plants. This causes a slightly larger amount of DDT to build up in the mice. In the next phase, snakes begin to eat the mice. The DDT doesn't go away, but gets inside the snake. The amount of DDT grows. Finally, an unsuspecting predatory bird eats the snakes. After a while, there is enough DDT to kill the bird. So, what are some examples of a process? Well, first, second, third. Our listing transition words are pretty universal. We use them all the time. Processes always involve time too, though, so any time transition could also be a process transition. Any word that implies a sequence or a set of events, start, finish, begin, end, you'll find those too. But the most important and distinctive process keywords are these ones, step and phase. If you see step and phase repeated over and over in an essay, you know that it's a process transition. And if you want to write a process, use step and phase, and that'll help the reader understand that you're using process. Cause and effect. Now, cause and effect is a little bit more difficult than you might think to understand, and that's because, well, some things are very easy to see the causes of, and some things are very complicated. Some things are very concrete, some things are very abstract, but I'm going to go over this slowly, and we'll hopefully understand how cause and effect works when you're writing. When we get to critical thinking, we're going to be spending a lot of time on cause and effect. But here are some examples of cause and effect sentences. When you boil water, it causes steam. When you study hard, the result is a good grade. One factor in the success of Facebook are video games. Getting into a good college motivates me to study. So, one of the things that will help you understand cause and effect is, first off, literally anything you think of can be thought of as an effect. And there's not normally just one kind of cause that goes into making something or causing something that you see or you touch or you feel or you even think about. There could be as many as 4. And so think about a house for a moment. Think about maybe the house you live in, or think about the house you want to live in. What caused that house? Well, one thing that caused that house is the builder's plan. Somebody made a blueprint, they wrote it out, and they said, this is a plan for the house. That was part of the cause. Also, I bet that house has lots of wood, it has nails, and even pipes. Probably a lot of other stuff too. But I bet it had all that material, was delivered to the site where the house was built, but it didn't just sit there and become a house all by itself. I bet, number 3 here, a lot of people were working around the clock to build that house. And then, well, why did we want a house in the first place? Well, somebody wanted to live there. So, let's think about these 4 types of questions that we can ask, and we can call them cause questions. First off, what idea came first? In the case of the house, it was the builder's plan. He had an idea. Also, what kind of touchable stuff was that house made out of? That's kind of like our material question. And also, we got a how question. The stuff didn't just become the house. Somebody moved that stuff around and put it together. And that's another question that we can ask. How did the stuff become the house? Also, we have this question kind of about purposes. I want a good grade. That is why I study. Why was the house built? Well, because somebody wanted to live there. Why questions can be thought of as causes too. But if you notice, we can't ask all these 4 questions about everything. Think about a river. Okay, what idea came first? Well, no idea came first. The river was just there. Nobody was thinking about it. So there's no idea question about rivers. Why is the river there? Well, there's no why. There's no why somebody had that river. Unless it's a canal, unless it's something built. But most of the time, there's no why question about rivers. But I can ask what a river is made out of. And I can ask, how did that material, the water, become a river? And there's actually a process to it. Snow melts, it turns into water, it flows down mountains and out into the ocean. That's a process. And so I bet if I was talking about rivers, what causes a river, I'm going to be concentrating on 2 and 3 because I can't ask questions 1 or 4. I can't ask what idea, and I can't ask why. It doesn't make sense. So, once again, literally anything can be thought of as an effect. But one of the difficulties when we're going about cause and effect is that some things are concrete, meaning I can touch them, and I can look at them, and I can read them, but some things are abstract. So for instance, book is a concrete thing, but on the other hand, if I was to say the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, these are abstract things. Here are more examples. The success of Facebook. I can't see or touch or feel or read the success of Facebook. The government of the United States. I can give you people who are in the government, I can see them, and that's concrete. And I can talk about the Constitution, well, that's concrete, But the government itself, that's an idea, that's abstract. I can't see, touch, or feel government. The popularity of the Beatles. I can hear the Beatles' music. I can see Paul McCartney. I can look at and feel a Beatles record. But the popularity of the Beatles is an abstract concept. I can think about it. It is a noun. It is an effect. But it's not something I can touch. Now, it's harder to talk about the causes of abstract things than concrete things. A big part of that is science education. If you guys are scientists and you absolutely love science, you are normally used to thinking about things you can touch and you can feel and you can observe. But abstract things, that doesn't work too well with science all the time. And so popularity of the Beatles, that's kind of an abstraction. I can't study popularity like I can study it under a microscope or with a telescope or something like that. So, when we're talking about causes and effect about abstract things, here's the trouble we run into. Let's talk about what caused the house again. Well, I got the builder's plans, I got the wood, nails, and pipes, and I got a lot of people working around the clock, and someone wanted a place to live. Really easy. That's because a house is concrete. Now, let's talk about something abstract. What caused the success of Facebook? I'm not talking about Facebook, I'm talking about the success of Facebook. Okay, well, what idea came first? Well, Mark Zuckerberg's little innovations. What is the success of Facebook made out of? Well, it's not made out of anything. I can't touch, I can't see, I can't feel the success of Facebook. That question makes no sense. How did Facebook become a success? What caused the success of Facebook? How did it get there? Well, college students, advertisements, good interface, games, events, marketing. That's all brainstorming. I could pick any one of these and talk about them as one thing. Why did Facebook become a success? Why do we want the success of Facebook? Well, because Mark Zuckerberg wanted to be rich. That's a good why question, don't you think? So, abstract things, you're never going to ask question 2. You can't ask what is an abstract thing made out of. Well, because it's abstract. I mean, you can't touch it, you can't feel it. Only things you can touch, see, or feel are made out of something concrete. So, just in summary, not all cause questions will work with all topics. So, you can kind of think of examples. My house, I can ask all kinds of questions about that. Rivers, that's another topic, but I can't ask what idea came first, and I can't ask why a river exists. Also abstract things like the popularity of the Beatles or the government of the United States. I usually can't ask question number 2. What is it made out of? That doesn't make sense. But remember, if you're asking about causes, you can ask about what, how, and why. And as you can see, with causes, we're concentrating a lot on the how question. But that's another example for later. Keywords. When you're talking about cause keywords, there are specific examples. Factor, because, cause, formed, made, changed, reason, if this then that. These are all examples of cause keywords. So I can say one factor in Facebook's success is its great interface. Another factor is the video games it has. A third factor is Mark Zuckerberg's great ideas. Those are examples of factors and how I would use those when I'm talking about causes. Effects are the opposite of causes. Result, in effect, consequently, followed by, resulted in. The Beatles was one of the first groups to write all of their own music. As a result, they became a very, very popular music group. Wrinkle in Time was resisted by many people when it first came out. Consequently, it was actually banned in several schools. Now, when we get to critical thinking, we're going to be talking a lot about cause and effect. You might want to watch this lesson again just to get a feel for it. But for now, here's a nice little brain teaser. I got some cause and effect sentences here, and I want you to tell me why one of these groups of sentences is correct and one of them is just totally wrong. First, if the teacher drinks coffee, the teacher will feel awake. cause, effect. The teacher drank coffee. Therefore, the teacher feels awake. This one is correct. That makes sense. I like that one. If the teacher drinks coffee, cause, the teacher will feel awake. Effect. The teacher feels awake. Therefore, the teacher must have drank coffee. Incorrect. Wrong. Not right. I'm not going to tell you why this one is correct and this one is incorrect. I want you to think very, very hard and tell me why this one is incorrect. Do not use Google. Do not use Wikipedia. It will not help you. Think for yourself and see if you can figure out why this one is correct, right up here, and this one is incorrect. For your reading, go ahead and finish both Wrinkle in Time and Brave New World. And also, there's an article on our website about the formation of the solar system. I'd like you to go through there and find as many cause and effect keywords and as many process keywords as you can. More specifically, when you're looking for the cause and effect, you can highlight the entire phrase or the entire sentence if you think an entire sentence is a cause, describing a cause, and another one is effect. Finally, remember that a process is often just a set of instructions on how to do something. So, now it's time for you to think about something that you know how to do or that you think you could learn how to do, and write a 400-word process explaining it. You can write a process about how to change oil. You can write a process about baking a cake. You can write a process about learning to play an instrument, or learning to play a sport, or drawing a beautiful picture. Or, if you don't like those, I want you to think of any process that you know how to do and that you want to explain to somebody else. Go ahead and use process keywords when you're describing it, though, and it must be 400 words. So, that's it for cause and effect. Look forward to the next lesson. Keep using Educator.com. Welcome to the next lesson, or as I like to call it, the blender lesson for Educator.com, because we are mixing patterns together. So, let's go over all the patterns of organization that we've gone over so far. Remember, these can apply to an entire essay or a single paragraph. We have listing, classification, chronological or time order, compare-contrast, process, and cause and effect. Now, which pattern of organization should you use for your essay? Well, it's kind of the wrong question because for really good essays, you're probably not just going to use the same pattern for the entire essay. You are most likely going to use more than one, but the difficulty is knowing when and which pattern to use for a particular paragraph. So I'm going to reiterate. Most of the time for your body paragraphs 1, 2, and 3, they will not all have the same pattern of organization. You're probably going to be using a mixture of a few, maybe at least 2. So, to figure out which ones we should use, let's go back to the interrogative questions way at the beginning of this series. Who, what, why, where, when, and how. It turns out that certain patterns of organization address each one of these kinds of questions really, really well. And so I'm going to show you which ones. First off, who. We'll use classification and more specifically definition. So definition is kind of just part of classification. As you remember from the classification essay, be sure to use definition. What? Well, I can think about what causes and what affects, but also classification. Why? Well, cause and effect is always an answer to a why question. How do you remember that? Well, think about this. Why does something happen? Because of something else. Why is this effect here? Because of something else. Why is answered by because. Cause is cause and effect. Where? I don't really feel that anything specifically answers a where question, but here's the thing. You can pretty much use anything in a where. When? Well, that's pretty easy, right? Chronological time order, that's when you're going to be using a when question. And how, finally, is always process and cause and effect. Now, here's a great thing about this. Sometimes you're not sure what pattern of organization to use for a specific part of your essay or even your entire essay. Just use listing. Listing will cover everything. So maybe since I don't know what where is, I could ask, what other countries have you been to? Oh, I've been to Korea, I've been to Mexico, and I've been to Germany. 1, 2, 3. There we go. I bet I can use listing to describe those. Or maybe I'll put some chronological in there too to describe when I went to those countries or when you visited those countries. But you can see how easy listing is. If you don't know, you're not sure, just use listing. It'll save you every time, I promise. Now, we're going to go back to those theses from a few lessons ago where we had our major points and we talked about how to order them properly. And I'm going to show you which pattern of organization I think works best for each major supporting detail or each major body paragraph. Now, you might disagree, but here's a few samples of what I think will work. You can prevent a Jabberwocky from haunting you with 2 simple steps. I still don't know what a Jabberwocky is, so I better list off the description of a Jabberwocky. Step 1 to keep the Jabberwocky away, well, that's part of a process. That's going to be maybe cause and effect. I might use that too. And then step 2 of my process is going to be step 2 to keep that Jabberwocky away. Thesis: Thomas Jefferson was a hypocrite because he owned slaves while endorsing liberty and abolition. So, Thomas Jefferson, our great president. So, what am I going to do? Here are my major supporting details again. Thomas Jefferson fought for abolition. I will list off the things that he did to fight abolition. And once you maybe research that, you can find out what those reasons are. However, in contrast, on the other hand, Jefferson was a successful slave-owning plantation owner. And so maybe I'll use all of those details to contrast with his goal of, getting rid of slavery. And finally, this whole issue about Thomas Jefferson had a child with Sally Hemings. Well, babies come from somewhere. And I need to tell a little story. In fact, this whole last detail can be thought of as a long anecdote to make a point. And when we tell stories, we always have to use time order or chronological. Slytherin House is not evil, but rather simply ambitious, talented, and misunderstood. Okay, well, again, my very first paragraph, I have to tell the audience what Slytherin House is. I'm going to list off some facts about House Slytherin. Slytherin values ambition and talent. Well, I can list off some examples, or maybe I can tell cause and effect and I can explain why they're like this. And finally, I need to answer why other houses misunderstand Slytherin. And it turns out that if I'm answering a why question, I have to say because, and that's my cause and effect organization. So, how about this one? Meg Murray begins a story feeling stupid, faces challenges, and overcomes the power of it. Major supporting details. Meg feels like a lonely loser. Meg and her friends go to Camazotz and find it strange. Meg has something that it does not have. Now stop and think about this. I could easily make this entire essay just chronological, couldn't I? But that's one way to structure it, but maybe I might think that maybe what I want to do is maybe I want to use listing here for this first one. And then maybe I need to list off the other reasons that Camazotz is so strange. Perhaps I'll use some contrast to show how it is so different from Earth and home and places where it's safe. And then maybe in this last one, Meg has something that it doesn't have. Maybe that's where I'm going to tell a story, and I'll go with chronological for that very, very last paragraph. Now, is that the best way to do it? I don't know. If this was your essay, how would you do it? You could just use all chronological, you could use listing, or maybe you could even use cause and effect. somewhere. That's up to you. Now, here we go with my story about Luke Skywalker, Darth Vader, and the hero shadow theme in storytelling. So, Luke Skywalker, I got to tell you who he is, and I'm going to list off some things about Luke Skywalker. But there's this other character who's Darth Vader. Darth Vader has some things that are very different from Luke Skywalker, but he also has some things that are very similar to Luke Skywalker. I bet that paragraph right there would make a great compare and contrast words, and I'll explain a little bit about Darth Vader and who he is in relation to Luke Skywalker. He's his father. At last, I got this hero shadow theme. Now, I have to define that. I'm going to give some listing, and it turns out this hero shadow theme is part of a story. And I could use chronological, or I could use process, explaining how this theme works. Maybe you want to look that up on Wikipedia for yourself to figure out what the hero shadow theme is. I'm not just going to tell you. There are 3 different types of animal eating habits. Okay, so I got my herbivores, my carnivores, and omnivores. Herbivores, I'm going to list them off. Carnivores, I'll use contrast again. That sounds great, but I'll list off a few things too. Omnivores, oh wait, opposite, middle way. Well, the omnivores have something in common with both ends. So maybe I'll just use compare, contrast, and listing again for that very last 3rd paragraph. Okay. Finally, this is a problem solution. So, cars pollute, gas is very expensive, we need more public transportation. Cars pollute. Well, what does pollution cause? Why is pollution bad? I'm going to use cause and effect. What kind of cars pollute? When do they pollute? I'll use listing. Gas is very expensive. I could give you some reasons why gas is very expensive, and maybe I'll list off a few more details and a few more statistics about how gas is expensive. And finally, public transportation. I'm going to use cause and effect in a very specific way for this problem solution. Our effect is the solution. It's our happy way of being. It's what we want. It's how things are going to be better. That's my effect. And public transportation is going to be the cause that is going to give us that happy effect. It won't be persuasive if I said, well, the effect is actually we're going to be miserable and sad. No. That wouldn't be very effective. But public transportation is going to be my cause to our very happy effect to solve all of these bad problems. So for your assignment, what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to read 2 of the sample essays that I have posted for this lesson. I'm not telling you what the pattern of organization is, but there's going to be lots of keywords there that are going to help you understand it. So find the pattern of organization in each paragraph. And you're going to find that by this right here. What keywords are used? The next part is part of the editing process. Remember, this is going to be a left brain problem. I'm going to have you read the bad essay. And this bad essay is not well organized, and it is not clear about what order things should be in. This is like, well, getting a C paper instead of an A+ paper. And you as an editor, because you will be editing your own paper soon, figure out which keywords should the writer add. Maybe how should they organize this? Think about all the things that would have made this bad essay much better. That's going to be a difficult task, probably something you're not used to. But if you do that, you are going to be able to edit your own papers very, very well so that you are not the person turning in the C paper. You will be the person turning in the A paper instead. Thanks again for using educator.com. Keep going. We're not done yet. Welcome again to educator.com, and now we are going to do another story check-in, and this we're going to be talking about symbols and symbolism in literature and also in movies or video games or pretty much any other thing that tells a story. So, we're going to go over a couple questions here. And first off, we need to know, what is a symbol? Well, that's kind of a big category. What do I mean by that? And then we're going to ask, what kinds of stories use symbols most often? Some more than others. And there's also a very interesting question about who actually puts the symbols in the book. Did the writer put them on purpose, or did the audience find them later? Well, there's a lot of other things about that. And then fourth, we're going to go briefly over how to identify and also how to interpret symbols. So, let us begin. Oh, wow, here's a symbol. This is a symbol of a big golden statue with wings and a staff and a golden wreath. Well, it turns out that this statue is a symbol. Specifically, it is the Roman goddess Victoria. And I bet you can figure out what she is a symbol for. Well, she's a symbol for victory. Have you ever seen that Nike swoosh symbol on your sneakers? Well, that was kind of one of her symbols. So she is a symbol for victory. How do I know that she's a symbol of victory and not a symbol of gold and wealth? Well, because the Romans made this statue, and I'm going to think like a Roman when I look at this statue, and once I know that, I'm going to interpret it like a Roman would. I'm not going to just make up a meaning and say, oh, that golden statue? Well, that's a symbol of, I don't know, religious diversity in the United States. Well, no, that's not what this statue is all about. And she's not even about victories in sports, by the way. I'm talking about bloody, brutal military victory. That is what this goddess symbolizes. Oh, hey, what's this symbol? Well, this is a cross, so it must symbolize Christianity, right? Now let's get a little bit more specific than that, and let's think about who uses a symbol and how they interpret it. Well, this is a specific kind of cross. You notice it has this little circle behind it, and you notice the edges of the cross kind of fan out a little bit. This is a Celtic cross. And Celtic crosses symbolize not just Christianity in general, but it's kind of a patriotic and a religious symbol of, Christianity in places like Ireland. That is what the Celtic cross symbolizes. Oh, hey, what does this symbolize? This one should be pretty familiar. It should symbolize run away scared because you're going to get radiation poisoning if you open this door. This is a warning symbol, a radiation symbol. And it's our symbol in the United States, so we're just going to interpret it like we're supposed to interpret it. Hey, look at that. I don't want to get radiation poisoning. Danger might be one word I use to describe this symbol. So, what really is a symbol? Well, a symbol is like a concrete thing. It's something you can touch, you can feel, you can see, that symbolizes, represents something intangible. So like that Celtic cross, Christianity in Ireland isn't something I can touch. Military victory isn't something I can touch or see. Well, with these symbols that are tangible, that I can touch and I can see, that's what they mean. Now, what kinds of stories use symbols? Well, just about any story can use symbols. One great example is a little novella called The Pearl. It's all about a, poor Mexican man who dives into the ocean and pulls out this really great pearl. And this pearl plays a role in the story, and it eventually becomes a symbol of greed, corruption, danger, and just kind of sadness and bad luck, ironically. So that's what it symbolizes. In the sci-fi genre, in that kind of story, we use symbols as kind of analogies for kind of our world and contemporary events. An example is this resource called the spice in Dune. It's on this desert planet. You have to dig in the sand for it, and it's very dangerous to gather, and it's really, really important. I'll tell you what that's an analogy for later. Most frequently, symbols are used in high fantasy literature, such as Lord of the Rings. I could not count the amount of symbols that are in that book, and I, as not somebody who's really, really familiar with Lord of the Rings and the symbolism from the Middle Ages and the symbolism from Roman Catholicism, could tell you and catch all of them. But when I think about that ring, I can tell you that that's a symbol of the corrupting power, the corrupting nature of power. And some people would even argue, hey, the power of the ring is actually the power of sin in the world. I mean, who knows? But high fantasy is always just full of symbols. You're going to find it there so much. Now, Who discovers a symbol? Who makes them? Who assigns them? Well, one common way, and probably I personally feel is the best way, is that the author assigns them. And we got J.K. Rowling in the Harry Potter series. She's got symbols down to the names of characters. Severus Snape. Do you speak Latin? Well, not everybody does, but Severus means severe in Latin. Albus Dumbledore. What does albus mean? Albus means white in Latin. Voldemort. Well, that's actually also kind of a combination of two Latin words, and it means something like flying death. Also, in the Harry Potter series, we got the recurring symbol of a snake. And we're going to go over that really simply later, and you're going to figure out what that snake symbolizes if you haven't figured it out already, because it's kind of really obvious. But she's even got more subtle symbols that only somebody who's a medieval scholar and somebody who knows this concept of called alchemy and kind of the Christian Middle Ages would gravitate to right away. Unicorns. Turns out they're a symbol. I'm not going to tell you what that means. Griffins. Also a symbol. It's a combination of something that is the Lord of Heaven and the Lord of Earth. Golden snitch. Even that golden snitch that Harry Potter was chasing after and ready to grab and eventually got stuck in his mouth, that is a symbol for something too. And I can't count them, just like Lord of the Rings. It's kind of high fantasy, and it's got symbols all over the place. In what's called avant-garde storytelling, we have the audience assign symbols. And one great example of this is a movie called 2001: Space Odyssey. Stanley Kubrick made this movie. It's a very, very slow-paced movie, and it's actually very, very long to watch because it's kind of, well, odd. And it has a lot of things that could be symbols. We got HAL, a computer that does some pretty terrible things while it's on this spaceship and on this journey. We also have this recurring symbol of this huge, rectangular, mysterious black thing. It's like this high, it's black, and it's rectangular. It shows up when a bunch of chimpanzees are doing something. It shows up in space, and it shows up at the end of this movie with a bunch of weird stuff going on that I don't understand. We also have a spaceship that is made of rods and a lot of spheres. Now, a lot of people will speculate, what do all these things symbolize? What does this story mean? And people will go to Stanley Kubrick and they'll say, hey, Stanley, what does this mean? And he'll say, it's too deep into the subconscious to put into words. You must tell me. It's a collective thing. Everybody together is assigning meaning to these symbols. Okay, now that's a little erudite. It's a little hard to understand. Most of the time you're not going to be doing this. But I will tell you this. If you Google 2001: Space Odyssey and symbols, oh man, you will get a lot of results because everybody is trying to figure that movie out. And Stanley Kubrick is sadly no longer with us. And so he's not going to tell us what he meant, if he meant anything, by those symbols at all. There is at last a third way of assigning symbols to stories. First off, the audience assigns symbols despite the author. What do I mean by that? Well, we got To Kill the Mockingbird and Huck Finn. These are kind of famous stories. One was written in the 60s, and one was written in the 19th century by our friend Mark Twain. And these authors went out of their way to say, hey, I was telling a funny story. I was telling a story to make a lot of money. I wanted to write something people would read. And the audience keeps coming to them and saying, well, what about this? Did you mean this as a symbol? I found a symbol in this story. And these authors are like, no, I didn't mean those symbols to be there at all. You're looking for something I didn't intend. And these authors can sometimes get frustrated by this, but it doesn't stop people from looking for symbols. And the point I'm trying to make for this is sometimes when your English teacher says, hey, go find a symbol, you might be looking for something the author didn't mean to be there at all. J.K. Rowling, C.S. Lewis, and J.R.R. Tolkien all wanted certain things to be symbols in their stories. Authors of Kill the Mockingbird and Huck Finn didn't really want symbols in there, but it doesn't mean that you're not going to find a lot of ink spilled and a lot of Google search hits on symbolisms on these stories. So, what could be a symbol? Well, It turns out anything that's tangible, visible, touchable can be a symbol. You can touch things, you can see it, it can be a symbol. So, how could it be an item? Like the one ruling ring in, the Lord of the Rings stories. It could be a place. Maybe Hogwarts has certain symbolic significance. I don't know. Maybe it symbolizes a magical world that Harry enters into. Characters. Characters themselves can be symbols. Turns out that in Lord of the Rings, Gollum actually symbolizes something. I'm going to let you research that for yourself to find out, but a lot of the times, characters, they themselves will be symbols. Now, how do we find a symbol? Well, does a symbol keep recurring throughout the story? Is it what we call a plot device? Think about the Pearl in that John Steinbeck novella that maybe you have read. If not, maybe it might be something to look up and maybe something you can go to the library for and check out on your own. But we got the Pearl. Everybody's concerned about the Pearl. Everybody wants the Pearl. Poor Mexican diver really wants to take care of this Pearl. What does this Pearl mean? It keeps coming up the story again and again. I'm going to repeat this to ad nauseum, but the One Ring is also a symbol. How about this? Does a symbol, does this thing, this tangible thing, show up at the climax or at other important times in the story? In 2001 Space Odyssey, as far as we could call it a story, that big rectangular black thing shows up at 3 important points throughout that movie. So maybe it's important to recognize that as a symbol. Or how about in Wrinkle of Time? We got it at the end of the Wrinkle of Time. Shows up in a very important place. How about that thing, that Goblet of Fire in the story, Goblet of Fire, in the Harry Potter series? How important was that? How important was the goal that Harry was after at the end of that story? Another really obvious way to recognize a symbol is, do the characters in the story recognize it as a symbol? So this is a little bit more complicated, but if there is something in the story that characters will recognize as a symbol, it probably means something like that to everybody else reading the story. So the house animals for each of the Harry Potter houses, the lion, the badger, the raven, and the snake. Okay, well, all of the characters in the Harry Potter series recognize those things as symbols of houses, but it turns out each one of those animals actually symbolizes something more for us, the readers. How about this? Another important thing is the context of the author. Now think back to that Roman victory statue. If I know the person who made it was a Roman, and I know that he made it during the Roman Empire, and I know that he was a Roman and he believed in things that were Roman, I should interpret that symbol like he would, like the maker of that symbol would. And I shouldn't interpret it like I might be tempted to. Like if I see the Nike swoosh symbol, I'm going to say, that means sneakers. But if I was a Roman and I saw that swoosh symbol, I would say, that means brutal military victory. We're awesome. So think about the time period that the author is in, and think about the country that they come from, and think about their culture. In the Harry Potter series and the Lord of the Rings series, we not only need to know the time that they came from and the place they came from, but also a lot of things about the Middle Ages, because they are just pulling symbols all over the place from the Middle Ages. It's crazy. So, now that we kind of understand a little bit what symbols are, we understand how to find them and how they're significant, how do we interpret them? What do they mean? Well, one thing you can do is you can just write down every time the symbol shows up and think about what else. How do I feel when that shows up? What other common things seem to be recurring around that symbol in the story? How about this? Snakes in Harry Potter. Slytherin House calls snakes the wisest of creatures. I'm Slytherin House. I don't know if you realize that. And it's also the menace in Chamber of Secrets is a giant snake. And Harry Potter and Voldemort can both talk to snakes. That's kind of interesting. Voldemort keeps a pet snake. And also, Nagini is pretty much Voldemort's closest thing to a friend. What do snakes symbolize in Harry Potter? I don't know. You tell me. Here's a clue. What did snakes also symbolize in the Christian Middle Ages? Because that is where J.K. Rowling is drawing all of her symbols from. the spice in the Dune series. As promised, I'm going to tell you about what this means. Well, the Dune series, we got spice, and it's on this planet that's just all desert, and you have to go out and gather it. It's acquired in a desert, and sometimes people die to get it. Without spice, there's no interstellar travel. You got to have the spice if you want ships moving around from planet to planet, trading goods, moving armies, moving people, taking a vacation. And as a consequence, because it's so hard to get and it's so needed, it can become very expensive. Which means that if you control the spice and you control the distribution of spice, then you have a lot of wealth and you have a lot of power. Now let's think about our world. Let's think about the real world. What do we need that's acquired in a desert, is used to ship goods around, and can be very expensive and will make you rich if you control it? Oil. Spice is a symbol for oil in the Dune series. Now, I'm not going to give you the answer to this one because this was actually one of the questions for your book response, and I really want to know what you think about this question. It at the end of Wrinkle in Time. If you haven't finished Wrinkle in Time, just go ahead and stop it right here and don't pay attention and get to the end of the book before you read this. Why is it a disembodied brain? Why? I mean, she could have made up anything to make up it, but why a disembodied brain? And why does this brain sit on a dais? Well, what is a dais? Who else sits on a dais? Also, I've noticed something about Wrinkle in Time, and that is we got the man with the red eyes, and there's some association with the color red. What does red symbolize in our world? What would have red symbolized to somebody writing a book in the 1960s when we were really, really afraid of something else that was red? So, to kind of wrap up symbols, let's go ahead and review. Symbols are tangible things that represent intangible things. The winged golden statue symbolizes military victory. The cross with a circle around it symbolizes Christianity in Ireland. The radiation symbol symbolizes run away scared, you'll get cancer if you stay here. Now, remember, anything tangible can be a symbol. If I can see it, I can touch it, I can interact with it, it could be a symbol. Doesn't mean it will be, it is. Interesting question. Who puts a symbol in the story? Is it the author or the reader? Who makes up the symbols? Also, how do we find symbols? Well, we really got to know about the importance the author places on the object, the place, or the person, and so on and so forth. Thanks again for using Educator.com. Welcome again to Educator.com, and now you have gone so far, you have finished these books, and now it's time to go over writing a book response. So, if you're ready for this lesson, please only do this lesson if and only if you fulfill all this criteria. First, you finish your very simple essay, because this essay is going to be a little bit more challenging and it's going to require a little bit more work, which is why you do the very simple essay first so that you're ready for it. You have also followed the Finding Things to Read lesson that was shown at the beginning of this series. If you need to watch that again, I encourage you to do so. If you need a refresher, please, please, please do, because you might need it. You are going to have to find things to read now that you've already read. You've also finished proofreading the bad essay. If you remember, that was one of the assignments after the proofreading one, was to read the bad essay. And of course, you have finished reading either Wrinkle in Time or Brave New World. Can't write a book response on a book you haven't finished. So, also, we have certain required skills. First off, do you know how to summarize yet? If you haven't, go back and review the summarization lesson. That way you're comfortable with it. Also, do you know the difference between main characters and supporting characters? If you don't, you're not sure, go back and watch the book check-in on characters. Do you understand various types of conflict? If you don't, just go back and watch the conflict one again. And finally, symbolism. That's also the same story. Go back and watch the symbolism essay. So the plan for this is that you are going to follow instructions and a new series of skills in formatting and citing. This is kind of a warm-up for the big research paper you're going to be writing later, but for now, I'm going to give you some general tips on how to format and how to cite. Also, there are going to be a list of short answer questions regarding these two books. You'll write like 2 or 3 sentences on answering each one, and the purpose of that isn't to be graded and it's not to get the right answer, but it's just to help you brainstorm and to get you thinking. Finally, for each one of these books, you will have 3 options to choose from to what you want you write your response on. Pick one. Exactly one. Don't try to write a paragraph on all 3. Just one. I mean, if you really want to write 3 essays, go ahead, but I have the feeling you only need to write one. Now, one of the most important concepts is when we're writing books on other people's work and what other people have said about a work is we have to be careful of the P word. I'm going to show you what the P word is in a minute, but let's use our imagination for a second. Imagine you spend an entire weekend writing a very good paper, like the best paper you ever read, and you give it to a friend, and your friend is writing a paper on the same subject. They think that one of your paragraphs is so good that they copy it down onto their paper and they turn it in. The teacher gives that student an A because they think that that essay is great. But who really earned that grade? And who got credit instead? This is the P word. This is called plagiarism. Your friend might have meant well. Your friend might not have done it on purpose, but he still plagiarized something you wrote, and he took credit for it. Now imagine how bad that would make you feel. Don't do it. Don't plagiarize. Don't copy somebody else's work. Wait, don't copy somebody else's work? Well, it turns out there are times when you can. So, when is it okay to copy something that somebody else wrote and put just a little bit of it in your own essay? If I'm going to be talking about these books, I'm going to have to keep referring back to these pages. I might even take some quotes out of here. Well, I can. I can quote somebody else's work. I can summarize. Remember, that's a skill you got to have. And I can paraphrase short sentences. But if I do any of those things, I must always do this. I must always cite. Citing, saying, yes, this is a great idea that I found, but somebody else said it first. That is what you're saying when you're citing. And you're going to help the reader know where to find it for themselves. So always cite. Here's an example of copying correctly. Google has changed the way that companies run their business. Author Jeff Jarvis helps us understand these things in his book, What Would Google Do? He says that customer service is the new marketing, and he gives us several reasons why. What do you notice here? What have I done to let you know that these words right here, customer service is the new marketing, are not my words, but somebody else's words? Have I also helped you find them? Yes, I have acknowledged the author that I am copying, and I have acknowledged the work of that author that I am copying from, and I've helped the reader go find it for themselves. If you want to know where this quote came from, what are you going to do? Well, you're going to look up Jeff Jarvis and you're going to look up a book called What Would Google Do? I have cited this correctly. I have given you the information. And I'm now free 100% of the charge of plagiarism. I didn't do it. I told you where to find it. So, when we copy correctly, there's a couple things we can do. We can do quotations, and we can do quotations with ellipses, and we can do block quoting. These are 3 types of quoting, and we're also going to be going over some other things, but I'm going to give you these 3 examples first. Here we go. Quotation marks. From the moment I first turned on the computer, I had problems. What have I done to indicate that I'm quoting this from somewhere and that these aren't my words? I've given you these. I've given you the quotation marks. And now you know where this is coming from. So, you will use quotation marks when you have 1 to 3 lines in the paper. If I was copying a whole paragraph, we're going to do something else. But notice, that's just one sentence. I'm just going to use my quotation marks. Also, in this paragraph, I've mentioned the author. So this is also cited. You know where to find it for yourself. Now, we also have these things called quotation marks plus ellipses. If you notice here, on my quote, I got my quotation marks already. But I also have these three little dots. What do these three little dots indicate? Well, let's read this. Jeff Jarvis, so on and so forth, did not start well. He says, from the moment I first turned on my computer, I had problems, ellipses. I had to send the machine in to get it fixed. This is not a great endorsement from any company. Okay, these ellipses, these three dots, indicate that there's a gap in the quote. If you went to the original source and I gave you the page number, you'd be able to find this right here, and then you'd read more right here. I'm just letting you know that I've kind of cropped things out and giving you a shorter quote rather than a long page, because maybe you don't want to read one. Did I give you the name of the author? Yes. Now, here's another example called block quoting. Block quoting is when you have something that's greater than 3 lines and you don't want to use ellipses to shorten things down. So, what you do is you actually indent a quote. Like this. And it looks like a big block of text. That's why it's called block quoting. So, in this example, I say, Jeff Jarvis. I give you the title of the book, and I even underline it for you so you know what the book is. And I said that he describes Dell support this way, colon. From the moment I first turned on my computer, I had problems. I'll spare you the excruciating details of my shaggy laptop story. Suffice to say, the computer had a number of bugs and tried to fix them a number of times. So that's a big block quote. And then you see my words at the bottom. Does that seem right to you? Dell was in trouble. Block quotes. If it's greater than 1 to 3 lines, indent, colon, and make a nice block of text. Finally, another thing that we can do is paraphrase. Now, paraphrase, as you know, is not an exact quote, but it is saying the same thing in different words. So here we have Jeff Jarvis, what would Google do again? He writes, from the moment I first turned on my computer, I had problems. So that's his actual quote, but what if I paraphrased it? Well, here's my paraphrase. For instance, as soon as he purchased his computer, it was not working as it should. I paraphrased him. I paraphrased Jeff Jarvis, and I didn't quote him. I would still need to cite this, so I'm giving you name and I'm giving you book in both examples. Don't forget that. And of course, there's summarization. Now, imagine I just had a big chapter of this book that I'm responding to, and I'm just going to say, in one chapter of his book, what would Google do? We learn about the author's frustrations with Dell tech support, how he and other customers responded, and how Dell corrected its problems. Quick summarization. I'm not giving you any quotes at all. I'd still probably need to cite that. That's why I'm giving you the title of the book. Didn't give you the author's name, though. Ask yourself, do you always need to say directly in a statement whether you're the title of the book and the author? Is there maybe a better way to do this, an easier way? Yes, there is. Whenever you paraphrase, quote, or summarize from a large passage, you have to let the reader know where it's coming from. That, again, is called citation. But I don't always have to cite by making an introductory statement. This author says, in this book, on this page number, 1, 2, and 3 make 5. I don't have to do that all the time. I can do a number of methods. The method I like you to use for your book response is going to be called footnoting. So, here we go. I'm saying it right in the book again. This is what I want to avoid. Here's something a little bit more succinct. Google has changed a number of ways. What as one of the most important lessons? How about customer service is a new marketing? I'm not saying anything about Jeff Jarvis. I'm not mentioning his book, so how am I citing? I got my quotes. I'm letting you know that I'm getting this from somewhere else, but I'm not letting you, the reader, know where it's coming from. I'm using the footnoting method, which again is the method you're going to use. Here we go. We got a little number 1 here, and then we have at the bottom, Jeff Jarvis, What Would Google Do, page 56. This is a real example, easy example of a footnote that you will type up and put into your papers. Now, each program you use, like Word or what Mac uses, all have their own ways to footnote, and you'll have to find that on yourself. You'll have to use the help files. I'm going to give you a quick example of maybe how you can find it. But remember, your software might be different than the software I use to type up these lessons. One thing you can do is you can just go into the text and find where your cursor is blinking. And then usually at the top, you have a section called References and an area that says Insert Footnote. This is the easiest way. You just click on that and select Insert Footnote. Now there's a format to your footnotes that I'd like you to follow. If you're citing a book, last name of the author, first name of the author, the book title underlined with page numbers. Here's your example. L'Engle Madeline, A Wrinkle in Time, 18 to 19. So that's an example of in-text citation that's going to be footnoted so that you don't have to actually put it, the introductory statement, in Wrinkle in Time, Madeleine L'Engle says. Magazines. There's an added step, but it'll look pretty much the same. Last name of the author of the article, first name of the author, then you put the article name in quotation marks, underline the magazine, and give page numbers. This is a very basic citation. We're going to be going over MLA citation later, but this is a simple one. This is a simple version just for this paper. Here's an example of magazine citation. Hamilton Alexander, For the Wise, the Rich, and the Well-Born, in the magazine American Century, pages 34 to 38. Now, if you've got a website, all you have to do is just footnote the website's URL. I'm not asking for anything more than that. So, continuing on with the assignment, I'd like you to answer in the 4 short answer questions for each book. And those are just going to be 3 to 4 questions each. They'll be simple questions to help you brainstorm and help you to get ideas for when you actually are writing this essay. Next, find things to read. You have to find 1 or 2 more sources that are relevant to either Wrinkle in Time or Brave New World. These can be both internet sources, they can be other library books, whatever you find you are allowed to use, just as long as you've read them thoroughly and you think that they're going to help you with your book response. After you've done all that, just develop a thesis and write an essay in response to one of the questions listed here in this lesson. 700 and 900 words for your Wrinkle in Time essay. What do you think it symbolizes? Describe it. Give examples and reasons why you think it symbolizes what it does. Who is your favorite character in Wrinkle in Time? Describe that character's strengths and weaknesses. Describe a conflict that that character faces. And finally, number 3, this is a challenge one. This is the A-list one. This is really want to impress my teacher one. The Wrinkle in Time has been compared to Harry Potter. In what ways is this book similar to the Harry Potter series? In what ways is it different? If you really want to challenge yourself, you do number 3. Brave New World essay, 900 to 1,200 words. You're a high school student. You can do this. So, number 1, stories always involve conflict, but in Brave New World, they have societies without any conflict. Describe this world and why conflicts still develop in the novel. That's one option. Option number 2. In Brave New World, the government uses several methods to control people. However, everyone is also happy. What does the government do, and do you think it is wrong or right? Controversy. I want your opinion. I want you to give me reasons, so you better be able to explain why. Finally, number 3, Pick a single prominent character in Brave New World. How does this character react to the society he is in, and what changes does he or she go through throughout the story? So, this is your first big, serious writing assignment. I'd like you to take some time with it, review some of the lessons on the book response, review any of the other lessons you need to in order to write a really good paper. Take as much time as you need, and thanks again for using Educator.com. Welcome again to Educator.com, or the disadvantages and advantages of internet research, or just internet research and library research. This lesson, I'm going to tell you about what the internet can do for you and what the library can do for you. I'm going to talk about the advantages and disadvantages of both. Hint, you still need to go to libraries. We're not quite there yet. So, let's start with the internet, since this is Educator.com and you are watching this on the internet, and you, like me, don't always want to be at the library. You'd rather do things really fast at home. Well, let's talk about what the internet has done well. First off, it really has helped us get information faster. I mean, the internet revolution is pretty much like the Gutenberg revolution back in the 1500s. It's that big of a deal. It has really, really helped us just get so much information, and in the process, it has also made the world smaller. What do you think I mean by that? What do I mean by making the world smaller? It's a figure of speech. I don't mean the planet went like this and then is like this. But I do mean this. When I was, years ago, before the internet was popular, I used to have to write hand letters to my cousin in the Philippines. Now, I just send emails to my cousin in the Philippines. Kind of miss sending hand letters, though. That was kind of fun. But you kind of get the idea. My cousin in the Philippines is just really easy for me to get in contact with now. There's no need to send letters. There's no need to send postage stamps. I don't even remember what a post office is anymore. Also, it has made software distribution faster. Now, this might be bad news if you're running a video game or software company, but that's another great thing about the internet. It's just the software just is always there, and it's right at your fingertips. Now, here's what the internet has not done well, or what I call perils of the internet. It enhances our ADHD. If you think I'm kidding about this, I'm not. I'm not actually exaggerating at all. ADHD correlates with a lot of visual stimuli, and the internet is just kind of full of that. It's so hard to concentrate sometimes. And as you're just so used to, having 5 browser windows open, typing up a paper, and listening to music all at the same time, it tends to make things difficult to concentrate when you need to concentrate. Also, it keeps us connected with other people. But I put that in quotation marks. Did you know that you can only be in a steady, real friendship with about 150 people maximum at any given period of time? How many people are on your Facebook friends list? Probably more than 150 people, which means probably most of those people aren't people you're really in a close relationship and friendship with, but you just kind of think they are. I mean, really, there comes a point where Facebook friends just kind of become a glorified address book. Also, this is both good and bad. It removes a lot of privacy. Think about your worst mistake. Now, your worst mistake is not on the internet, or at least I hope it isn't, but it could be, and it could be on the internet. We haven't quite figured out netiquette as well as we'd like to about what is acceptable to talk about on Facebook or a blog or Google Plus or Twitter yet. And we're learning as a culture, as everybody, we're trying to figure that out, how we're actually going to be dealing with this privacy issue that's on the internet. And also, there's one other big problem with the internet, and that is actually too much information. This is going to be something a little counterintuitive. Let's say that you were given, an option to eat meal number 1, meal number 2, meal number 3. And you were told just kind of what they are. You can imagine what this. Maybe this is a turkey sandwich, maybe this is a hamburger, and maybe this is a nice bowl of soup. If I gave you 3 options, you'd be able to choose very quickly. But if I gave you 12 options, it would not only take you forever to choose, but you might not choose at all. You might actually walk out of the restaurant. And it's called the paradox of choice. When we have too many options, it makes us harder to choose, as opposed to making things easier. which is what choices are supposed to be all about. And that's kind of one of the problems with the internet, especially when you do internet research and you want to narrow things down to a topic. You just have too much to choose from, too much to think about. Please be aware of this. It's one common peril of the internet. Now we're going to get into more specifics now. Here is one of the great advantages of the internet. First off, it's free. I put that in quotation marks because somebody's paying for your computer and your internet connection somehow, but for the most part, it is free. The internet operates on what's called a gift economy. Now, gift economy, instead of like manufacturing industry or stuff like that, actually means that the companies that give away the most information are going to be the ones that are the most successful. This is why Google is really, really, really successful. It gave information away. It didn't try to hold it or control distribution. So, information is usually free on the internet. Another great advantage of the internet is that you can quickly fact-check things, and it will correct common misconceptions. Wikipedia has an entire section called Common Misconceptions. One of them being that Christopher Columbus was afraid to go to the New World because the world was flat. That is a common misconception. Look up the real answer on wikipedia.com. Now, so it's just really simple. The way it works is that if one person writes something wrong on a Tuesday, 5 people will correct him on Wednesday. A common website that will correct bad information is Snopes.com. That's specifically to dispel internet rumors. If you don't believe me, I want you to open up a blog. I want you to go to a web message board. I want you to go to Reddit or any comment site, and I want you to write something that you know is wrong, like Abraham Lincoln was president in 1960. And you will be corrected very, very quickly. So that's one of the advantages of internet research. Another advantage of internet research is that there are a lot of experts out there. Believe it or not, there are a lot of PhDs who don't have regular jobs, but they do have websites. And as such, they become experts and just kind of, like Google, give information away. And this can be found on blogs, podcasts, websites like About.com, eZine.com, all kinds of places where you can find something that an expert has written and he is willing to share for you for free. I want to know something about Thomas Jefferson. Well, I'm just going to go to this website called thejeffersonhour.com. Happens to be run by a nice gentleman up in, I think, North Dakota. And yeah, he has made a career out of studying Thomas Jefferson. This guy knows everything there is to know about Thomas Jefferson, and he is definitely an expert. This is one of the great advantages of internet research. Also, internet research is great for getting information, especially news, across the pond. So, what's the news in London, Seoul, Tokyo, or Buenos Aires? Well, if before the internet, if I wanted to know that, I'd probably have to drive to a major city like San Francisco, Los Angeles, Santa Cruz. I'm just thinking about California cities. Sorry, you can think of other major cities. And I'd have to go to a specialty newsstand, and I'd have to get a newspaper sent across the pond, and by that I mean across the ocean, and I'd have to be looking at last week's news from London, Seoul, Tokyo, or Buenos Aires. Now, if I want to get information from Seoul, I just go to chosun.com, and I can get all kinds of information about what's going on in Seoul in English. Same thing with any news for Tokyo or Buenos Aires. Trust me, you will be able to find news information that quickly. And one of the other great advantages of internet research is free, but also just old classic literature. Now, because of copyright laws, I'm still not able to get a lot of recent books on the internet for free. However, Gutenberg.org has a volunteer army of people who are just typing up, transcripting anything written pretty much before 1920, which is before copyright laws were controlling distribution. And most of these authors aren't collecting royalties on their work, so, I guess a great way to say it is that the dead don't complain. And we have all their work available, and they're living on Gutenberg.org for you. You can find anything there. If you want to read the original Gulliver's Travels, you can find it here. If you want to read Alice in Wonderland, you can find it here. If you want to read Plato's Republic, you can find it here. Anything published before 1920, you will find for free online. Now, there is some flies in the old ointment, some disadvantages. And that is, one of them, is that it starts as many rumors as it stops. Did you know that cell phones can cause gas station explosions? And did you know that somebody found a chicken head in a McNugget? And did you know that I will give you a free laptop if you just take this survey and give me all your personal information? These are either rumors. One of them is a scam. This is found all over on the internet too, which is why it's important that we have websites like Snopes.com to check these. But it's kind of a weird cycle. You know, the internet helps us fact check lies that were produced on the internet in the first place. Can you kind of see the problem there? Maybe if we didn't have the internet, we wouldn't have these lies and rumors flying around so quickly. But thankfully, we do have quick fact checking on the internet too. But be careful what sources you trust. Another big problem is teaser information. Remember when I talked about About.com, eZine.com, and blogs? Well, here's one thing that is not exactly a gift economy mentality. If somebody's writing a blog, they might give you just a little bit of information to get you excited so that they'll buy your product. Do you want to know how to run a business, how to have better relationships, how to fix your car, how to install a computer, where to find the best jobs? Well, I'll give you 2 paragraphs, but if you want the real information, buy my book. That's teaser information right there. So be careful about teaser information. And that just means that an article or a blog is giving you a deliberately short amount of information so that you'll want to purchase a book or sign up for a webinar or go to an event. It's teaser information just to get you interested. Also, quality checking. Now, at the risk of contradicting myself, I did say that fact checking occurs very quickly on the internet, but sometimes it doesn't always occur fast enough. And here's kind of a quick sample. We still need to know, does it happen, and who does the quality checking, and is it credible? So let's say I have 2 websites that are dedicated to giving me tips on how to be healthy, nutrition and health and medicine and all that kind of stuff. Who should I trust? Should I trust more the CDC.gov, which is called the Center of Disease Control, which is a government agency run by scientists and doctors? Or www.familyhomehealthtips.net, which is run by I don't even know who? Who should I trust? Well, I think that I should trust this. And I trust this because I know it's a government agency, and well, not all government agencies are good, but this one is good, and I know it's run by scientists and doctors and people with PhDs after their last name, experts in the field. Family Home Health Tips, I have no idea who runs that site, and I don't know if I trust that information because it could just be folk remedies. You know, maybe somebody's actually, saying, hey, take this pill, even though it's actually rat poison. I mean, who knows? So, another big disadvantage of the internet is that popularity does not mean quality. I might find a website that is getting 3,000 hits a day. I wish I had a website that was getting that many hits a day. I know that's a popular website, but does that mean it is a good website? I can get somebody's attention by presenting information in a deliberately exaggerated, inflammatory, or combative way. This happens all the time with political blogs and political websites and even news agencies. Have you ever heard somebody say something like this? Joe LaGrange should not be president because he said he wants to tear up the Constitution, had a marital affair in high school, and bribed his way through his bar exam. Think carefully about that statement. It sounds very inflammatory, it sounds very combative. And you, as a smart student, are going to look at one of these statements. He had a marital affair in high school. You as a smart person, can this even possibly be true? Can you get married when you're in high school? No, this is exaggerated, inflammatory, and combative information, and I bet if you put that on a website and you replace Joe LaGrange with another popular politician, a lot of people will be paying attention to your website. But that does not mean your website is good. Final disadvantage of the internet is this thing called the Facebook factor. And I was about to tell this whole story about the Facebook factor, but you see what happened is that my friend got in a new relationship on Facebook, and I had to look at that. Also, there was this Farmville game that I was playing, and then there was somebody posted this really funny video with a little baby that was singing with a big husky dog, and I just didn't get this part done. See the problem here? Facebook factor. Internet will distract you. Great way to do this is to simply, when you know you need to do something, just turn the internet off. Just unplug it from the wall. Just turn off your wireless internet. Don't make it easy for yourself to get distracted. It's a very, very easy thing to do to stop being distracted, and that's just to make the internet unavailable when you know it shouldn't be. So, those were the advantages and disadvantages of the internet. We're going to summarize those again at the end, but now we're going to move on to why we still go to libraries. So, libraries are basically going to still give us information that the internet can't. And libraries are 100% free too. I mean, they're paid by taxes, but they're kind of meant to be free for specific information. Here's one thing that you will never find on the internet. Well, almost never. And that's what we call academic articles and academic journals. What do I mean by an academic journal? Well, an academic journal is kind of like a magazine, except that it's dedicated to one very narrow field of study. It's not like Time magazine or National Geographic or Cosmopolitan. It's dedicated to philosophy or medicine or law or English literature or Shakespeare. They're dedicated to one very narrow field of study. And that's very important. They're always written by professors writing to other professors. Now, I want you to think about quality checking. Do you trust a professor in a subject? Is he an expert in the field? If he writes something to another professor, do you think that's going to be very good or very bad? It's going to be very, very good. And that's because these other professors check the articles before they are included in these publications. I'm not kidding. It's very, very hard to get published in an academic journal. You not only have to be already a professor and an expert in your field, but your peers have to also think that this paper is really good and should be shared with the world. Academic journals are usually not available online. If you happen to know somebody who teaches at a college, they will sometimes post their work on websites and blogs, but that's the exception. Normally, you have to find these in a library, specifically a university library, to get an academic journal. They're usually published monthly or quarterly, more commonly quarterly. Not every month, maybe every other month, but usually not monthly. And they are organized by volume and number. At the end of all numbers, they are compiled into a single book. This is one way that you'll recognize an academic article. And I'm going to show you some examples real quick. They usually will say something like volume, like 9, number 4. The volume number is how many years. I know that this particular journal is in its 9th year of publication. Number 4 is the 4th one published this year. It's really easy to remember. You'll almost always see that in academic articles. Here's what an academic article looks like. An academic journal. This is Philosophia Christi. This is an academic journal that's dedicated to the subject of philosophy. You can't see it very well right here, but it says volume 10, number 2. Volume 10, number 2, published in 2008. So, how old is this journal? Who's in it? And stuff like that. And you notice not very pizzazzy, not a lot of pictures on it. Well, that's because it's an academic journal. It's not meant to be on a newsstand. It's meant to be in a university library. Here's another academic journal. What do you think this one is about? Hey, look, it tells you. It's an academic journal about film and television. Yeah, you can have academic journals about just about everything. And this one is volume number 30, number 1. So it's the first publication of its 30th year. And if you notice, oh, hey, look, it even says it right there, 30 years. This is another academic journal. This one's a little bit prettier than the last one, but it's still an academic journal. Why? Because it says a volume number, and a number of publications. And I know that these people, these editors, are probably PhDs and experts in their fields. Now, academic journals aren't the only thing that you can pick up at a library. You can still use complete popular magazines. Now, why do you suppose I say complete popular magazines? Well, do you remember that teaser information comment that I mentioned about the internet? Well, if you go to a website that's dedicated to a magazine, they do have most of their articles available online, but they still reserve quite a few that they put only in publication, and print publication rather. Now, a popular magazine is written to a general audience, not just scholars in a field. This means it probably is a little bit more easier for students to understand. Before you really get into details of a subject that's your major, these academic journals can feel really, really up high and kind of heady, but these popular magazines are so much easier to understand. Popular magazines are usually published monthly, and that's good because, it's more business for them and, more education for us. They do not have a peer review process in popular magazines, but they do have a quality checking. They are vigorously fact-checked, and they do have an editing process so that you know that it's not just internet rumors printed on shiny paper. You can find these in bookstores, newsstands, and in addition to libraries. So if you don't feel like going to the library, just go to your bookstore, get yourself a cup of coffee, and then look at all the popular magazines. No academic journals, but you'll find maybe a magazine you haven't heard of before. Magazines are almost never compiled into volumes at the end of a year. So there's really not a lot of reason to keep records of, this year's copies of Men's Health. That's just kind of pointless. It's a periodical. It's meant to be read, latest news, latest information, and then thrown away, and then you get the next one. People don't keep records of years and years and years of popular magazines. That's just kind of silly. Here's an example of a popular magazine that's all about philosophy. So, this is just called Philosophy Now. You notice that this is a little bit brighter, this is a little bit happier. Maybe it's something you'd see in a newsstand or a bookstore that just wants to grab your attention so you pick it up and wonder who that guy with a stone face is. Here again is another popular magazine, and it's the most popular magazine. It's like the definition of a popular magazine. It's just called Entertainment Weekly. And so here we go. We got a nice picture of Robert Downey Jr., and we're talking about the top 25 entertainers of the year. So if I don't feel like reading a heavy academic article about the film industry, I'll just go to here and get this nice magazine, and that'll give me quicker information. Books. You can find complete books on any subject in a library. What is Google Books? Have you ever heard of it? Have you ever used it? Well, Google Books is trying to make copies of all the books in the world pretty much and just put them on PDF files so that we can read them. We don't have everything yet. We don't even have most things. I tried to find a book on Google Books that's 30 years old, and I still didn't have a complete copy of it. So Google Books isn't there yet. So you still have to go to the library and find complete books on a subject until Google Books takes off. However, you might have to use interlibrary loan. In fact, for preparations for this entire course, I've had to use interlibrary loan. Now, what do I mean by that? It means if I go to a library and I go into the card catalog on the internet and I see, the book I need and the book I want, the book that looks interesting, isn't at this library, but it is at the library in Agora Hills. So I ask the librarian and say, hey, can you get this delivered here for me? And then I'll borrow it and then return it to you, and then you return it to the library in Agora Hills? That's an example of interlibrary loan. Now, that's not going to be nearly as fast as the internet, But it does mean that at libraries you still have access to pretty much any book you want as long as another library in the area has access to it. Another great thing about libraries, and especially academic university libraries, are what we call specialty encyclopedias. Encyclopedia Britannica and Wikipedia are general encyclopedias. They're not encyclopedias that are dedicated to one subject. It will be very hard for you to find the information of a specialty encyclopedia and a general encyclopedia, and even harder to find it on the internet. Pick a subject, pick an academic subject, and you'll find a specialty encyclopedia about it. That means volume after volume after volume, just on one subject, like the Encyclopedia of Bioethics, the Cambridge History of English and American Literature, the Routledge Encyclopedia of Philosophy, Corpus Juris Secundum. What? Well, that's a law encyclopedia. So this will help you understand very tough subjects. For instance, if I'm doing some history of if my research paper happens to be a contemporary political issue, and I read in a popular magazine that a particular political figure referenced a court case that I've never heard of, like Wisconsin versus Yoder in 1977, well, maybe if I go to a specialty encyclopedia, they'll be able to tell me what that is. So that's an example of the use of specialty encyclopedias. Sometimes the popular information in the magazines will reference something you've never heard of, and then you need to go to a specialty encyclopedia to find it. More examples of that to follow. So, to wrap up, use the internet because it's fast. It has a lot of experts, and you can find book titles, and you can get the most recent facts and news from anywhere in the world. When using the internet, beware of lies, half-truths, and exaggerations, like marital affairs in high school. And watch out for that lack of quality assurance. Also, make sure it's fact-checked by the right people. Anybody can say you're wrong, but it takes a really smart person to actually correct someone correctly. And finally, the Facebook factor. Watch out for your distractions. Stay focused. Unplug the internet when you need to. Finally, we have libraries. Now, what are libraries good for? Well, once you know what books you want from the internet, you can find them in a library. And if they're not at the library you go to first, you can ask about an interlibrary loan. You can find all the magazines you need to. You can make copies of these magazines and you can read them. Specialty encyclopedias to help you understand the hard stuff. And lastly, academic articles for when you're ready, usually when you're getting ready to go to college. Check those out. One thing you need to be sure of when you're checking out libraries is to plan ahead. You might not find the book, the article, or even the reference encyclopedia you want. So, usually if you have an assignment that you need to get finished in 3 weeks, start researching at the library by the end of this week, because you might have to wait a week to get the information you need to do your paper correctly. Always plan ahead when it comes to libraries. Now, your very next assignment at the end of the next lesson is actually to write what's called a research paper. Now, that sounds very stressful, but I'm here to assure you that your very first research paper is going to be simple. All that I'm really looking for, my goal, is to just get you used to actually going to libraries, surfing the internet, and then compiling all that into an essay of your choosing. What do you got to do? Well, you pick a topic. How about your favorite celebrity? How about your favorite music group? Got a hobby or sport you're concerned about? How about a career? How about an interesting historical figure or an event? You read anything recently that you like? Do you know what major you want to do in college? Do you know where you want to go? This might be a good chance to start researching and maybe getting a better idea of what you want to do when you go to college. Hey, take the opportunity. I'm here to help you, and you want to go to college. Do some research. So, once you've picked that topic, what you need to do is you need to find a website about that topic. And then, yes, somehow you got to get to the library and you have to get 2 books and you have to get 2 articles. Now, when it comes to those articles, I will accept 2 internet articles as long as they are also published in a popular magazine or an academic journal. But I don't think it's a good idea for you to be trusting blogs or to be trusting Ezine right now. So find a website, it can be any website related to your topic, find 2 books and find 2 articles. Find those magazines, and then next week we're going to actually be talking about taking all this information, funneling it into a thesis, and then eventually writing an essay. Until then, thanks for using educator.com. Welcome again to educator.com, and thank you so much for being prepared and getting stuff written, because now comes the grueling task of proofreading and editing. So let's review the halves of the brain. We all remember what the right brain does, right? Well, it comes up with a lot of ideas. It is extremely creative, and it'll give lots of emotion. What does the left brain do? Well, it edits, organizes, and polishes. Bet you can guess which part of the brain we're going to be working with today. We are going to be editing, so we're using 100% left brain. This is the opposite of those journal entries you did at the beginning. Now we just got to make sure that our ideas are already on paper, and all the left brain is going to do is kind of arrange them, polish them, shape them, make them look better, because you want your reader to like your paper as much as you do. So, the process of editing kind of goes into what I feel are 3 basic steps. First off, you got to do the most basic, which is proofreading. And then you have to edit for style. That's a little bit harder, a little bit more abstract. And after you edit for style, you might want to go back and proofread again, but it's usually just once. And finally, the 3rd step is actually very, very important, because writing is a collective thing, is audience input. And I'll tell you a story about audience input later to kind of help you understand how important it is. So one basic rule though. Before you go to steps 1 or 2, finish writing your paper, turn off your laptop, go to sleep. Wait 24 hours between drafting and proofreading. You'll catch things faster that way. I'm not sure why, but that's just kind of how it works. Now, when I proofread, I like to use my black pen, and we're going to see kind of how this works. I have a very poorly written paragraph here that we're going to proofread for mostly grammar, but also for style. Cicero was the very greatest Roman speaker and thinker. I'm underlining my problems right now. I'm using my left brain to find all the problems. He was never afraid to speak up a lot and for justice, morality of the republic. Okay, there's another problem. I think those are too many words. I don't like that. However, after a while, he been? Is that correct? Am I missing something there? So popular that he made a few enemies. Some of his enemies came to him and said, "You're dead." Wait, you're dead? You are dead? Am I using the right your? Is it your as in possessive or your as in you are? You're dead if you don't stop speaking. He didn't shut up. No. This is an academic paper. I'm not going to use the word shut up. I'm going to find something more appropriate. They killed him. Cicero is not speaking for Rome no more. Can you catch the errors there? Can you see how bad that sounds and how just a little bit of editing is going to make that sound a lot better? This is not the grammar course. I'm not going to go over grammar in detail, but what I am going to go over is some of the most common errors, including what I call the grammar cardinal sins, to help you make sure you don't make them. Double negatives. This is a grammar cardinal sin. Never have these in an academic paper. It will look very bad, and your teacher will be shocked. Here are examples of double negatives. He don't eat meat no more. I have never been to no foreign countries. There are no trees nowhere in the desert. We can't think of nothing to do. In each one of these statements, I have a double negative. I have a negation statement said twice. These can be words like no, not, never, nowhere, and in contractions, like can't, don't, won't. Never have more than one of these in a single sentence. Now, part of the difficulty of this is that in other languages, a double negative is correct grammar. But in English, it is always wrong. And so, always look for double negatives. You can say, he does not eat meat anymore. You can say something like, I have never been to any foreign countries. There are no trees anywhere in the desert. We can't think of anything to do. If you find a double negative, replace one of the negatives just simply with the word any. That usually will solve the double negative problem. You just have to be aware of it. Read the sentence. If you count 2 negation statements, it's wrong. To help you remember, especially for some of you who like math, I know not everybody likes math, think of it this way. In this sentence, I want the result to be a negative statement. So, it's like multiplication. A negative 3 times a positive 3 equals, a negative 3 times a negative 3 is a positive 9. So, if I have 2 negations, I've negated the negation, and now I've just said a positive statement. Okay, but if I have a negative 3 times a positive 3, I have never been to any foreign countries. I do get the result I want, which is that negative number. It's a little abstract. If that analogy is not helpful for you, just forget it. Never forget, though, that if you have more than one negation statement in a sentence, one negation word, then you have a double negative, and that is a grammar cardinal sin. Homonyms. Less of a problem, but they'll still make your paper look kind of silly and that you're not thinking. Homonyms are words that sound the same when you speak them, but they mean different things. So, your and your. One of these is you are, a contraction, which is, 2 words, second person pronoun and a verb, and the other is a second person possessive. Is this your book or my book? Are you the one watching this, or am I the one that is watching this? You are watching this, not me. So those are 2 different usages of the word your. If you have problems with this, if you keep seeing that you're making your and your errors, one thing you can do is just not use a contraction. Instead of writing out your, just always write out you are. It's and its. It's the same story. Did you catch that? I'm sorry, that was terrible. This is the possessive pronoun. Doesn't belong to it. Its book. Its revelations. Its stories. ITS is a possessive. Its apostrophe S is a contraction again. Just like with your and your, if you catch yourself making this error over and over again, just don't use contractions. Say it is. 2, 2, and 2. Another homonyms. So, 2, that's pretty easy. We all know the difference between the number 2. But do we know the difference between this 2 and this 2? This one, number 1, 2, is where I would say I'm going to send the letter to someone. Or I'm about to do a certain action. To do. 2 is example of I am also a student. I am a student too. I have had a lot to eat. I have had too much to eat. Like I said, you can go to the grammar lessons to get really in depth on this, but I'm giving you the most common errors that you're going to run into. There, and they are. Well, you can kind of see I've already split up the contraction for you, because if you split up contractions, you're going to be helping yourself edit. There, that's a possessive again. It belongs to those people. It is theirs. Where are you going? I'm going over there. Who are those people? Well, they are the people who run educator.com. So you can kind of see that there are 3 different uses of the words there, and they are. Again, these are common homonyms. Not too bad, but please avoid them. And the final grammar cardinal sin is the to be verb. This is a very, very difficult thing in the English language. It's because we don't conjugate our verbs too much in English. In Spanish, in Latin, in German, and French, there are 6 different ways to say each verb in one tense. But in English, there's only 2 ways. Unless it's the to be verb, in which case that verb changes all the time. So I've given you an overview of how to use a to be verb, but again, go back to the grammar lessons to kind of get more details on this one. To use in the present tense, you need to say I am, he, she, or it is, and they are. And you need to be able to see in the past, I was, he, she, or it was, they were. Future, will be, and will be. Past progressive, this is a hard one. Not I been, I have been. Not he, she, or it been, he, she, or it has been. They have been. If you have the word been, B-E-E-N, you can bet that you need to have a has or a have before it. Never just say been. That is an example of not conjugating the to be verb correctly. So, one of the best ways to proofread is actually proofread somebody else's. Now that sounds crazy, but I'm about to explain to you how this is going to work. I mean this. The best way to proofread your paper is to proofread somebody else's. And it's a very, very simple set of steps. Find somebody who's working on your project and is also smart. You don't want the C students, you want the other A students. I mean, let's see, it's up to you. Find the A students and ask them if they want to get their proofreading done faster. And do you know why? Because proofreading your own work takes a long time. It will take you forever. You will have to read the draft 4, 5, 6 times to catch all your grammatical mistakes, and you will still turn in that paper, and your teacher will circle one of yours. I'm not kidding. But if you proofread somebody else's, you will read it once or twice, and you will catch everything. So you just ask them, hey, do you want to get your proofreading done faster? Ask them if they would rather do something else. Ask them if they'd rather play a video game. Ask them if they'd rather play a sport. Ask them if they'd anything else that they'd rather do than proofread that paper. And then you can say, hey, friend, you're such a good friend. I'll just proofread your paper for you. Yeah. And they'll say, really? So, yeah, man, I'm your friend. So let me proofread that for you. I'll circle all your mistakes. And they'll say, oh, wow, thanks. Yeah, that'll go much faster. Oh, by the way, do you mind proofreading my paper? Because we'll both get it done a lot faster. If anybody says, if you do all these steps, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and you get to this 5, and they still say no, time to find new friends. But if you got good friends and you got people working on the same project, I guarantee they will not say no to this request. So instead of reading a paper 4 or 5 times for proofreading, not for style, you will just read it once or twice, and then your own paper will be read once or twice, and oh man, it'll be just so much easier. Now, as an addendum, some English teachers will tell you, proofread your own work. And if your English teacher and if your instructor says that, then do what your instructor says. But I'm here to tell you that when I was in graduate school, which was education after college and then beyond, our grad students, we all proofread each other's papers, and our professors who have PhDs said, it's a good idea. Keep doing that. Just saying. Now, editing for style is a completely different thing. You do want to edit your own papers for style. And editing for style follows William Strunk's Elements of Style, which is a free book you can find online that was published in around 1910 and is still used today. I'm not giving you all the rules, but I'm going to go over some guidelines with you. Ready? Rule number 9 of elementary composition. As a rule, begin each paragraph with a topic sentence and end it in conformity with the beginning. This is a great fancy way of saying make sure that each paragraph has a major supporting detail, and that major supporting detail is set clearly in the topic sentence. If you've already gotten used to organizing your essays, you are already following this rule. So, let's go on to the next rule from Strunk and Whites. Strunk and Whites, use active voice. What is active voice? Well, let's figure out what passive voice is first. The race car, subject, was driven by the racer. The message, subject, was delivered by Hedwig. It, subject, is defeated by Meg. No. This is passive voice. This is a subject receiving the action, not the subject of the sentence doing the action. You want to make sure your sentences have the subject doing the action 9 times out of 10. Let's try it with active voice and see how this sounds. The racer drove the race car. Hedwig delivered the message. Meg defeats it. Wow, which sounds better? Active voice sounds better. You know why? Because with these passive voice things, I don't need to worry about the racer or Hedwig or Meg at all. The race car was driven is a complete sentence. But it's a boring sentence and it doesn't tell us anything. It's not very good. It sounds like lawyer talk. Use active voice. Make sure that the subject of the sentence is doing the action, not receiving the action. Go check out the grammar if you need more details on that. Okay, number 12. Put statements in positive form. One of the reasons why we like to put statements in positive form is you can't actually prove a negative. So if you're writing an argumentative paper, you really want to work hard to make a positive claim and then try to prove that. You can't prove a negative. Also, we put statements in positive form because it sounds better, and I'm going to demonstrate why. They have no families in Brave New World. Negative, no families. The Death Eaters are neither kind nor good. I'm telling you what the Death Eaters are not. I'm not telling you what kind of people they are, though. Just telling you they're not kind or good people. He did not think that the movie was very fun. Okay, well that's great. I know what he didn't think about the movie, but what did he think about the movie? That's the information you want to give your reader. Active voice. Families are forbidden in Brave New World. Much better. I've taken a negative statement and I've put it in positive statements. The Death Eaters are mean and cruel. Hey, that was easy. I just picked words that are the opposite of kind or good, and I said the Death Eaters are those things. It's much easier, don't you think? He thought the movie was boring. Okay, now I'm not left hanging. I know he doesn't think the movie's fun, but I also know what he think the movie was. He thought it was a sleeper. So I made negative statements and put them in positive form. Here's my favorite part. Omit needless words. This is basically a way of telling you, don't waste your reader's time. Don't waste your reader's time. So I'm actually going to read this whole sentence from Strunk and Whites, which you can read yourself because it is so important. Especially when we want to cheat and we want to add more words to, get to a word count. Let's go ahead. Vigorous writing is concise. A sentence should contain no unnecessary words, a paragraph no unnecessary sentences. For the same reason, a drawing should have no unnecessary lines and a machine no unnecessary parts. This requires the writer to make all sentences short and that he avoid all detail and treat his subject only in outline, but let that every word tell. Now, I'm going to show you an example of a paragraph that has needless words, and then I'm going to show you a paragraph that has no needless words, but it's going to be the same sentence. Here it goes. Psychology is a subject that studies the human mind. One of the most famous psychologists in history was a man named Carl Jung. Carl Jung studied the human mind. One of the many theories he gave us was introversion-extroversion. Another theory was called the collective unconscious. One of the greatest contributions, which stands out above all the others, is called individuation. Are you bored? Does that paragraph bother you? Well, it would bother a reader too. Here's a couple problems. One of the most famous psychologists in history was a man named Carl Jung. Carl Jung studied the human mind. What do psychologists study? They study the human mind. If the reader knows that, I don't need this sentence here at all. One of the many theories he came up with was introversion, extroversion. Okay, I could just scratch out he gave us, and I could just say was introversion, extroversion. Here's another problem. One of his greatest contributions, which stands out amongst all the others. Okay, what does it mean to be a great contribution? The greatest. Is it going to stand out above others? Is it going to be noticed? Yes. So I'm really just repeating myself, aren't I? Okay, so I'm going to chop this sentence off. I'm going to take a razor and I'm going to cut out everything that's not needed so that my reader doesn't hate me. Psychology studies the human mind. One famous psychologist was Carl Jung. One theory he gave us was introversion, extroversion. Another theory was called the collective unconscious. One of his greatest contributions is known as individuation. Wow, that was short and sweet, right? Maybe it's a little boring. Maybe I'm not being very emphatic. But I'll tell you what, that has no needless words. And if a reader just wants to know what you're thinking, you've really, really helped that reader. And you're going to get a better grade if you write like that instead of the paragraph on the previous slide. So here's a way that you can think about compositions for 13 on omitting needless words. 1. For every needless word, imagine that you're going to get 0.5% of a grade raise. That means if you cut out 20 needless words, that's a difference between a B and an A. Also, you could imagine it this way. For every needless word you omit, you get a quarter. I'd love to give you a quarter for every needless word you omit, but maybe you can get a deal with your parents or with your teachers and say, hey, for every needless word I make, can I have a quarter? Maybe they won't do it, but even if they don't, just imagine it. And you'll be highly motivated to find ways to make a 12-word sentence into, just 8 or 7. And you can, and you will. Now, here's another one. Avoid a succession of loose sentences. This one's a little bit harder to understand. What is a succession of loose sentences? Well, it's any sentence that uses a lot of these. And, but, who, where, which, what, and while. If you got a lot of conjunctions and a lot of words connected together, those are called run-on sentences, and your paragraph shouldn't have a lot of those. Here's an example of a very poorly written paragraph that has a succession of loose sentences. And it's going to sound bad. The third concert of the subscription series was given last evening, and a large audience was in attendance. Mr. Edward Appleton was a soloist, and the Boston Symphony was furnished the instrumental music. The former showed himself to be an artist of first rank, while the latter provided its fully deserving of its high reputation. Okay, I don't want to read that anymore. I'm already like this. I want to just, kind of never read again. I want to scratch my eyes out. This is painful to read. So, how do you avoid writing a paragraph like this? When you're editing for style, look at a paragraph. How many times do you use a conjunction like and? Or a sentence like while? Or a word like while? Or but? Or because? If you've got more, if you're using those more than, say 2 times out of 5, or, 2 times out of 6 even, you're using it too much. If you have a paragraph that has 8 to 9 sentences, no more than, I think, 3 of those should have a conjunction like and, but, while, where, who, etc., etc. Please, 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 for the sake of your English teachers and for your grades, avoid a succession of loose sentences. This is very important for rhetoric. Rule number 18, place the emphatic, emotional words at the end. So, remember, emotional words don't need to be omitted, but if you're using them, you need to use them carefully. Thomas Jefferson owned slaves, but was still a great president. My emotional words are here, owned slaves. And that's pretty emotional, right? So I'm going to change that. I'm going to put the emphatic words at the end. Thomas Jefferson, despite being a great president, owned slaves. Got your attention, right? I use the emphatic emotional words at the end. It was a terrifying enemy from which Meg rescued her brother. Boring. Sleeper sentence. Don't write like that. Megar rescued her brother from it, the terrifying enemy. Much better. Emphatic words at the end. And that just means emotional. So, that's so much for Strunk and White. But there's one other thing you have to do. Step 3. Audience input. I want you to think about when you start writing your opinion papers, when you start arguing, when you start using rhetoric. This is going to be so important. It's hard for people to understand arguments, especially when they get really complicated. And that's one of the reasons why we need audience input. When I was in graduate school, I was writing a paper, and I'm going to give you the subject, on how God's timelessness conflicts irrevocably with man's free will. Does that sound boring? Does that sound complicated? You bet it does. And so because I knew it was that complicated, I wrote a draft on my blog and say, here's my argument. And I sent that blog to a bunch of friends and said, hey guys, does this make sense to you? Have I explained myself well enough? I got audience input back. And one of my friends said, I've heard this argument a lot, and this is the first time it's made sense. I don't agree with you, but I think your arguments are good and rational. If you get something like that, where somebody says, I don't agree with you, I don't like this subject, but it's all clear and I understand you, you've done it. You've written a good paper. But you'll never know that without audience input. So, find a friend, find a teacher, find your mom and dad, find anybody and say, please, please, please read my paper. I'll read yours. Did they get it? Did they understand the subject as well as you understand the subject? If they do, win. So, can someone else understand your definitions and illustrations and keywords? Think about everything that we've been doing as far as reading. If you gave them a black pen or a yellow pen and said, I want you to circle all the transition words and illustrations that I have, can they find them? If they can, win. If you give reasons to believe something, does someone else think that those are good reasons? We're going to be moving into logic and we're going to be moving into rhetoric. And if you're arguing a certain point, like, I think Brave New World has a very good method of social control and a great way to eliminate crime and conflict from society, you better hope when you're saying something that crazy that you have some good reasons so you don't sound like nuts. Also, your audience, the person who reads it for you, can give you suggestions. They will read it. Maybe somebody else knows something about Brave New World that you don't. And they've read your paper, and they're going to say, you've written a great paper. You've written a lot of things, but have you ever considered, this and this and this? And then you're going to think, I never did thought about that. Maybe I need to redraft part of my paper to make it much better. Maybe I need to add a paragraph just to address this objection that somebody has. But most of all, if somebody else just loves your paper, they get it, they know your definitions, you've written an A paper. So, that's what the audience input is all about. So, what I'd like you to do now is read through the rules and examples for elementary composition at Strunk and White. This is a book that's available for free online. You can Google search it, but we also got links. There's a reason why this book has been used for over 100 years, and one of them is that it's free, but also because it's easy. Then take that paper you've written, and I'd like you to go through the proofread process. I'd like you to edit it for style and get audience input on it. Remember, if you're proofreading, you will get it done faster if you proofread somebody else's and they proofread yours. If they're a good friend and you frame it exactly like I showed you, I promise they are going to work with you. Editing for style, that's more on your own. Follow those rules from Strunk and White's. Use your judgment, be very critical. Don't add any new ideas, but just edit and shape your current ideas. Finally, after you've done those things enough, get that audience input. And if that person loves your paper and understands what you're saying as well as you think they should, you've done it. You've written an A paper. So, really wish I could grade them yourselves, and I really wish that I could see those A's, but I know that your English teachers are just going to be so happy when you do all this. Thanks again for using educator.com. Welcome again to educator.com to the labeled How to Write a Great Research Paper. Now, I say how to write a great research paper, but this is a little bit like saying how to play the guitar really awesome, or how to be the best baseball player, or how to be the best track runner. These are the steps that you're going to take that are going to introduce you to how to write a great research paper. But only practice and hours of blood, sweat, and tears will really help you to do this. So consider this your first introduction that you'll be doing over and over again with every other English class that you're ever in, and even every other science or psychology class that you'll be taking in college. This is just the beginning, just the tip of the iceberg, but it'll point you in the right direction and get you going. So, our previous steps went like this. If you remember way back to the beginning of the essay, review it if you need to. But to get to a topic and a thesis is just brainstorming to topic and then to eventually thesis. If you remember those steps, they should be familiar to you, and they're still going to be useful. Except when we're doing a research paper, it's going to be a little bit more complicated. We're going to get brainstorm, topic, gather information, and then we're going to form a thesis. Why do I have to gather information and form a thesis? Well, because you don't know what you don't know. You're ignorant, and we're all ignorant about things we haven't learned how to learn yet. And as we gather information, as we pour through books, as we surf the internet, as we process a lot of information, our opinions and our ideas and the information that we want to present in a thesis is going to change. Sometimes you're just researching information to just add information and show that you can do it. In fact, that's all I'm really asking for here. But this is going to be a very complicated step, but it will help you. So, when you pick a topic, again, just go with that big area of interest. Think back to the last lesson. Think back to the questions I have. Pick an area of interest. Pick a topic that you care about. The one you care about the most is the one you're going to have the best time and the most fun researching, and you won't get burnt out and you'll have fun. Now, if I gave you a topic on something you didn't care about, like, let's say, how the pyramids were built, maybe you wouldn't be so excited about that one. So, be sure to pick an interest you care about. Also, it's very important to pick something you already know something about. The more you know about a topic, the easier it's going to be to learn more about the topic. Also, if you already know something, then you're already, halfway there and ready to go. So, you can also find something that you've read about in a book or magazine, etc. already. Think about that Wikipedia game. Think about the times you've gone to the library by now. Think about some books you've read or maybe a magazine you picked up while you were at the dentist's office or something like that. You got some information already. You're already getting started and ready to go. Also, number 4, this is a very important rule. You need to make sure you pick something that is small and manageable. Bigger does not mean better. Bigger just means more work. So, if you're really not sure where to go, then you can always go back to the Find Things to Read lesson and play the Wikipedia game again. That'll help you brainstorm, get some stuff going, and you'll be able to pick something. Now, when you pick a topic and you got that area of interest, you actually need to narrow it down pretty sharply. And the reason why this is, as you gather information on a topic, your major supporting details and other details are just kind of going to come and explode out of you, and you're going to realize that there is an entire different issue that you need to spend about 5 paragraphs discussing in a paper. So that's why we have to go more narrow than we feel like we need to. So, when we narrow down, make sure you narrow down to something that's more specific than you feel needs to be more specific. This will in turn give you a nice target for your research. If I said, go write a paper about a book, well, that's way too broad. How about if I said, go write a paper about Brave New World? Okay, that's a little bit more specific. You know what to look for. You're looking for stuff about Brave New World, not just stuff about a book. And once you got that nice target, you're going to spend a lot less time researching. You're going to spend a lot less time in the library, and you're going to spend a lot less time doing Wikipedia, and you're going to spend a lot less time. It's just going to be more efficient, and it's going to feel better, and you'll be narrowed into your focus, and you'll feel more productive. And in turn, you will feel less frustrated. So, go ahead and make sure that you follow these rules when you pick a topic. So, how do I narrow down a very broad thing into a very narrow specific thing? Well, just remember you can ask your interrogatives who, what, why, where, when, what examples, etc. And here's an example of me picking a topic from a very broad area of interest. English literature, well, who is an example of English literature? Well, how about William Shakespeare? What was one of the plays that William Shakespeare wrote? Macbeth. What was one of the major themes in Macbeth? Number 4, the role and fate of fortune-telling in Macbeth. That's a good topic. And if I find that it's too narrow, I can just talk about Macbeth more broadly. But I would really, really hate to be discussing Shakespeare, realizing I have way too much to discuss about Shakespeare, and trying to figure out which play I'm going to concentrate on. Go more narrow than you need to. Here again, psychology. Wow, that's a big area of discussion. That's an entire, university major. So I got psychology, but what's one thing that psychology does? Well, it provides therapy. Talking about how's things going. Can you tell me what's going on? What seems to be on your mind? Good. Therapy, that'll help you. But there's different kinds of therapy, aren't there? What kinds of therapies are there? How about solutions-focused therapy? Have you ever heard of it? Well, you can maybe Wikipedia it and find out about it. And I want to be even more narrow than just solution-focused therapy. I want to go to solutions-focused therapy in marriages. There's a good research topic. I can find information about that. And if I find that that's too narrow, I can just go a step up and discuss solutions-focused therapy in general. Now let's go into the book examples. Brave New World. Well, it's still more narrow than just saying a book, but you know what? I still think that's a little too broad. So, what are some of the interesting themes in Brave New World? How about all the methods that people use to control people in Brave New World? What is one of the things that they use to control people in Brave New World? They use Soma. How is Soma like real-life behavior-modifying drugs? That's a very interesting topic. I bet I could find a lot of information about Soma, and I bet I could find a lot of information about modern-day medication. Maybe I got my targets now. Maybe I know what I'm looking for and how I'm going to make that comparison. If this becomes unworkable, I'll just talk about Soma in general. So, once you need to find information, you can do that only after you have your target. But there's one very important rule. Do you remember in the last lesson where I talked about how the internet has a little too much information sometimes? Applies to books too. It is better to read a few sources very well than many sources superficially. I'm going to repeat that. It's better to read a few sources very well than many sources superficially. So that means that the research paper that has 3 sources on it is probably going to be better than the research paper that has a dozen. Because, well, you're only writing about 900 to 1,200 words. You can't do justice to all those sources, to a dozen sources in 900 and 200 words. But if you read 3 very carefully, you can. So, how do you know which sources to choose, though? Well, let's go by example. Let's say I was talking about Macbeth. What are some sources on Macbeth? What are some books that have been written about that play? What are some books that have been written by William Shakespeare? Are there any internet articles about Macbeth? Can I find a plot summary of Macbeth that might help me out? More specific, in Macbeth, well, what about the weird sisters? These are characters that were in the movie that, said to Macbeth, "Thou shalt be king of Scotland hereafter." And that was a very important plot point in the movie. The play, excuse me. But I could also maybe find some sources on Shakespeare's plays. I wonder if there are any academic articles that are just dedicated to Shakespeare's plays. I wonder if there are any academic articles dedicated to just the Weird Sisters. I wonder if there are any magazines that are dedicated to some recent play reviews about Macbeth. So, what about the theme of fate on Shakespeare's Macbeth? That's exactly the topic I had chosen, remember? What if somebody's written something about that already? Could I find that in a Google search? Could I find that in a book that's full of academic articles and essays by popular people? I bet I could. So, here's another example. Soma compared to real-life behavior-modifying drugs. Okay, so what do I need to start researching here? Well, I need to research anything that anybody's written about this fictitious drug called Selma. Maybe Aldous Huxley has said something. Maybe some people who have read something by Aldous Huxley have mentioned something. So I can try a Google search. I can try academic articles that are dedicated to this book. I can maybe find some science fiction popular magazines that might have something about Aldous Huxley on it. I can Google the word dystopia and see if I find anything. There's all kinds of things. A lot of fiction books have what are called commentaries. If you maybe go to sparknotes.com, you'll find commentaries and summaries of just about every great book of literature. That's a great resource for commentaries, but they're not always the best ones. Maybe I want to find something a little bit more academic, something where somebody gives a really, really strong opinion about a particular book. Well, I can find that in popular magazines, I can find that in collections of essays, I can find that in academic articles. But wait a minute, I'm doing a comparison with this thesis, so I also have to find out about modern-day behavior-modifying drugs. What are some examples? Ritalin, lithium, etc. I have to go ahead and figure out where I'm going to find sources on that. And am I going to go to familyhometips.org to find that information? Or am I going to go to the CDC to see if they can find that out for me? Is there a popular magazine that's dedicated to psychology and treating certain behaviors with drugs? I bet there is. Is there an academic articles dedicated to psychology and behavior modifying drugs? Absolutely. You will find it. Maybe I can Google search social issues in Brave New World. Perhaps there's a very clever person or another expert that has written a commentary on Brave New World and has already published something online that I can look at and see if I get any ideas, and I will cite properly in my research paper. So, once I got all that information, should you read everything? Should you read every last thing? You've just read 200 pages. Do you want to read 400 more? Filter your sources by skimming. Don't read the whole thing. Skim them and see if they're relevant to your topic. You will actually find more sources than you will actually use in your paper. So remember, you might actually cite 3 sources, but you might find a dozen sources first. You're going to skim through those dozen sources to find the 3 that you think are really important, and then you will use those in your essay. And I'm going to repeat this one more time. It is always better to read a few sources very well than several sources superficially. So, library books. Let's go ahead and think about this as we're searching. There's one type of book that's a collection of essays about your topic. So a quick example is this, and I found this on Amazon.com, is there's a book called Huxley's Brave New World Essays, edited by David Garrett et al. Okay, so I got a book that's full of essays about Brave New World. Great, I bet I could find some source in there. Maybe I could find a book that is a work by a single author on the topic. Huxley wrote a book about his book, Brave New World, and he called it Brave New World Revisited. That's a great example. I bet I'll find great information in there. Books that provide background information to your topic. So, if I'm doing Brave New World again, I bet I could find a book, maybe a biography about Aldous Huxley. Hey, maybe you don't like Brave New World, maybe you're talking about Macbeth. Well, that took place in England, and maybe we should probably know a little bit more about what was going on during that time period. So, maybe I can find a book about Shakespeare and his world, and that might help me understand Macbeth better. Finally, we have another type of book called textbooks and technical books. These are great because they are very, very helpful to introduce you to a topic. And it's almost like somebody's done a lot of research for you and they just want to get it to you in a very quick and very easy and well-presented way. Don't be afraid, if you're doing a research topic on the subject of psychology, to go find a textbook and see if there's any information in there. No, you do not have to read the whole textbook, but you'll find something in there that'll make things easier for you. So again, no, you don't read all the books, but you can look at the table of contents and see if there's anything in there that might help your topic. That's what table of contents are for, to help you decide whether or not the book is worth reading. Textbooks are great at this. They have an entire outline of all kinds of things that you can find, and it's just pages after pages of outline to make things easier for you. For example, in one example, in this Huxley's Brave New World Revisited, there is a chapter in there called Chemical Persuasion. Is that going to be relevant to my topic about mind-altering drugs, soma, and modern-day medication? I don't know, but I bet that I'm going to read that closely. Magazines. Magazines are going to be a lot more broad than books, and they may not be your best source for stuff like Macbeth or Brave New World, but if you're talking politics or news or current events, magazines are great. But they're going to be very, very broad. You'll never find a magazine dedicated just to Macbeth or even just to Shakespeare. So you have to think more broadly when you're talking about a popular magazine. So if I'm talking about Macbeth, I bet I could find a magazine maybe about American theater. That's one magazine that's just about theaters. Curtain Up is also about theaters, and so is Drama Biz. There's also a lot of magazines that are dedicated to writers and authors, and maybe they have something to say about Shakespeare and Macbeth. How about the Writer Mag? Or maybe the Writer's Digest? They might have some information for me, and maybe I'll find something there that could grab my attention and be useful to my topic. But just like books, I'm not going to waste my time, and you shouldn't either, on reading the whole thing. You should look at the table of contents first and see if there's anything in there that's relevant to you and that you should be checking out. But I'm going to reiterate, popular magazines are generally for current events, not a particular subject like a book. So, if you wanted to write an essay that's covering a political campaign or a particular event that's going on right now, or maybe a recent jury case, or maybe something that's happening in the movies or entertainment or sports or music, go to a popular magazine. They're going to have the current information that's really, really going to help you there. Academic journals. So we've already kind of talked about what academic journals are, but now where and how we use them. Well, first off, they have a very narrow focus, each topic, and that's good. I bet you I can find an academic journal that is on the theme of fate in Shakespeare's Macbeth. I bet a professor has already written that because he wanted to get a job too. And they will often have arguments and observations that you didn't even think of. And well, that's because they've just spent years and years doing this. I mean, that's kind of what professors do. They just research all the time, and then they put out their books and papers and stuff like that, and people read them. Somebody has written on your topic already, and they have something there that can help you. Normally, when you're researching an academic article, you need to be at a university, and that university librarian will help you search not just by academic article name, but the actual publication that it's in. So instead of saying, oh, I need to find something in Time magazine, and I need to look through all the Time magazines for one minuscule piece of data, the databases and the search engines for academic journals already will let you search by a very small piece of data, like Aldous Huxley and Soma, or the theme of the Weird Sisters in Macbeth, and you can probably find a journal that's written on that already. So, I did happen to find some academic journals that are dedicated to Shakespeare, like Shakespeare Quarterly and the International Journal of English Literature. Hey, maybe I want to talk about Soma and modern behavior medicine. Well, there's JAMA, the Journal of the American Medical Association, and there's also just called the Journal of Psychology. Look, they're there, and you're going to find that because of their narrow, specialized focus. So, again, these academic journals, search engines are normally only at libraries, and they can help you find the actual articles rather than magazines themselves. One thing that's great for your skimming purposes is that when you find these articles in these search engines at libraries, they will give you what's called an abstract. And that abstract is like a one-paragraph summary of the article, and it'll say, in this article, Dr. Wittenhouse talks about the themes of Soma in Brave New World and compares that to the usage of Ritalin and lithium in modern-day grade school education. Wow, I found exactly what I need. I don't need to skim any more articles. I'm reading that one by Dr. Wittenhouse. Also, I'm going to reiterate, when you're looking for academic journals, you have to plan ahead. You really do. Sometimes the article will be right there for you in the library. Sometimes it'll be there in an electronic copy. Sometimes you will have to go interlibrary alone and wait 2 weeks for it to come to you and pay $5. Always, always, always plan ahead when you're visiting libraries, especially if you're looking for academic articles. Finding information. Well, what about encyclopedias? Well, encyclopedias give you general introductions to a topic. One thing that you're going to be aware of is that encyclopedias are neutral. Not like academic articles or magazines that are arguing a point usually. They're just giving you information, introduce you to a topic. It's an example of self-teaching. And they will give you ideas of other topics or details to research. And honestly, they should be one of the first things that you need to read. And then here's kind of why. Imagine that I was reading an academic article, which is written by a professor who uses specialized language that you don't understand and maybe I don't understand. And he talks about something in this article called psychoanalysis. I don't know what that is. You don't know what that is. But I do know it has something to do with psychology. So maybe if I go to a specialized encyclopedia dedicated to psychology, I'll find psychoanalysis, and I'll find all kinds of things connected with psychoanalysis, and that will help me understand not just psychoanalysis better, but the really heady professor article that I'm reading. Don't be afraid to use these encyclopedias. They are there to help you and to help you teach yourself basic facts and introductory concepts about things so that you can understand really, really tough articles later on. Now, let's go ahead and move to internet sources now. And we're going to start with the most famous, ubiquitous, the Google search. The Google search is incredibly broad and generalized. That's kind of like, it's almost a definition of broad because Google just searches everything. So when you do a Google search, what will happen to handle your skimming is that you're going to get a huge list of hits. So you're going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this is going to have a short little sentence, a short summary of what's on that page, and another short summary, and another short summary. You should be able to infer and skim from each one of those little sentences which one of these websites is relevant to your topic. So if I wanted to research Macbeth and the Weird Sisters, and this one said the Weird Sisters, the music group, I'm selling a Macbeth t-shirt, and the theme of fate in Macbeth, number 3 right here is what I'm choosing. Another example is Wikipedia, and Wikipedia is more focused than a Google search. And that's because it's actually kind of organized, it's actually taking all this information and kind of putting it into articles that are easy for people to read. As an encyclopedia, it wants to give neutral information. They quality assure everything to make sure that it's neutral, presented fairly and objectively, not polemically. You're never going to find an article in Wikipedia that says, Macbeth is the worst book ever, nobody should watch this play, I hate Macbeth. Because that's not neutral, that's not objective. But you're going to find a lot of neutral information. Another thing that's great about Wikipedia is that it has external links at the bottom of each article. Once you've read an article and you maybe want to find some more information, at the very bottom there will be half a dozen links that are to other websites and to other books and to other sources that maybe you want to look at and read further. It's kind of in a way doing your research for you. If you're going to skim your Wikipedia articles by reading the summaries of each article at the top first. This is just like the abstracts in academic articles. At the top of each Wikipedia article, there's about 2 or 3 paragraphs that tell you what the rest of it is. So you don't have to read 3,000 words, you just have to read 200 to know if the rest is something that you need for your research topic. Another example of internet research is blogs. Most blogs have their own search engine, and the popular ones are WordPress, Blogspot, and LiveJournal. So you can probably find somebody who's already written a nice little blog about something that you're interested in your topic. Word of caution, remember that blogs are the least quality assured source on the internet. So you could be reading something by a very well educated and informed person, or you could be reading something by a crazy person in his garage. Be careful about what you read. online magazines. These are just like the regular ones, and except that searching them is going to be easier. Most online magazines have their own search engines, and they have a lot of data to look through. So let's say that I'm going with my topic, solutions-focused therapy. Well, I know that's the subject of psychology, so I'm going to find a psychology magazine called Psychology Today. It turns out Psychology Today does have a search engine, and I typed in solutions-focused therapy, and I got a lot of articles. So, wow, that search engine just did a lot of my research for me. I don't have to go to the library and pour through magazine after magazine. It just made a lot of searching and skimming very easy for me. So, once you've done your Google searches, once you've visited your library, and once you've done your skimming, you have a lot of information. Sort through that information and start thinking about how are you going to narrow things down into a thesis. So, what do people say about your topic? All right. So, let's think about back to Soma and Brave New World. What has somebody else said about that? Do they think it's just like lithium and Ritalin, or do they think that comparison's kind of crazy? And what do you think about their ideas? Solutions-focused therapy. Let's say I'm familiar with the topic and I think it's great, but I've read an article and somebody said that it is too short and doesn't really get to the heart of people's issue and doesn't provide the best quality therapy we can find. Do I think that their ideas are good or bad? Do I think their reasons, do I agree with them? Have I changed my mind? What details do these give you that help you understand the topic better? I was reading something about psychoanalysis and I didn't know what it was. Then I went to the psychology encyclopedia and I got very familiar with psychoanalysis, and now I understand the topic better. What if two writers are writing on the same topic, they're both giving opinions, but they don't agree with each other? That's kind of a point-counterpoint. Is one person saying everything's great and another person saying everything's bad? Does one person think that the Weird Sisters have nothing to do with fate and Macbeth, but another professor thinks that the Weird Sisters have everything to do with fate? Well, we're going to have to sort that out for ourselves and decide which person we agree with, if we agree with either one of them at all. Most importantly, as you read through these sources, your opinion about a certain topic is probably going to change. This is very important if you, say, have chosen the what is my dream career and what is my college major. Maybe after reading all these sources, maybe you're reconsidering your dream career, or maybe you're reconsidering your major, or maybe you are now much more excited about both those things after reading all this information and finding all these new facts about it. Also, after you've read through all these things, take special note about what you can summarize and put in your paper. And remember, you're going to cite when you summarize. After that, take all this information and figure out your thesis. Go back to the thesis workshops if you need to, and figure out that destination and the path, and make sure it's short and clear. Go ahead and review that section of the class if you need to. So, once you've gotten all that, and you kind of have a tentative thesis, you're going to make a tentative outline. Now, if you remember, for the 5-paragraph essays, we got one introduction, we got body paragraph 1, 2, and 3, and then we have our conclusion. Research papers don't always fall into this plan, but start with this as kind of your initial idea. So, the tentative outline might look something like this. I got my introduction. Well, how am I going to introduce it? Am I going to use an antidote? Am I going to find something from a magazine that I thought was a really cool story and share that surprising fact? Am I going to ask a rhetorical question, and even though I know the answer because I did my research and I already know what I'm saying? Of course, you're going to close with your thesis. Body paragraph 1, major detail. All right, so I did some research on Brave New World and Soma, and I found something that was really interesting by Sir Aldous Huxley about Soma. So maybe my major detail is going to be about his opinion. And what sources am I going to use here? What did I find that was important? Major detail 2, kind of the same story. What sources are you going to use for this second major supporting detail? And what are your minor details going to be? Likewise, you're going to sort out body paragraph 3 like that, with the major supporting details. If you feel like you need more than 3 body paragraphs, by all means, go ahead and expand to 5 if you need to. Make a 7-paragraph essay. Like I said, research papers don't always fall into the 5-paragraph format. However, you still need to end with a nice conclusion that summarizes everything and wraps up your paper nicely. Go ahead and watch the previous lessons if you'd like a review about how to write a good conclusion. Also, finally, make sure you cite your sources. And this is going to be for the next lesson. You're also going to make a paper called a bibliography. Now, this bibliography paper is kind of like a list of all the sources that I've used, and I put it in the back of my research paper so everybody can find it. And we're also going to learn how to format that research paper. For now, your task is to go and find those sources on the internet, at the library, in the magazines, in the academic journals, whatever you find, and then kind of sort through it and see if you can come up with an interesting thesis. Once you have your thesis, go ahead and watch the next lesson, and we'll be going over some very particular formatting for your research paper. Until then, thanks again for continuing to use Educator.com. Welcome again to Educator.com, and this week we are going over MLA format and citation. Remember when you wrote your book response, I gave you a very, very brief introduction to what citation looks at. Well, now we're going to be going over something much more thorough, much more specific, and it's the MLA format. What is the MLA format? Well, it's one manner of citation, one standard of format that's used mostly in colleges. You'll be using this for almost all of your papers until you start getting into really deep into science or psychology, but pretty much for all the humanities, it's MLA format all the way. So, here's an example of what you're going to be going over this lesson. We're going to learn how to format the margins, the header, and the footer of your paper. Turns out we're not going to edit the footer at all. There's no footer in MLA format. You're going to learn about what size of font to use. There are some loose rules and some basic guidelines for this, and I'll tell you what those are in a minute. You will learn how to make in-text citation correctly, which is very, very important because we don't want to plagiarize, we don't want to steal somebody's work, and we'll learn how to make a bibliography, which I'll explain what that is in just a moment. Margins. Margins are the edges of the paper where you don't have any text printed. You'll find them on the left and the right and on the top and the bottom. And if you're setting up margins for your paper, you need to make sure that they are set like this. Top and bottom are going to be 1 inch. Bottom and right are going to be 1 inch. What's great is that this is a standard format that's already recognized and put in automatically on most copies of Word, so you don't have to worry about it. It makes it a lot easier on everybody, even your teachers. So, but if they don't, just remember this. Top margin, 1 inch. Bottom margin, 1 inch. Left and right margin, 1 inch. Not 1.5 inches, not 1 1/4. This is easy to remember because you just remember 1 inch everywhere. So, margins. Headers are a little bit more complicated. Headers fill actually the margin in the empty space above where your main text is. And at the top of the header, you're going to have something that will look like your last name, which will be, for me, Gonzaga. And then after that, in MLA format, it's just going to have the page number. So I'm going to put my tic-tac-toe symbol for number. It's very, very easy to remember, and you don't have to change this on each page because there's a way to do it automatically. First off, you have to actually access your header. And again, I reiterate, this will be different depending on which version of Windows you're using and if you're using a Mac or a PC. I'm using a copy of Windows that I have on Windows Vista right now, but here's the example. I just find the header right here, and there's several built-in formats, and I'm just using a specific one. And then if you notice, I have typed here in my header, I've typed my last name, my cursor is blinking right here, and I'm going to select page number, and I'm going to put insert page number. What this will do is automatically, on the header of each page I write, without me doing anything, it will have Gonzaga followed by the page number automatically, and it'll change with each page. So that's one less thing I have to do. Once I know how to set it up, it's all done for me. Now, what's kind of confusing is that I can't type anything else until I actually exit the header with this particular version of the software. So I'm going to click Close Header and Footer right up here, and then I'll finally be out and ready to go and continue writing the rest of my paper. So, fonts. This is very, very important, and we're going to go over this very quickly. Use a legible font. What does legible mean? It means readable, easily readable. And the examples that you should use are Times New Roman, Georgia, I personally feel looks a little bit better, and Arial. You must absolutely never use a font called Comic Sans. I'm going to take a quick detour here and explain to you why Comic Sans looks so bad. Comic Sans is so bad that there are entire websites written by comic authors and people who make fonts called bancomicsans.com because it is an ugly, ugly font that for some reason is really, really popular. Never use Comic Sans under any circumstances, even if you're text messaging your friends. If you want to know what a good comic font looks like, you can Google that, or you can go to a website called blambot.com and you will find a better looking comic font. But in an academic paper, make sure, especially, you don't use Comic Sans. Don't use fonts that are made to look like handwriting, especially if your handwriting looks like teachers. Don't use handwriting fonts. Cartoon title fonts. You might be able to get away with this if it's only in your title and your teacher is very generous and kind of happy and likes your papers. You might be able to get away with a cartoon title font or a fancy font in your title only. Or maybe you'll make a nice cover sheet for your research paper that you can use a fancy cartoon title font. Maybe you'll do that too. And then you have these expressive fancy fonts. And you know what? These will look pretty, they'll look great, and they'll look neat. Probably only should be used for titles, if anything at all, but for the most part, stick to rule number 3. Rule number 3 is this. Use a font that looks like a font in your textbook. If you use a font that looks like a font in your textbook or in a magazine or something else that you're reading, you win. And you will have a successful font. When in doubt, stick to Times New Roman or Georgia. It's not a hard and fast rule, but those are the best ones. Now that we've already discovered fonts, let's figure out how we're going to actually put our names on this paper. At the top of the first page, in the right, on the right-hand side, the left-hand side, teacher's a little dyslexic. On the left-hand side, you need to put the format like this. You need to put your name, space, Professor Snape, or Professor or Mr. whoever your teacher's name is, space, the title of your class, English 101, space, and then the date formatted like this, day, month, year. Americans, we're not too used to this, but if maybe you know somebody in the military background, they know this standard format. Day, month, year. Keep it that way on the titles and the fronts and the first page of all your papers. Make sure it looks this way. Now, once you've got the header and the footer formatted, we're going to go over what's called the bibliography next. The bibliography, as you might remember, is a completely separate page that attaches to the back of your paper, and it gives you a complete list of all the citations of all the books that you've read and all the magazines and all the websites and anything you've done to add to this research paper. It's also known as a works cited, which I think is a better term. Now, what's really, really cool is that a lot of modern versions of Windows and other papers will do this automatically for you. But if they don't do MLA format automatically, then we have to kind of know the rules. So remember, back of the page, and then you're really lucky, you'll be able to do this automatically. So let's see what bibliographies will look like. Here's an example. Notice, I have what's called a hanging indent, meaning that the first line is not indented, but everything else is indented of each paragraph. It's called a hanging indent. First line of the paragraph is not indented, everything else is indented. And this is so that if somebody wants to read over this really, really quickly, they'll be able to see, okay, so he's been citing this Belanoff Pat a lot. And then so I'm going to be able to go to the back of the paper and figure out what that book is and where it comes from. Remember, you cite properly when you make it easy for the reader of your paper to find your source. Well, if you look at this citation in the back of the bibliography, you'll know exactly where to go, and you'll even know the year it was published, and you'll even know where it's published. You'll have almost too much information, but that's good. You want to give your reader too much information when you're citing. Bibliographies, the actual bibliography citation will be different depending on which work you're citing. It'll be different for a book, for a magazine, for a website, for an academic article, and I'm going to give you just a few. To get all of these, you'll have to either Google MLA format or you'll have to refer to a latest MLA handbook. Honestly, you're going to be able to find this information online, so I don't encourage buying an MLA handbook, but it is still a handy thing to have around. For bibliographies, we format them this way, if they're books. Last name of the author, first name of the author, title of book, which is underlined or italicized, place of publication, colon, publisher, and year. What's a quick sample? Seagraf Stephen, The Patriots Dynasty, New York, Harper Press, 2009, print. I put that print there just because the MLA format likes to know, did you access this in print or did you access it in the web these days? Normally you can omit that, but you can go ahead and just put print there for future reference. All right, but what if the book has more than one author? A lot of books do. Well, there's another way that we can format it. I'm going to put the last name and first name, just like I did if the book's by one author, but then I'm going to add and first name, last name of the second author. After that, it's going to be just like the previous example. Title of book, place and publication, etc., etc. Here's an example of a two-author book citation. Andrews Deborah C. and William D. Andrews. Kind of weird that I'm putting first last name when I did last name first name for that citation, but it doesn't really matter. Business communication, underlined again. And then New York, Macmillan, 2006, print. Just so everybody knows that I accessed it in print. But it's a book. Most teachers are still going to assume that. All right, bibliography books. So here's an example of an essay that's in a book. So remember, sometimes you'll have a book that's a collection of essays, kind of like we went over last time with the Brave New World examples where I found, oh, hey, look, there's an entire book that's just all about essays. So if I'm citing a specific essay in a book, I'm going to do last name, first name, but then I'm going to add an extra step. I'm going to put the name of the essay in quotation marks, then the title of the book, underlined or italicized. Then there's still another step. This right here, ed, stands for editor. Who is the editor of this book? Who took all of these essays and put them together? First name, last name, and then after that, it's just place of publication, publishing company, year. Oh, one more extra step, pages. The pages that I can find this essay on. Here we go. Here's a quick sample. Gould, Stephen J., has written an essay called Counters and Cable Cars. The Best American Essays, College Edition. Great. I got the title of that book underlined or italicized. Who edited the book? Edit, Robert Atwan. Boston, Houston Publishing, year, and then finally I got to make sure I put the page numbers. Notice I got 374 to 83. Now, what does that mean? Does it mean it goes to 374, wraps all the way around, and goes back to page 83? No, of course not. This is just an abbreviation. Page 374 to page 383. Now we're getting ready to journals and magazines, and we cite these similar to how we cite essays in a book. We have last name, first name of the article author, article name in these little quotation marks, and then the name of the magazine or journal, the date it was published, and the pages. No need for a publishing house, but we do need the date it was published. Here's an example. Tift Susan. Our article is in our nice quotation marks. In time, which I'm underlining now, and that was published on the 14th of November 2010, pages 58 to 64, and I'm putting print right here because, again, a lot of people want to know, did you get this in print or did you access this on the web? Okay, this is for a website. Websites are going to be cited similar to magazines. Last name and first name of the author, just like almost everything else we've done. Then I got an article name, or I could just put a website name right there if it's just a section of a website. But what's really important is the name of the website. Finally, we have to note, very important, that we note the date we access the website. Now, why do you think that might be? Well, websites, unlike books and magazines and other print media, tend to change a lot. So I want to know, did I access this at a particular date? That way, if the reader comes back and the information there looks different than what you put there and what you cited, they'll know, well, it's just changed since the data was accessed. Put web to indicate that this is a website. And finally, make sure you add the URL. The URL is just the website address. You can copy and paste that from your browser. That's the best way to do it. A lot of the times, though, with websites, we don't know the name of the author. So what we do is we just write down the name of the organization, and then the rest of it is just kind of cited just like the first and last name. Article title, name of website, date accessed, web URL. Here's an example of a website citation, and I don't know the author's name, but I do know the name of the organization. Catholic Charities USA. Great! What is the name of this article I'm getting off of the website? Climate Change and Poverty. Good. What is the name of the website? Catholic Charities USA. Same as the organization. I'm writing the month that I access it. I'm writing the web. And then I'm writing the URL, which is the most important thing for web addresses, CatholicCharitiesUSA.com. Now that we've kind of gone over the bibliography, and I reiterate, that's not everything. You'll have to Google or find an MLA handbook to find specifics, or if you're lucky, your copy of Word will just do it automatically for you. But in-text citation is a little different, and let's go ahead and read some samples. I'll highlight my in-text citation so that you can see it too. One of the most important things to remember about fiction writing is to give your characters a background. Quote, failure to develop a background will frequently result in a caricature. Swain, 64. At the same time, it is important to remember not to overburden the reader with background. Ibid, 65. Fiction author Dwight Swain says that we should check character background against 4 criteria: body, environment, experience, and IDs, 65. All right, so what have I done with this in-text citation? You notice I've cited it 3 different ways. First off, what I have here is I have the author's last name so that somebody can just flip back to the bibliography and figure out, oh, it's that book by this author whose last name is Swain. What do you suppose this number 64 is? It's a page number. So they know they can go right back to the book, open up the book on page 64, and they will find exactly this quote right here. Now, what about this word here? Ibid, I-B-I-D. Is that an author's last name? No. It's a Latin abbreviation that I don't even know what it means, but it does mean the same as before. So Ibid refers to Mr. Swain. And notice I got my page number right here. Okay, what about this final in-text citation? 65. Well, why did I just put the page number? Can you figure out why? Well, because I've already indicated the author. I've already said Dwight Swain, and I've only recognized one book by Dwight Swain, so all the reader has to do is look up Swain, go to my bibliography, and find page 65 on the book I'm referring to. So these are 3 examples of in-text citation. I can just refer to a page number if I refer to either the author or the work before I make that citation. So, what are some other issues that we can go over? Well, first off, we do have books by organizations. And if a book is by an organization, that's another form of citation, and I leave it to you to go ahead and look that up on the internet yourself, or rely on your copy of Word to get that solved for you. Another one is like, what if it's one work by more of the same author? So suppose I have one book by Dwight Swain, and I have another article by Dwight Swain, and then I have a third book by Dwight Swain, and I'm using all of these in my research paper. How do I cite that? Again, use an MLA handbook or refer to Google or refer to your word processor to do this automatically for you. How about old classic books that are translated into modern English? That's a little difficult. That's a little tricky. If I was reading something by Niccolo Machiavelli, who was writing during the Renaissance in Italian, how should I cite that? Should I cite it as Niccolo Machiavelli first published, in centuries ago? Normally not. Normally we reference those kind of books by the publisher and the translator. Again, you can find that in an MLA handbook or you can go online. Religious texts always have kind of specific ways that they like to be cited. If you're familiar with how to cite the Bible or how to cite the Quran, there are rules for that too. So, what I'd like you to do for your assignment is go through the sample MLA formatted essay. And then you'll actually be able to see in-text citation, you'll see how it works with the bibliography, you'll see the header and the footer, and that will get everything for you for what your essay should look like in the end. Please read through it. Then, it's time to write your own research paper. You've already got the sources, and hopefully you've already read through a few of them by now, so you're ready to go. Choose at least 2. You don't really need more than 2, but if you want to do 3 or 4, go ahead. Don't get too many sources. You don't need to be overburdened for this. But what is important is that you get to 800 to 1200 words, and you make sure you format this with MLA. If you have any questions, just go ahead and Google for the answers, or you can double check with the MLA handbook. But mostly, your word processor will do this all for you by itself. Thanks again for using educator.com. Welcome again to educator.com, and now we are continuing our issue of these argumentative, truth-seeking, logical papers. And we're going to go over issues, reasons, and conclusions. So let's just quickly overview from the last lesson. We're going to for this lesson, we're going to go over some concepts to be learned. And one of these things is going to be, well, what is an issue? What do I mean when I say that? Then we're going to go over the conclusions to that issue, which are the right kinds of opinions. Remember in that last lesson, we kind of talked about how, well, everybody has opinions and aren't just facts and opinions. Opinions are what most people argue about. Then we're going to talk about reasons. Then I'm going to give you a little introduction to actually evaluating those reasons. And by evaluating, I mean you're kind of deciding whether or not these reasons are really good, or whether they're absolutely terrible, or whether you're laughing at them, or whether, you think that they're great and convincing. Now, what's the best way to learn about issues and conclusion? Well, imagine right now you are on a jury, and the prosecuting attorney has this to say at the end of the trial. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are ready to deliberate the case. I urge you to find Miss Scarlett guilty of the murder of Mr. Body. Do not forget these facts. First, Mr. Body was killed with a blunt object. You were presented with a lead pipe. Whose fingerprints were on it? Miss Scarlett's. Miss Scarlett insists that she was at a ball the night of the murder, but who witnessed her at the ball? No one. Furthermore, Mr. Body was ready to write Miss Scarlet out of his will. In light of that fact, Miss Scarlet had motive. Therefore, Miss Scarlet stands guilty before you today. Think about all the things I've just highlighted. I've highlighted a couple keywords for you. Maybe this one's familiar first. How about this one, though? Have you seen this one yet? In light of that fact? We'll be learning about that keyword later. There was also furthermore, and we had this right here. Why is this question being asked? Well, it's a rhetorical question. What's this person's opinion of Miss Scarlet? Ask yourself that right now. That she's guilty. So, the most important question that we're going to go over whenever we're reading something and we're asking questions is, what is the issue? Well, in this preceding example, the issue is this. Did Miss Scarlet murder Mr. Body? And how we answer that question is going to be the conclusion. Now, let me ask you this right now. When you're reading things that are, kind of argumentative, and by argumentative, I don't mean that they're fighting, I just mean that they're giving you reasons to believe something, is the issue always going to be explicitly stated in writing? Sometimes it can be, sometimes it isn't. Sometimes you have to kind of infer what the issue is and what they're talking about. They're not always going to explicitly state it. When you do your writing, you don't have to actually ask a rhetorical question in your introduction, but it is a good idea. But it's not always have to be there. It's not essential. But however it's written, it has to be clear enough so that everybody reading it knows what the issue is at hand. And you just think about that previous example. Was there any ambiguity about what that person was talking about? Oh, no. He was absolutely talking about not just Miss Scarlet, not just Mr. Body, but whether Miss Scarlet murdered Mr. Body. Now, when we talk about issues, these are always going to be phrased in a question, and there's basically kind of two kinds. The first off is we have what are called descriptive issues. And here are some examples. Do eating disorders afflict men and women equally? So, okay, do men suffer just as much from, eating disorders like bulimia, anorexia nervosa as women? Well, let's, is this a yes or no question? Maybe. Yes. No. We'll find out. Does music increase or decrease concentration? Hey, that's another yes or no question. What killed the dinosaurs? It's not a yes or no question, but it is still a descriptive issue question. Why does malaria plague Africa but not the United States? All right, that is not a yes or no question, but it's still a question. Who killed Mr. Body? It's really, really easy. So, what do all these have in common? Well, they're all trying to ask questions that will explain what is, was, or will be. That is an example of descriptive issues. We also have what are called prescriptive issues. Now, this isn't like, going to get medicine, I'm going to go get a prescription. But we'll find out what prescriptive means in this context in a minute. Should we repeal sugar tariffs? Well, that means, should we stop taxing people when they want to come from foreign countries and bring in sugar to the United States? What is the best age to begin voting? Well, we know what it is now, but what this is asking is, well, what should it be? What really is the best age to begin voting? How can we address the high cost of education? Very broad question. Well, we already know that education is becoming very expensive, so how do we deal with this issue? What is the best way to cure malaria in Africa? Hey, we already know that there's lots of malaria in Africa, so now how do we cure it? Does Miss Scarlet deserve the death penalty? Ooh, well, we already decided Miss Scarlet's guilty, so now we got to decide whether or not she deserves the death penalty. So, what's the difference between a prescriptive issue and a descriptive issue? Well, prescriptive issues talk about how things should be, and how ought things to be. Does Miss Scarlet deserve the death penalty? Well, we already have described her as guilty, so now we're going to look at maybe a future course of action and, decide whether or not she deserves a death penalty. Should we repeal sugar tariffs? There's no question that we have these right now, but we're trying to decide whether or not they should exist. So now that we've kind of, framed these questions, we have all these questions, sugar tariffs, whether or not who killed Mr. Body, malaria in Africa, etc. We need to kind of figure out what the author's conclusion is to these questions that could be explicitly stated or not. So, what is the author's conclusion? Here's my example. Miss Scarlet killed Mr. Body with the lead pipe in the conservatory. There's the conclusion. Real easy. They are answers to the question at hand. They are answers to the issue. Now, should you, in your own writing, explicitly state your conclusion? Yes. Yes. In the first paragraph and as part of your thesis, you should have your answer to the issue when you're writing an argumentative paper. Make no mistake, if you do not state your conclusion, you are going to leave readers very confused most of the time. Very clever people can write a persuasive and argumentative essay without stating their conclusion, but that's very rare. Please don't try that for your first time. Now, we already know that conclusions are answers to questions, but what I kind of want to ask you now is, are conclusions opinions? And let's go back to the last lesson and review some of the opinions I gave you. Our prison system is the most overcrowded and corrupt in the free world. What's the issue? Well, our prison systems overcrowded and corrupt. What does this author think? This author thinks yes. Is this an opinion? The Second Amendment, the right to bear arms, needs to be clarified for the modern world. Okay, what's the issue? How should we use the Second Amendment in the modern world? Is this an opinion? The more we support family farms, the better our food will become. Okay, so what's the issue? Well, it's about family farming and about the food that we grow from it. So is this an opinion? So conclusions really are opinions, aren't they? But there's kind of a difference between, just bad opinions and good opinions. And we're going to qualify the word opinion, and then we're going to better understand what makes the difference between a conclusion and kind of a silly opinion that, is like deciding whether or not you want to have, chocolate or vanilla. If the opinion could be described as thoughtful, researched, reasoned, fact-checked, supported, etc., we would call that a good opinion, and we'd probably say this is a very nice conclusion. But what if it's irrelevant? What if it's, chocolate ice cream or vanilla ice cream? Or what if it's subjective? Something like saying, I like koala bears better than I like, teddy bears. Well, that's very subjective. That's just your personal opinion. What if it's completely silly? And what if it's thoughtless or unquestioned or unsupported? We call those mere opinions. Don't really think of those as conclusions because, well, that means a person's not arguing for them and they're not giving you any good reasons to believe them. We would call those mere opinions, and those would be the kinds of opinions that hopefully you're not going to be writing anymore. So, Neil Brown says in a book called Critical Thinking what conclusions really are. And this is so important, I'm going to read it. Conclusions are inferred. They are derived from reasoning. Conclusions are ideas that require other ideas to support them. Thus, whenever someone claims that something is true or ought to be done and provides no statements to support his claim, that claim is not a conclusion because no one has offered any basis for belief. Please, go ahead and just read this again for yourself. Pause the tape, do whatever you can until this really sinks in. There's a big difference between giving a conclusion, which is a thought-out, carefully reasoned opinion, and saying something like, I like koala bears better than I like teddy bears. So how in reasoning do you find a conclusion? And how would you present it when you're actually writing your own papers? I'm going to read through a couple things, and we're going to find the conclusions together. So first off, let's think about the question and what the topic of this might be. Let us talk about American prison systems. Is there a big clue as to giving you what this person's going to be talking about next? The United States imprisons only about 1% of its population. This may sound like little, but this is more than any other first world nation. Furthermore, many people are jailed for long periods of time for minor offenses, such as the possession of marijuana. Additionally, our prison systems are reluctant to release inmates not for moral or legal reasons, but for financial ones. Hence, American prison systems are both overcrowded and shamelessly corrupt. There's a big clue here and a big keyword that's giving you this person's conclusion, and it's this word right here, hence. Somebody might also say something like therefore or because of all this. This right here, this last sentence, that is a conclusion. By the way, can you see where the reasons for this conclusion are? In my opinion, eating meat is both immoral and unhealthy. Well, here's another paragraph, and it starts off with a sentence. Now remember, conclusions are opinions, so do you think that this person has given you the conclusion right away at the beginning? We got a nice keyword here. And now I think that we can see that this is a person's conclusion. Don't be afraid to use words like, in my opinion, if you're presenting a conclusion in your own writing. So, one of the most important things when you present your conclusion is make sure it's part of your thesis in your writing. When you're writing the argumentative paper, your thesis is your conclusion. And if it's not stated in your thesis, people are going to wonder what your conclusion is. And here are some keywords that you can use in order to present your conclusion. You can say words like therefore, thus, hence, it follows that, shows that, indicates, proves that, suggests that. In my opinion, the point is. These are all kind of keywords that a lot of authors use when they're giving their conclusion. Don't be afraid and absolutely use them to make your thesis very clear and your conclusion very clear. Now, reasons. What are reasons? Or where are the reasons? So here's a quick example going back to the beginning of the lesson. Miss Scarlett's fingerprints and Miss Scarlett's motives. Well, those were reasons for what conclusion? That Miss Scarlett is guilty. So the reasons are why the author holds their opinions or conclusions, and they support the conclusions. Remember what Brown said, conclusions are ideas that are supported by other ideas. So Miss Scarlett being guilty is supported by the fact that Miss Scarlett had motive. Now, you're really, really smart, and I bet you can figure this one out on your own. If your conclusion is your thesis, where are you going to put your reasons? Well, reasons support a conclusion, so what supports a thesis? Major supporting details. Those paragraphs, those body paragraphs are going to be supporting, and those are going to be your reasons. So let's go ahead and just go through this previous example, or where we have, in my opinion, eating meat is both immoral and unhealthy, where we know the conclusion right away. Let's read through this real quick and figure out how this author presents their reasons. First, let's think about health. Wait, first. That's a great little keyword there, isn't it? It's already giving us one idea, and health is one of the reasons why immoral. Let's see. Let's keep reading. One study found that heavy meat eaters frequently suffer heart disease. Would you call that a major or minor supporting detail? It's probably a minor supporting detail. In addition, how meat is processed is bad for our nutrition. Okay, is this a new reason, or is this still a minor supporting detail? I'll let you decide. But what about moral reasons? Wait, but that's one of those contrast keywords that we use when we're kind of changing gears and changing subject. What about moral reasons? It's a rhetorical question. So, for one thing, animals can feel pain. Anything that can feel pain is morally important. Aha! So, I think that we've found both of these reasons. And right here, we got this other keyword here. That is letting us know that we got that other major supporting detail, or in this case, that other reason for this conclusion. Eating meat is both immoral and unhealthy. So, when you present your reasons, present them as major supporting details and use these other examples as minor supporting details. you will be using all of the keywords that you would normally use in the 5-paragraph essay or according to the pattern of organization that you are using. Here are some additional keywords that you can use to make your reasons very, very clear. Because of, since, in light of, in addition, is supported by, the study found that. All kinds of keywords that you can use in phrases that will let you know that a reason is coming. So, we're going to be going over what makes a good reason and what makes a bad reason. But first off, let's talk about the kinds of reasons. We'll be going over these in much more detail in the next lesson, but here's a quick sample. Remember, there's this thing called empirical evidence, and that's, scientific data. That's the most common kind of empirical evidence. Scientists love empirical evidence, as do lawyers who are trying to prove that Miss Scarlet killed Mr. Body. But also we have this thing called witness testimony. That just means somebody else saw something you didn't, or somebody else knows something that you didn't. I mean, for instance, there's probably a lot of science that you trust because a scientist said so. I'm kind of gathering that most of you probably aren't PhDs and you haven't done your own medical research, but you do trust, kind of the experts and the witnesses who did perform certain scientific experiments. Also, statistics. Statistics are just a collection of numbers that show a trend. So if I said something like, the price of college tuition has gone up 200% over the last 10 years, that is a statistic. We also have logical appeals. And remember, this is kind of, that rational side of the brain. That idea that, not everything is just senses. It's also how you think about certain things. We got consistency. Is this idea? Is it consistent with other things I know? And we also have probability and possibility. You might be looking at two options and you have to decide, well, they both, have data and they both have science behind them. So what's more probable and what's actually possible in the first place? Finally, there are these things called deductions. And in the next lesson, we are going to go over deduction after deduction after deduction. And you'll understand better what a deduction is later. Now, we're ready to start evaluating reasons. And here's your quick sample. Now, what makes a conclusion better than silly opinion? Well, of course, it's the reasons. But are all reasons equally good? I already know the answer, but I'm going to give you an example of really, really bad reasons in just a minute. Let's go back to that jury trial, and let's pretend we're on the jury again, but now, here's the closing statement by the prosecutor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are ready to deliberate the case. I urge you to find Miss Scarlet guilty of the murder of Mr. Body. Do not forget these facts. First, Miss Scarlet has suspiciously black hair. Every movie villain has black hair. What does that make Miss Scarlet? Second, Mr. Body was killed with a blunt object. We know Miss Scarlet played baseball once, so maybe she killed him with a baseball bat. Also, Mr. Body danced horribly with Miss Scarlet. In light of that fact, Miss Scarlet had motive. Therefore, Miss Scarlet stands guilty before you today. Raise your hand if you think that these are good reasons. What makes them bad reasons? Why is this silly? So, are all reasons equally good? No. Well, remember, what makes something true is either empiricism and rationalism, but we're going to see what makes them better in the next lesson. So now it's time for your assignment. Your first assignment is actually to self-reflect. You will be critically examining your own reasons. So, read over those paragraphs from the last lesson. What were your opinions, and do you feel like you have good reasons for them? Just read through your reasons. You can change your mind. It's totally acceptable to change your mind. In fact, if you never change your mind, you never are learning. So please, look over your reasons and really ask yourself, are these good reasons? And what will help is I want you to imagine that you hold the opposite opinion. So, what reasons would you give to hold the opposite opinion? This is very, very important for later on when we're actually writing our argumentative essay and we learn to anticipate objections. the next thing you're going to do is kind of do a little bit of research and go do your own reading assignment. You need to go to any online magazine or news agency and read something called an editorial or an op-ed article. Op-ed stands for opinion education. And these kinds of articles are attempting to persuade you of something. They're attempting to argue and convince you of a specific point, and they are talking about a specific issue. So, well, what kind of issue? You will tell me what kind of the issue is, and what's the author's conclusion, and what are the reasons. And there's all kinds of examples of places you can go to find editorials and op-ed articles. You can go to Time, you can go to CNN, you can go to IBD.com, Reuters, The Economist, Yahoo News, you name it, you can find it. You've already done this kind of research, so I know you can look for it. If you want just something really, really easy, trust me, Time magazine is still pretty easy to read. So, make sure you do that, do a little self-reflection, read an editorial, read an argument, and you'll be ready for the next lesson when we really, really get down to the nitty-gritty of critical thinking. Thanks again for using educator.com. Welcome back again to educator.com. Thanks for continuing along to one of the most important lessons you'll ever have, good and bad reasoning. Now, like everything else with the critical thinking section, this is only an introduction. This is not exhaustive. This is not everything you need to know, but it is going to get you started and is going to get you going in the right direction. So please follow along and pay attention. So, for this lesson, we'll go over a quick overview first. I'm going to give you some general rules about, arguments and rules and, just kind of stuff that's generally conventions and things about debates and arguments and, conflicting issues and stuff like this. And then we're going to go over those types of empirical evidence. Now, you remember what empirical means is it means that something that you get by the senses. And then after we go over types of evidence you might use, we're going to go over the rational part of our thinking selves, and we'll be thinking about how we put evidence together into an argument that makes sense. After all, just giving evidence by itself and something that you get by your senses doesn't really mean anything unless you actually arrange it in a certain way. And then the really fun part, the fallacies. Fallacies are when somebody tries to use logic, but they mess up somehow. And I'll be helping you spot those so that you won't be so suckered by, people, doing things like name calling and other bad things when they're trying to convince you of something. After all this, you are going to be preparing your own argumentative paper. We'll be learning how to organize it, and that'll probably be one of the most important and hopefully one of the most fruitful classes and papers you ever write. So, what is an argument? Well, this is kind of what I mean. Reasons plus conclusions equals argument. Now, when I say argument, do I mean, people fighting? Do I mean people going to fisticuffs over an issue? Do I mean, people name-calling or being mean or, God forbid, shouting at each other? No, that's not what I mean by argument at all. What I mean by argument in this context for this lesson is it just means giving good reasons to believe a conclusion. Okay, that is all what I mean by arguing or argument here. Giving good reasons to believe a conclusion. Argument doesn't have to be a bad word. In normal speech, it normally is. But for the sake of this lesson and for the sake of, learning how to think critically, it just means giving good reasons to believe a conclusion. Now, one of the most important things we got to learn, one of the most general rules, is this idea called burden of proof. If you remember this rule, you'll be able to avoid a lot of, issues and controversies and maybe debates that you don't want to be involved in. Burden of proof. Let's read this carefully. Miss Scarlett is on trial for the murder of Mr. Body. Is she guilty? The prosecutor says, yes, she is guilty. And the defense attorney says, no, she is innocent. Now think about that. Imagine you're in the courtroom, you're seeing the prosecutor do some stuff, and you're seeing the defense attorney say some stuff. Who has to prove their case? The prosecutor, the defense attorney, or both? It turns out only the prosecutor has to prove anything. And here's why. Whoever says yes has to prove that their case is true. And whoever says no only has to show that the asserter, the one who's saying yes to an issue, doesn't have enough reasons. Now, we don't do this just because of, our legal implications of this thing called the presumption of innocence, but we also do it because you can't prove a negative. You can't prove a negative. Imagine if you went up to your teacher and said, teacher, I turned in my homework, but what happened is that the tiny gnome people in school took it and ate it. Okay, your teacher's going to roll her eyes, and she's not going to believe you, or he's not going to believe you. But imagine if you tried to say, well, why don't you just prove that the gnomes didn't do it? A teacher would say, well, we have cameras in schools at night, and the cameras didn't pick up any of the tiny gnome people. And you'd say something like that, well, that's because the tiny gnome people are invisible. And the teacher would say, well, we also have motion sensors in school, and they would have detected the tiny gnome people. And then you might say something like, well, the tiny gnome people can float above the ground, and, they won't be detected by the motion sensors. And no matter what your teacher says, look, I don't see any reason, to believe in the tiny gnome people, you could always come back with something that says, well, the tiny gnome people were doing something different, the tiny gnome people were doing something else. No matter what, you'd be able to come up with some reason why that evidence doesn't work. So if you say the tiny gnome people stole and eaten my homework, you have to prove it, because nobody can prove a negative. All right, here's another general rule. Issues. Now remember from last lesson, an issue is kind of a question. It's a way of phrasing something before you come up with a thesis. The general rule, and it's because, debates tend to explode and issues tend to get so wide and reaching, is you really, really want to narrow down your issue and your question into a yes-no format. This will help you with your thesis and your brainstorming. It'll help focus you, and it'll help make things easier on you. So here's some examples of framing the issue in a good way. Are the fees for adoption services too expensive? Yes, no. Should we censor the internet at libraries? Yes, no. Did Miss Scarlet kill Mr. Body? Yes, no. Now here's some ways that I don't think are so good. Is adoption best nationwide, statewide, or international? Okay, that's not a yes or no question. That's very, very broad, and you could write a persuasive essay that way, but it'd be best to just say something like, is adoption best nationwide? Yes, no. What kinds of websites should be censored on the internet? Okay, this is a very good question, and it is something that would be important to figure out. But if you're writing an entire paper, a better way to phrase this would be to pick a certain type of website, let's say video game websites. And we could say, is it appropriate to censor video game websites at libraries? Yes, no. Who killed Mr. Body? Was it Miss Scarlet, Professor Plum, the maid, Colonel Mustard? Okay, that's too many suspects. Let's get it down to one each, and we'll just ask yes, no for our suspects. Now that we have two general rules, let's start going over types of empirical evidence. One of the most common types of empirical evidence is statistics. Now, statistics are actually numbers. They're not something that you see or sense, but they do represent a lot of data and a lot of evidence that's gathered together and shown as kind of a numerical trend going up or going down, and they also show huge generalizations about things. Here's examples of a couple statistics. The cost of college has risen by 200% in the last 10 years. Right, that's a number and a period of time. That is showing a trend going like this over time. The national ratio of women to men in colleges is 2.8 to 1. Okay, this is not showing a trend over time, but it is showing a generalization. It's showing that, for every man in college, there's 2.8 women. Now, there's no such thing as 0.8 women, so, it's not precise. It is a generalization. It is an average, but you kind of get the idea. Here's another statistic. The Earth's average temperature has risen by 1 degree over the last 5 years. So is this a generalization or a trend? You can kind of see for yourself what it is. Now, there is an old saying. There are white lies, black lies, and statistics. What do I mean by that? Well, using statistics can be very, very deceptive at times. And sometimes people draw conclusions way too quickly just because they have some statistics. So, here's an example. The national ratio of women to men in college is 2.8 to 1. Therefore, colleges reject men and favor women. Is that really enough reason to believe that? I'll show you why it isn't in a moment. The Earth's average temperature has risen by 1 degree over the last 5 years. Therefore, humans are causing global warming. Now, does anybody disagree with this? Well, I'm not saying it's wrong, but I am about to show you that this reason right here is not enough reason by itself to believe this conclusion, even though probably most of you all agree that that conclusion is correct. Here, let's go back. The national ratio of women to men is 2.8 to 1. Therefore, colleges reject women and favor men. So, what about this important question, though? How many young men actually apply to college in the first place? That'd be another important statistic we'd need to know before we could draw this conclusion over here. So what's the ratio of men to women, or women to men, of the applicants? Well, what if it turned out that only one man applied for every 3 women? So that's pretty close to that 2.8 to 1 ratio. So maybe the issue isn't that colleges reject men and favor women. Maybe the issue, the cause of this statistic, is just that not enough men are actually applying to college. Here is another kind of more abstract example. The Earth's temperature has risen by 1 degree over the last 5 years. So what does this statistic show? Well, it shows that the Earth's temperature is rising, but it hasn't told us anything about what's actually causing it. Well, there's lots of things that could cause the Earth's temperature to rise. Like, there's this thing called the 11-year sun cycles. The sun is not just a ball of flame. It's a ball of flame that changes and rotates and has certain cycles. And sometimes the sun's a little bit warmer than on some years than it is on others. So maybe this 5-year trend is just an effect of this 11-year sun cycle. So is 5 years really long enough for scientific standards? Now, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a climatologist, but I'm pretty sure it's not. So this statistic by itself is not enough reason to believe that humans are causing global warming. We need more. Now, let's think about science for a bit. In fact, let's think about astronomy. You believe that the Earth orbits the sun, not the other way around, right? Yeah, most of us do. We all know that, despite the fact that, well, we normally see the sun rise, and when we look outside and we kind of look at the sky, we notice it does appear to be traveling across the sky. And also, I've never felt the Earth spinning. Me personally, and probably you I as well, have never felt that the Earth is spinning. So our senses actually tell us that the sun orbits the Earth. But we don't trust our senses because of why? Well, because of the experts. We trust them because of the experts. We trust them because we believe that somebody else has done a lot of work with their senses and with this empirical evidence and has given a lot of work to show us that, well, no, the solar system is actually not what it seems to be the first time you look at it. Now, if we all wanted to, we could pull out telescopes and we could all do math and we could all figure it out for ourselves, but, that's a lot of work. So, one way to get empirical evidence is to trust an expert. But when you're getting expert testimony, make sure they are an expert in something related to your issue. So here's a couple examples. What if my issue was urban crime? Well, I'd probably want to talk to a New York police investigator. I bet that guy knows a lot about urban crime. Thinking of astronomy, astronomers are probably the people I want to trust about the solar system. Ancient civilizations, the Mayans, Egyptians, whoever, archaeologists certainly. I'm probably not going to be, asking my English professor about that. Now, just because you're an expert doesn't mean that you're an expert in everything. Would you trust a physicist on a healthy diet? There's probably somebody better to tell you about what's a healthy diet. How about a medical doctor on the issue of British history? Well, doctors are very, very smart people, but I don't see why being a medical doctor would mean that you know a lot about British history. I like police investigators, but they don't know anything about foreign travelers in Asia. Okay, these are examples of when you wouldn't use these experts. So it's kind of common sense, but just make sure that if you're going to go to an expert, that they're an expert in something related to the issue that you're discussing. Now, when we're going for all these expert sources and we're looking for experts, let's remember which is the best kind of sources to look for. You remember from the research lesson, we went over fact-checking and quality assurance, or quality checking. So how is that for Wikipedia? How about blogs? How about magazines, academic articles, internet, and books? If you are making a really strong case and you're making an argumentative paper, please use the most fact-checked and quality-assured sources you can find. The reason why is that if you're going to cite something that isn't fact-checked, that isn't quality-assured, and it turns out to be wrong or erroneous, and that was a critical part of your argument, not only will you feel embarrassed, but you might not get such a great grade. So, now that we've kind of gone over evidence, how do we put the evidence together? Remember, those statistics, the 2.8 women to men ratio in college, and then we drew a conclusion from that. Evidence by itself doesn't mean anything. We have to kind of put evidence together in a meaningful way, and in a way that's logical and rational. So, let's go over this old little syllogism that I gave you a while back. If you drink coffee, you will feel awake. You drink coffee, you feel awake. This little form here, sentence 1, 2, and then therefore conclusion, is called a syllogism. And this is an example of deductive reasoning. I'm going to go over a couple examples of deductive reasoning with you now, and then after that you'll be able to kind of see how you could actually put this into all kinds of sources and arguments and actually frame them for yourselves. This first common type is called modus ponens. Now, I'm going to give you lots of names like that, but the names aren't so much as important as what they do. So, if phrase P, then phrase Q, phrase P, therefore Q. Now, you might be thinking, oh, why is he talking in math? I thought this was an English course. Well, I'm just using these as examples for variables because that kind of helps us put them together. So, if you drink coffee, you will feel awake. You drink coffee, you feel awake. So this is an example of if P, then Q. P happens, therefore Q. If number 1 is true and number 2 is true, then we can draw the conclusion. This is another one called the hypothetical syllogism. This one is going to be a little bit easier. If P, then Q, if Q, then R, therefore, if P, then R. This one is going to be really easy to understand. If it is summer, P, then it is hot, Q. If it is hot, Q, then we will go for a swim, R. Therefore, if it is summer, P, then we will go for a swim, R. So, does that make sense to you? Go ahead and watch it one more time if it's a little unclear. This is another great type of argument, and you'll hear this a lot. It's called the disjunctive syllogism. Either P or Q. Not Q, therefore P. Students must study hard or fail a class. P or Q. Students must not fail. Q. Therefore, students will study very hard. P. That's a pretty simple way to put the argument. Here's another great one. And this is one you're going to I'd like you to pay close attention to because it's a great way to argue. This is called the reductio ad absurdum. Now, the reductio ad absurdum is Latin for reduce to the absurd. And what you're doing here is that you're actually taking two alternatives and you're kind of showing that one of them is just silly and you don't want that, so everybody should listen to the other conclusion that you're presenting. So, reductio ad absurdum starts this way. I want to prove that P is true and that P is what we want. So, if not P, then Q. And then in the next sentence, you're going to argue that Q is false, silly, absurd, or something that nobody wants, therefore P. So, if we do not use capital punishment, we will have more murders. Okay, so which one's P and which one's Q? Murders are very bad. So this is a way of saying Q is false or absurd. So therefore, what? P. We need capital punishment. We need the death penalty. So that is the conclusion that we're drawing. This is a very common way to argue, so please pay close attention to it. It's also very effective, and it's also very logical. Don't be afraid to use this in your own papers. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, nobody says if P then Q, or if Q then R, or not P or Q. Nobody talks that way. And you are absolutely right. We use these variables to kind of show just very basic ways to think logically. But when we're speaking, we don't say things that way. So in normal speech, a lot of these syllogisms would be implicit and they'd sound more like this. Well, how do students learn? By studying hard. In fact, no student wants to fail. Either study hard or fail. All right, so what syllogism was that? Can you think it's maybe that, disjunctive either-or type of syllogism? He can never feel awake unless he's had his cup of coffee. That is why he drank his coffee in the morning, so he could be alert. All right, so which syllogism was that? Well, that was the very first one, the modus ponens. If P, then Q. P, therefore Q. Now, how about this one? If Miss Scarlet killed Mr. Body, she'd have blood on her fingertips. But there is no such evidence. There is no blood on her fingertips. Therefore, she did not kill Mr. Body. Which syllogism was that one? I bet you can figure that out. Now, not all logic is equal. Some logic is actually really, really bad. So what I'm going to go over now are these logical fallacies, and I'd like you to keep those editorials you read in mind as I'm going over these, because I'm willing to bet that some of those editorials you read had a lot of logical fallacies in them, because, well, sadly, even though logical fallacies are wrong, they're extremely popular. This first type of logical fallacy is something called an ad hominem. Ad hominem is a Latin term for against the person. It's like you're fighting the person, but you're not actually talking about their argument. And it works like this. The first person says, these statistics imply that colleges favor women over men. The second person is skeptical and does not believe this claim and says, you're only saying that because you're a boy. Has this second person responded to the argument, or have they responded to the person saying the argument? Here's a more dramatic example. First person, we should not eat meat because factory farming is cruel to animals. The second person says, you're a hunter. You shoot animals for sport. All right, what has this second person proved? This second person has proved that this first person is a hypocrite. And this first person is inconsistent. What was the issue? Was the issue whether or not we should eat meat, or whether or not the first person is a hypocrite? The issue is whether or not we should eat meat. So you could see why you wouldn't want to listen to somebody like this. You don't want to listen to a hypocrite, and that's natural and that's good. But that's not the issue in this statement here. This person, first person, he could be right that factory farming is cruel to animals, even though he loves to go out and, shoot a deer every once in a while. It doesn't matter. So, ad hominem is very, difficult to kind of, take away sometimes because we're used to associating arguments and reasoning with people we like, and we're used to rejecting ideas from people we don't like. However, please, please, please keep this in mind. Reasons are never right because of who said them, and they are never wrong because of who said them. You can trust me on this. Circular reasoning. Circular reasoning is another type of fallacy that is kind of hard to detect because people are clever with the words they use. Circular reasoning means you use a conclusion to provide reasons that the conclusion is true. You are using the conclusion to provide reasons that the conclusion is true. Now, how do people do this? Well, they do this by using phrases that mean the same thing in different sentences. So here's an example. Capital punishment deters crime by scaring criminals. Therefore, conclusion, we know that it prevents criminal activity. Does preventing criminal activity mean anything different than deterring crime? No, it means the same thing. This is a circular argument. Eating meat is wrong because, conclusion, it is not right to eat meat. Okay, what does wrong mean? Doesn't it just mean not right? This is circular reasoning. It's using the conclusion to provide reasons that the conclusion is true. Here's another tricky one. He is an expert because he wrote several books. Really? Well, I wonder what makes him an expert. Well, I'll tell you. Only an expert could have written that many books. What? No. This is circular reasoning again. It's taking the same sentence and just paraphrasing it in another way so that it means the same thing. It's using the conclusion to give reasons that the conclusion is true. This is silly. Please avoid this and look for it carefully when other people are using it on you. This is another very common type of fallacy. This is called the hasty generalization. And I'm going to put you in the shoes of a college applicant. Hasty generalization is when there's not enough evidence, especially statistics, to provide a reason to believe the conclusion. So, imagine this. There are 2 students from a particular high school, yours, who were lousy in college. Therefore, the majority of students from that high school, yours, must be poor students. Can you see why this is wrong? Are just 2 students out of, 1,000 enough to, is that enough evidence to mean that, just everybody coming from that college is going to be lousy? No, absolutely not. This is a hasty generalization. Here's another silly one. It has rained for 3 days in a row. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Hey, that's more than 2. I think I'm gathering more evidence here, right? Not a hasty generalization, is it? Oh, so I'm going to conclude that it will never stop raining. It's just going to rain forever. It's rained for 3 days now. It will never stop raining. It's going to be like Noah's flood. Okay. Yes, this is silly. This is a silly, hasty generalization. So, when is something not a hasty generalization? When there's enough evidence. And when there's enough evidence to show a trend. Think about that Earth temperature thing. 5 years wasn't long enough to really show a trend that humans are causing global warming. In fact, when people are doing that kind of statistic, they're thinking back hundreds and hundreds of years. Here's another tricky logical fallacy. It's called affirming the consequent. Listen carefully. Going to college will get you a good job. I think that probably most of you still believe that that's true. Some of you don't. That person over there has a good job. They're a millionaire. They're making lots of money. So clearly, they must have gone to college. And they must have graduated college, summa cum laude, with honors and everything else, right? Because that's what it takes to get a good job. What if that person I was pointing to was Richard Branson or Bill Gates, both of whom never finished college, and both of whom are billionaires? Okay, well, they clearly have good jobs, they clearly have good careers, but they didn't go to college. So going to college will get you a good job. That could be true, but that doesn't mean that everybody who has a good job went to college. Here's another example of affirming the consequent. That guy is in very good shape. Okay, I'll give you that. You know, you can define that however you want. You know, he can run really far, he can stretch, he's got muscles, whatever. Well, people who play basketball are in good shape. Do you think that's true? I generally think that's true. So clearly, this person that I'm looking at who's in good shape, he must be a basketball player. Why is this wrong? Can you think of other reasons why somebody might be in good shape even though they're not a basketball player? I'm sure you can. So both of these are examples of affirming the consequent. So, yes, people who play basketball are in good shape, but the opposite isn't always true. Just because you're in good shape doesn't mean that you're a good basketball player. Here is a great logical fallacy. And this logical fallacy is really, really hard for us in democratic societies to understand because we love majority rule. We think that the crowd is almost always right. And, something is true if most people believe it. Think about this carefully. Most people believe that eating meat is not immoral. So how can eating meat be immoral? Okay, this is a logical fallacy. Not everyone agrees that humans are causing climate change. Nearly everyone agrees that humans are causing climate change. Therefore, climate change is real. Do you believe this conclusion? Do you believe the reasons for that conclusion, though? Here we go. This is a real kicker. For thousands of years, even the smartest people on Earth believed that the sun orbited the Earth. Therefore, the sun orbits the Earth. Is that conclusion wrong? You bet it is. Was this reason up here an appeal to the majority? Yes, it was. The best way to spot an appeal to majority issue is just to remember this question in your mind. Can lots and lots of really smart people be wrong about something? Yes. Yes, they can. So, the majority could be right, the majority could be wrong, but that being the majority doesn't make the conclusion right or wrong. So, now that we've gone over a lot of things and you know some things about logic, it's time for the assignment. Go and read the 10 arguments that are posted on the website. These are very, very short arguments, and I just kind of want you to go to step 2. Evaluate them. Do you think these are good arguments, or are you spotting some fallacies? I'm not telling you which ones are which, but let me know if you can spot any fallacies there. And, most importantly, I'd like you to go back to those editorials you read and read them. And I want you to think about their issue, their conclusions, and their reasons again. But this time you're going to critically evaluate those reasons. And I'd like you to think about and write down whether or not you think those reasons are good and whether or not they still seem good. You might have been persuaded the first time you read it, but now that you understand a little bit things about logic and especially logical fallacies, maybe you're not going to be so persuaded anymore. Go ahead and do that assignment, and thanks for using Educator.com. Welcome back to Educator.com, my little deductive and critical thinkers. Now, I hope that you are ready to write your very first argumentative paper. It's the kind of paper you'll be writing again and again and again all throughout college. You're going to be writing your very first one now, so you'll be ahead of all the other college freshmen. Let's think back to kind of previous patterns of organization. Okay. Well, the basic 5-paragraph one is you got your introduction, your body paragraph, your body paragraph, your body paragraph, 1, 2, 3, and then that closing paragraph. I used to call that the conclusion, but to avoid confusion, I'm going to call that the closing paragraph. Because remember, if we're writing an argumentative paper, our conclusion is something different than, something we put in the paragraph. Most of the time when you're writing your argumentative paper, a lot of these rules are going to apply. And we're going to just kind of adjust these things that you already know in order to make a great, great paper. Remember these patterns of organization. You had chronological. What were the keywords that you're going to be using when you put a chronological paper together? How about definition, classification, and illustration? How are you going to organize those kinds of things? Cause and effect. That's very, very important for reasoning, isn't it? What were those keywords? How do you organize it? A process, and don't forget, you'll be mixing these patterns together. If you need a refresher on any of these, please go back to the previous lessons and watch them again. It's what it's there for. The plan for this lesson will go this way. You're going to learn how to research and brainstorm issues. Remember, these issues are questions that you're going to be answering in your argumentative essay. I'll be running about a couple ways to make a really good introduction, and then we're going to focus on those body paragraphs. Because it turns out you're not always going to be limited to 3, and you might not always be limited to kind of certain ways to do things. Researching the issue. Well, what sources should you use to find an issue, to find a controversy, to find something that people debate and argue about? Well, you want to find the most biased, polemical, and possibly even inflammatory pieces of writing you can find. And I'm being mostly serious when I say that. Find those editorials again. An editorial is by definition somebody giving you their opinion. And you also need to read those op-ed pieces. Those are similar to editorials. Maybe they're a little bit less, fire and brimstone kind of speaking, but they're important too. Find a credible blog. Now, you know that blogs are never quality checked, but they are popular and well read. So find a blog that's getting a lot of responses and that a lot of people are debating about the content of the blog itself. There's all kinds out there, and you can find them on any subject. Remember, you got to find something that is biased, where somebody really has an axe to grind and they want you to believe this. And they are arguing and giving you reasons for whatever opinion and conclusion that they hold. And that if you follow this, you're going to have an issue that you can consider. Now, in your argumentative paper, are you just going to repeat and summarize what somebody else said? Well, you better not. Hopefully, when you're reading these editorials, you'll find an editorial where somebody holds one opinion on an issue, but you'll also quickly find a counterpoint where somebody says something else about that similar issue, and you'll look at both sides of this issue, decide for yourself what you think is true. What kinds of issues can you explore? Well, I'm giving you this list because I bet something on this list matters to you. And if you find something that matters to you, you'll be writing a lot about it. Well, the first 2 are the things you never talk about at the dinner table or when you go, visit a restaurant. We got politics and we got religion. I am encouraging you to go do research on editorials that pertain to politics or religions, just because they're really, really great, argumentative points, and we can debate about them, and we do. But if you want to go for something a little bit more tame and maybe something a little bit easier, think about health issues. Right now, there's a lot of conflicting information about nutrition out there on the internet. There are some people who say what we ought to be eating is mostly meat and never grains and some leafy vegetables. Okay? That's called, that caveman diet that I've referred to before. But there's also people who say it's like, look, the meat industry is just so bad and it's just so unhealthy for you that we need to just exclude meat altogether. And we need to replace that with nuts and beans and stuff like that. And also, yes, we do need to eat grains. And you know why? Because eating too much meat is not a sustainable diet and it will hurt the environment. Okay, so that's a health and nutrition issue that people debate. Scientific issues. Believe it or not, there are a lot of debates that go on in science too. It's normally presented as a subject where, hey, if you just do a test, everything comes out nice and clear. But that's not always the case. There are lots of debates in science, and if you go to a science blog, you're going to find a couple of those debates out there. Historical issues. Did Thomas Edison really invent the first light bulb? You've probably been taught that in school, but there are a lot of people who don't think that's the case. So that's a good historical issue that maybe you can examine. And if I haven't covered an issue that interests you, find one that does. Find an issue that people argue and debate about all the time, and that you can provide really good reasons for persuading them to your way of thinking. Now, all that said, especially when it comes to the first two, you must follow the most important rule ever when it comes to arguing and debating. The most important rule is the principle of charity. And that means you interpret other people's arguments in the strongest way possible. If you are reading an essay that you haven't read before and it disagrees with your position and you're starting to think the following things: this person is silly, I'm finding all the logical fallacies, this person is dumb, and I don't think that he's covering enough information, and you're thinking all that right away on your first read, that's not the principle of charity. You want to read somebody else's article, something that you don't agree with, as if they are the most brilliant person on earth. If they didn't give you information, it's probably because they didn't have room for it. And if they're using a logical fallacy, well, maybe it's not quite as fallacious as you think it is. Maybe you need to read it again to make sure that, hey, maybe I think it's circular reasoning, but maybe it's not. Maybe I need to read this a little bit more carefully and find a way that it couldn't be circular reasoning, interpret it that way. That's a principle of charity. If you don't use the principle of charity, not only will you be a bad debater, but you will never actually learn anything, and you won't actually go through this very important process of critical thinking. Now, as you are preparing to write your own paper, make sure you always frame the issue in a yes-no question. I've alluded to this earlier. I'm doing this so that it's easier for you, and it will be simpler, and your details will come out very naturally, and it'll be very specific. Here are examples of the yes-no question. Should we abolish capital punishment? Is a vegetarian diet healthy? Was Thomas Edison really the first to create the light bulb? These are yes-no questions. Now, furthermore, once you have a yes-no question, don't be afraid to focus it a little bit more. So, for instance, I could say, should we abolish capital punishment? Well, that's still fairly broad, believe it or not. That's a very broad issue. So I'm actually going to focus it a little bit more. Should we use capital punishment in the following particular circumstance? Now, what are some particular circumstances that maybe I could put here instead of particular circumstance? How about, first-degree murder? Well, what is first-degree murder? Well, we could find that out. How about in cases of temporary insanity? Does that require capital punishment? How about, just home defense homicide? Should that have capital punishment? There's all kinds of specific cases where capital punishment might be on the table, but maybe we're going to just focus on one specific case where people might be thinking about capital punishment. Did Thomas Edison invent the first light bulb? Well, believe it or not, light bulb is kind of a general category. So let's narrow it down to this. Did Thomas Edison invent the first commercially viable light bulb? What I mean by commercially viable is, was this the first light bulb that was practical for people to buy and sell and use like light bulbs today? Maybe now that I've focused that a little bit more, now I can go into my reasons and conclusions. So how should you answer the yes-no? Quick reminder. If you answer yes, you have the burden of proof, and you have to do all the work to proving your point. If you answer no, you still have to do a lot of research, and you really have to practice the principle of charity. However, all you have to do is just show that the arguments in favor of a yes answer are inadequate. Now, I'm going to be honest with you here. A no paper is actually the easier paper to write. However, yes papers are more challenging but they're also more rewarding. They're more rewarding because you feel like you've done something positive as opposed to just being a critic. So be careful about which ones you choose. It's entirely up to you. Some of the best papers I've ever written were no papers, but the favorite kinds, the ones I really like, are my yes papers. Now let's go over these introductions, the actual introduction paragraph of your essay. Well, all those old rules from the previous lesson still apply here. Tell a little story. Grab that reader's attention. That's still an antidote. Rhetorical questions. You know what? You can actually write out the issue word for word as a form of a question, and that would be a great rhetorical question for your introduction. Also, don't be afraid to do a Google search and go to a book and find those song lyrics or wherever you can find your great quotes to put into your introduction. Now, in addition to all those old rules, you need to give a few hints and clues as to what your reasons will be before you give your conclusion. And you want to make sure that you're introducing the issue, not the topic. Why? Well, because the issue at hand really kind of is the topic in an argumentative essay. So don't introduce eating meat. Introduce, is eating meat right or wrong in a modern society? Now, once you get to the thesis, I have to reiterate, right before you go to the beginning of your thesis, give at least one of your reasons prior to the thesis. And this is because it's kind of a rhetorical technique. It's usually more persuasive to present your thesis that way. If you give your thesis first and then reasons afterwards, it kind of sounds to the reader that maybe you're just so committed to this thesis that you're just making up reasons to believe it. But if you give a reason, a supporting idea first, and then you give your thesis, it looks like you're a careful thinker and you really, really thought about this issue before you came to the reason. Your thesis, absolutely, no exceptions, must contain your conclusion or your claim that you will be defending. If you don't do this, nobody's going to know that it's even an argumentative paper, and they'll be reading all these really great reasons to believe something or not believe something, but they'll have no clue what it is that they're supposed to believe or not believe. It absolutely must be there in your thesis. I'm going to give you an example of an introduction paragraph now. Here it is. Peter Singer, the great animal liberation advocate, argues that animal testing is wrong because animals can feel pain. He goes so far as to decry animal testing for future medicine. As a utilitarian, what's a utilitarian? He believes that the pain of animals is not worth the benefit of new medicine. But is this true? What would the world be like if we had developed no polio vaccine? It is true that animal testing for cosmetics is immoral. However, I assert that it remains important in medicine because the benefits do outweigh the pain. I've used a keyword here to give you where the conclusion is. I assert. That is a great crystal clear keyword when I'm giving you the conclusion. I've also maybe given you a hint of what one of the reasons would be. Benefit of new medicine. There's also a rhetorical question. Is it true? What would the world be like if we developed no polio vaccine? Here's kind of the hints here that I'm giving you. You'll notice there that I've mentioned something called a utilitarian. If you know what a utilitarian is already, you are probably one of the smartest students watching this. However, I don't expect you to know that, and in a minute I'm going to go over what a utilitarian is and how that might be useful in ordering paragraphs. So keep that in mind. Once you've got that great introduction, you go naturally to the body paragraphs. But think before you start writing, how many reasons do you have to either believe or not believe what it is you're answering on the issue? If you have 4 to 6 reasons, all you have to do is just narrow it down and pick your best 3. I mean, really, you don't have to stick to 5, to a 5-paragraph essay, but honestly, 3 is, still 3 body paragraphs is still really, really good when you're writing your first papers about anything. Now, if you have come up with more than 6 reasons and you still can't pick your best 3, refocus that conclusion. If you have a dozen reasons to believe your conclusion and a dozen reasons to answer the question, maybe your essay is not as focused as it needs to be. So here's an example of how it kind of explodes out into a paper that'll go too long. We should abolish capital punishment is the issue. And then here's all the reasons. We have race reasons, we have nature of the crime reasons, and we have economic reasons. And I have 3 reasons that relate to race, and 3 reasons that relate to the nature of the crime, and 4 reasons that relate to economics. Oh man, that is a 10 paragraph? 10 body paragraphs? That's way too long. I'm going to refocus this thesis so that it maybe just relates to either race, the nature of the crime, or economics. And that'll be a much better thesis and a much better conclusion. Now, when you're organizing your essay, you are going to have, the basic paragraph essay. You can just go the first reason, the second reason, and the third and the strongest reason. This is a basic way, and it still applies. Don't be afraid to use it. So, example, Miss Scarlet killed Mr. Body. Here are my 3 body paragraphs. I got the evidence on Mr. Body, I got Miss Scarlet's opportunity, and I got Miss Scarlet's motives. Always a good idea to make that third reason the strongest. Always make the third reason the strongest when you're writing your argumentative essay. It'll stick in the reader's mind and they'll believe you a little bit more. That's the basic way. But is that the only way to organize an argumentative paper? Well, how about this format? How about the basic plus a rebuttal? So, I'll give you the first reason in one of the body paragraphs, and the second reason, and then I'm going to rebuttal a counter-argument. Well, what does this mean? Well, it means I've anticipated an objection to my yes answer, and I'm going to reply how that is still not a very good reason. So, Miss Scarlet killed Mr. Body. There's my thesis and my conclusion. So, I'll give you, in one paragraph, the evidence on Mr. Body. I'll give you Miss Scarlet's motives. But then I'm going to remember the defense said a lot about, Miss Scarlet. The defense said something like, Miss Scarlet was at a ballroom the night of the murder, so she could not possibly have done it. Miss Scarlet never heard about Mr. Body writing her out of the will. Okay. Knowing that those objections to my opinion, I'm going to give an entire paragraph dedicated to why some of those reasons aren't that great and why you should still accept my conclusion, not the opposition's. Well, what about the body paragraph? And we're going to do explanation plus reasons. You will find as you do a lot of research, especially as you start getting into college, but even when you're in high school, that you're going to be talking about something that's really technical and has its own vocabulary and its own concepts that every reader's not going to know. For instance, utilitarianism. So maybe before you start giving your arguments and start giving your reasons, give a definition and explanation about this issue first. And then go into your first reason, your second reason, third reason, and so forth. Don't be afraid to make this a 6-paragraph essay if you really need to dedicate 1 body paragraph and 3 more reasons to your argument. So, here's an example. Animal testing for medical purposes is still acceptable. I believe it is okay to run animal testing if it's for medicine. That's the claim. But I'm responding to this guy named Peter Singer, who is a utilitarian. Now, what is a utilitarian? Well, I'll just give you a quick definition. A utilitarian is somebody who believes utilitarianism, and they think that the only way you decide whether or not something is right or wrong is by how much pain and how much happiness it causes to large groups of people. That's it. So how much pain and how much happiness, and they just measure things in that way. But I'd have to give you a nice long paragraph talking about what utilitarianism is before I really respond to Peter Singer. And then maybe after that I'll give you, reasons like, well, we got the case of polio. Polio was a horrible disease, and we used animal testing to find a cure. And you know what? There are current vaccines that are being tested on animals. And right now, well, there's no other way. Maybe animal testing is really dark and scary and sad and depressing, but it's still not as bad as a polio plague. So, you are now going to be organizing your very first argumentative essay. That is your assignment. So, go through some research. Find those internet issues, find those editorials, and find that evidence and think about those reasons. Don't forget to frame your issue as a yes-no question because that will make this project easier for you. And what are your reasons? What's your conclusion? Most importantly, has your conclusion changed? I mean, my roommate's a pretty smart guy, but one of his essays began this way. Here's all the things I used to believe, but after reading these things, here's what I believe about this issue now. He got an A on that paper because he was brave enough to show that he could change his mind. And then go ahead and outline, draft, and edit the paper. Go through that entire process just like this was that standard research paper or that 5-paragraph essay. Don't forget Strunk and White's, less words are better. And this is what a great paper would look like. A great paper is going to be between 1,000 and 300 words. You'll be using that MLA format, and you will reply to a possible objection if you're writing a yes paper. This is probably going to be one of the most exciting assignments you'll ever have, and if you do this well, you are going to learn so much, and you are going to look brilliant for all of your teachers. So please, 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 take your time and put your work into this, and just remember, educator.com. Welcome again to educator.com. And this time, for this lesson, I'm going to introduce you to rhetoric. And we're going to talk about not eating an elephant this time, but something else that you have to do when it comes to the elephants. So, the format for this lesson will go like this. First off, what exactly is rhetoric? I've mentioned it before way at the beginning, but I'm going to go into a little bit more detail now. Then we're going to talk about fear and higher values. And then you're going to learn how to think yes and yes again, and also hiding your cards. I'll explain what each one of these things mean throughout this lesson. So, if you remember way back at the beginning, rhetoric is a use of emotions to motivate and to persuade. So let's think about that really, really great paper that you've written, that logical paper, that one that was argued so well, and you got this idea, and you need someone to believe it. Well, logical appeals, those really good reasons, those great deductions, those great arguments, you've scrubbed it, and it's 100% fallacy-free, is just not enough, because that only appeals to one half of the brain. Remember, we got two halves, and if you really, really want to get somebody to believe what you believe, or understand what you understand, or agree with you, you've got to appeal to both. And one problem with the logical half of the brain, that left brain, is that it loves to analyze data, it loves information, and it will just keep spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning its wheels, and will never actually commit to anything. Here's an imaginary parable. There is a rider on top of an elephant, and that rider is reading a map. Now, you've explained to this rider where you need to go, why going there is important, and all that other kind of stuff. And the rider says, well, I just need a little bit more information before we go anywhere. And then so you give that rider a little bit more information. Instead of just giving them the road map, you give them the topography map so they can see where the mountains and the hills and the rainforest is. And then he says, well, this is a nice map, but I want a little bit more information. And so you give the rider more information, and the rider just keeps reading the map. You give him a map in color, and he keeps reading. Now, this rider is still not going to move that elephant. So what do you do? Well, it's simple. climb down off the top of the elephant, and then you get behind the elephant, and then you whip the elephant. And once the elephant starts moving, well, the rider's going to come along. So, persuasion is that process of whipping that elephant to get somebody moving and to get somebody to commit to something and to get someone to be motivated to do something. Now, it's very, very important in any persuasion process is to know your audience. And knowing the audience, we know that it's actually difficult to change someone's mind. So when we're arguing or attempting to persuade, we want to change it as little as possible. What do I mean specifically about that? Well, it means you don't want to try to persuade them with all the reasons you have and you already believe, but you actually want to find that person's values that they already believe and somehow connect them to your conclusion. So what kind of things do people value? Well, if you know one specific person, you can get really, really down to the nitty-gritty and find out what their favorite things are, what they think is most important. But when you don't know the audience and you're speaking to a broad group, you kind of have to generalize. So think for a moment, what do most people want to avoid? And what do most people want to pursue? And keep that in mind. We already know that everybody wants to be happy, so we can always attach our ideas to being happy, and then there's probably a lot of emotions that people don't want, like people don't want to be sad, or people don't want to be angry, or people don't want to be depressed. You can maybe do that. So, finally, we need to think about things that the audience already agrees to. Once we know that, we can kind of figure it out. Here is a recipe to change someone's mind, right down here. Find that person's values, use some emotional motivation, and you will get a change of mind in that other individual or in that audience. Now, this is hard to do, and you're not going to be able to do it just on this lesson. But this is a starting point, a point in the right direction. So, fear and higher values. Okay, so we're generalizing again. We're talking about what most people want and what most people want to avoid. So, there is something called an appeal to fear. Fear is what we call an avoidance value. It is a value that everybody doesn't want. Nobody wants to be afraid. Or there's some implication of not accepting your conclusion that would be negative and something you don't want. Fear is also awesome because it creates a sense of urgency. If you get somebody just a little bit afraid, they will feel like that they have to act or decide right now in order to do something. Now, there's a downside to fear appeals. They tend to wear off after a while. And you know what? In the last, since 2001, the United States has kind of learned this. Once upon a time, all the president had to say is, if we don't do this, a terrorist will win. And the president kept on saying this, and people are a little eye-rolling about it right now. It's like, yeah, sure, the terrorist will win. Think about the boy who cried wolf. Okay, that was a fear appeal. Wolf, wolf, wolf. But after a while, people weren't afraid of the wolf anymore because they knew that no wolf was there. So fear appeals do tend to wear off when they're repeated over and over again. Here are some examples of fear appeals. If we do not act now to stop climate change, the caps will melt, polar bears will die, and the seas will rise and drown out cities. Is that scary? Is that a sense of urgency? Do we need to act right now to stop this? Here's another great common fear appeal. If guns are outlawed, only the outlaws will have guns. Do you want the outlaws to have guns? Fear appeal. If we continue these policies, our nation will become bankrupt. We will have no more money, and we will have no credit, and we'll be poor as a nation. Is that something you're afraid of? Yes, it's a fear appeal. Now, I said that fear appeals wear off after a while, right? Yes. And in fact, it's sometimes better to appeal to a higher value. In fact, higher values are what people are attracted to. They're what people aspire to. They're what people want. You want to make people feel like that they're going to become a better person if they accept your values. Think about the Salvation Army, ringing the bell, the red buckets, and you take, I don't know, $5 and put it in that red bucket, and you walk away. Well, you feel like a better person. And so that's kind of, what people want to do when they're talking about charity. They don't want to say, hey, if we don't feed the poor, lots of people will, starve and die. Well, that's true. But they want to say, make you feel like a better person if you give to charity. Now, people will normally only change their deepest held beliefs if a higher value can be met by them. Now, fear appeals will get people to act. They usually don't make people change their mind about something. But if you want to really change somebody's very, very deeply held beliefs, you're eventually going to have to appeal to a higher value, something that's good, something that's noble, something that they want. Here's examples of higher value appeals. Those who act now to stop climate change will be remembered as those who saved the polar bears. Do you want to be that kind of person? Do you want to be the savior of the polar bears? Do you want to feel good about doing that? I bet you do. And I bet you like polar bears. I mean, I like polar bears. So this is an appeal to a higher value, your sense of self-esteem and even maybe your pride. A free man is a man with a gun and who hopes never to use it. Ooh, what higher value have I appealed to here? How about the sense of freedom, the sense of independence? That's what this gun means to me. And you know what? I'm not a violent person. I hope I never use my gun. So that's an appeal to a higher value. Here's another great one. The next generation will thank us for making the economic sacrifice so that they could prosper. Yes, I want to be like the greatest generation, like the World War II generation, the generation that labored, that worked hard so that their children could have a future. And I bet you do too. This is again an appeal to a higher value. Another great thing are what we call yes questions and assuming the obvious. What you have to do when you assume the obvious is you make the reader feel smart. You make them feel respected, and they will become receptive to you. Also, if you're asking the reader kind of yes type questions, they will feel like that they have come up with these ideas themselves. And it also helps the reader think of yes in their own minds. Now, what do I mean by assuming the obvious? Well, I'm going to give you a couple examples in just a minute, but it might be something like this. You like polar bears, right? I'm assuming that you're going to say yes. I could even say something completely irrelevant. I could say something like, isn't the sky blue? And you would think yes. And then maybe after that, I want to give you my conclusion because you're already thinking yes, so you're just going to say yes by habit. This is a great way to present your reasons, by the way. You have to present your reasons, those major supporting details in your argumentative paper, with the assumption of the obvious. Here's how it works. Most people agree, don't you, that preserving endangered animals is an important and worthy goal. You agree, don't you? You probably already know that almost all gun violence involves illegal guns already. I'm assuming the obvious. You're a smart person. I know you already know this. Everyone who lives now, including you, right, wants a better economic future, correct? These are questions that are presented in a way, and statements that are presented in a way that the reader or the audience thinks yes. And if you do that, this will help you with your conclusion. Well, how? Here's an example. We as good Americans believe in freedom. Yes. We also want the world to be a peaceful place. Yes. Also, wouldn't we be upset if foreign armies were in our country? Oh, you bet. Of course we would. Also, you probably already know how much the military costs. Maybe it is time to reconsider our military presence in foreign countries. What's my conclusion? Can you see it? Well, it's this right here. We need to reconsider our military presence in foreign countries. But all these statements right here, they were just statements that were given in a way that you think yes. And then so now, you're more inclined to think about this conclusion. Maybe we do need to reconsider our military presence in foreign countries. So, how specifically does this help? Well, if you get the reader to agree with reason number 1, and you get the reader to agree with reason number 2, and how about reason number 3? That makes sense, right? You just say therefore, and then you give your conclusion. This is a very, very old argumentative technique. It goes back to that fellow named Aristotle, who would do something really clever. He would ask people leading questions until they agreed with him by accident. But this has to work in a specific way. You already have a conclusion in your mind that you want that reader to accept. But you don't tell them your conclusion up front. You give them the readers first, get them to agree with you, and then they will agree with your conclusion by accident. So, how do I present my thesis and write it in a way that I'm going to hide those cards so that you agree by accident? Well, think about it. How clear should that thesis be? It should still be clear. You know, it should still help that reader predict. And that's really important. But you don't want to give away your conclusion. I mean, that's like a magician, revealing the magic tricks. It just doesn't work. What if instead you just made that reader feel like they came up with the conclusion themselves? What if at no point in this persuasive essay you never mentioned your conclusion? You just gave them all the reasons, and then the reader would feel like, hey, I came up with this idea. I'm smart. Well, of course, they're smart, but, you guided them to the conclusion. Here are a couple examples of theses that you're familiar with so far. Now, these are very clear, and they do give the conclusion. The mosquito poison, DDT, will prevent the spread of malaria in Africa with no danger to wildlife when we apply it in careful, controlled amounts. Okay, now a bit of background information. DDT was a mosquito poison used in the United States that was banned here because we used too much of it and it caused a lot of damage to birds and plants and all kinds of other animals. But it also killed mosquitoes and helped stop the spread of malaria here. Okay, well, Africa has malaria too, and they want to use DDT, and then, the United States is saying, well, no, DDT is terrible. But this person is arguing here that, hey, if we just use a little bit, we'll save a lot of African lives. Here's another familiar one. Miss Scarlet is guilty because of the fingerprints, her motive, and Mr. Body's will. Okay, where's my conclusion? Right here. Can you see my reasons? You bet you can. I've already highlighted them. We need to have open campus lunch because of fairness, benefits to business, and to reward hard work. Does your high school campus allow you to walk off campus and go to Taco Bell or McDonald's or other fast food restaurants during lunch? Some high schools do. Mine didn't. I know a few who did. But nearly everybody wants this right here, an open campus lunch. So what's the conclusion of this thesis? None of these theses hide their cards. Here's them rewritten so that the cards are hidden. Let us see what benefits and what harm would come from the use of DDT in Africa. Not giving you the conclusion, but I am helping you predict, right? I'm going to talk about the benefits and I'm going to talk about the harm of the use of DDT in Africa. Now, the writer here already has a conclusion. By the end of reading that essay, you'll probably accept it and think that you came up with it yourself. Let me present a motive, a set of fingerprints, and you will decide the verdict. Ooh, so there's no conclusion here. Of course, the person speaking already knows what their conclusion is, but it doesn't look like that they're going to give you the conclusion here. You're going to come up with a conclusion all by yourself. Here's the third one. Teachers, administrators, and principals wish to be fair to students. Support businesses. And of course, reward the best of school. What is one way that we can do that? Open campus lunch. So, go back and now we're going to do an assignment. Think about your previous argumentative essay. I would like you to rewrite that previous thesis so that it hides the cards. Give your reasons, not your conclusion. Then I'd like you to think of one fear and one higher value that you can use to accept one of your reasons or major details for that essay. And then rewrite one sentence that it states evidence with a statement like "you probably already know," or some other phrase that assumes the obvious, like "well, many people agree," or "you assume that this is correct, right?" That's a good way to assume the obvious. Next, reread one of those editorials you read. You remember those? And think about how that writer is getting at your emotions. They're probably using statements like "you probably already know," or they're asking those good rhetorical questions, or maybe they're using fear or a higher value to get your attention. Then finally, read Sell Out to Slytherin House article on educator.com. So, thanks for paying attention to this lesson, and we'll be going over some important rules in the next one. Thanks for using Educator. Welcome again to educator.com, and now we're going to be going over the so-called laws of persuasion. So, first off, what do I mean when I talk about laws of persuasion? Well, they are laws in the sense that they are kind of scientific laws. And when I talk about that, I'm referring to work by Dr. Robert Cialdini, who wrote a book called Influence. And in this very, very famous book that's become very, very popular with everyone, he talks about these laws and how they, basically get people to comply. They're about compliance. So someone asks you to do something and then you do it. That's called compliance. However, they are still useful when we're talking about rhetoric, when we're trying to present an idea or an opinion or a concept and we want somebody to accept that as true. Compliance and rhetoric are kind of, two sides of the same coin. So here's a couple quick examples of the uses of the laws of persuasion. Will you help someone finish high school when they are about to drop out? Will you convince them to change their mind? Will you help your friend quit a bad habit like smoking or eating bad food? There's certain laws of persuasion that you will use to do that. Will you brainwash a POW in your captivity before you send them back to their home country? You understand what's going on here? Well, the point I'd like to tell is that these laws of persuasion are neutral, but the ends that people use them for are good or evil. I really, really hope that you guys don't do anything evil when you're using these laws of persuasion, but they are powerful and they will help you influence other people and influence, people who are going to be grading you when you write your papers. So please, do stuff like this. Help someone finish school and help someone quit a bad habit. These are good things, and they're going to use the same laws as the bad things. Another thing that we have to know about these laws of persuasion is that some are consistent with logic, but some are actually logical fallacies. And this can, kind of hurt your brain a little bit, especially if you've done really, really hard with the critical thinking part. You don't want to be the kind of person that gives logical fallacies anymore. But I'm here to tell you that a lot of these laws of persuasion, as you will see, are actually also logical fallacies. It's a hard thing to get over. But just remember this. Knowing whether or not something is true is done by critical thinking, but getting other people to believe that something is true is usually done with laws of persuasion. Memorize these laws just like you memorize logical fallacies. No matter how hard it is, no matter how crazy it feels, try to memorize both. And also, one thing that I'm going to remind you is that these laws of persuasion will have greater use to you outside of school than memorizing those logical fallacies. It's just kind of how it is. But outside of school, once you're done with school, you're going to be using these laws of persuasion a lot more than you will be your logical fallacies. Finally, memorize these because it is important to know when someone uses them on you. Remember that. You might think, well, I know all my logical fallacies. Nobody can use those on me. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. These laws of persuasion, they tend to appeal to emotions, not the head. And so if you're not aware that somebody's appealing to your emotions at the same time, you might miss it, and they could be convincing you to do something great, like, quitting smoking or continuing on with school, or, maybe they're tricking you to do something that maybe you shouldn't do. Keep that in mind. Now, we're going to go over each one of these laws. I'm going to give you a definition of the law, some examples, and then one example of how to use it in kind of normal life, and then an example of how to use it in your papers. And let's start with this first one, the law of reciprocity. The law of reciprocity says this: if you give something to someone first, they will feel like they should give you something back. So, here's something that actually happened to me. There's a Hare Krishna at the airport. If you don't know what a Hare Krishna is, research it. I'm sure you'll find it. But Hare Krishna is walking around with this little satchel, and he's smiling. He seems like a pretty nice guy. He walks up to me and says, "Hello, I'd like to give you this book." And I'm only thinking, oh, well, this is nice. He's giving me a Hare Krishna book, and it's got, Indian deities on it. And like, oh, that's kind of interesting. It's very nice of him to give me this book as a gift. And then he smiles and says, oh, by the way, I'm a monk and I'm raising money. And I'm like, oh, I think, well, this guy's giving me a book. I pull out my wallet and I give him money. And it's only later that I drive home that I realize that I have a book I didn't want and I'm out $5. All because of the law of reciprocity and somebody who used it really well. Google is another example of the law of reciprocity. In kind of our old way of doing things, there was this idea that a company manufactures things and then sells it to you. But Google decided that it was just going to give information away. And it has thrived on this gift economy mentality where everybody just kind of reciprocates back to Google. So, law of reciprocity, what are you going to do? Well, just be a generous person, honestly. Share a snack with somebody at lunch. It doesn't have to be anything big like a book. It could be something simple like, a couple raisins or some M&Ms. And after, you've kind of, been generous and you've kind of shown this other person that you're a generous and kind person, maybe then is when you can ask them for homework after school. That might be a good idea. Do a little something for somebody else, maybe do that 2 or 3 times, and then ask for that favor. They're going to remember it, and they will want to reciprocate. In writing, you remember when I asked you about proofreading and how it's easier to get somebody else to do it for you? Well, just remember, hey friend, I'd love to help you out by proofreading that research paper. By the way, would you mind proofreading mine too? It's a law of reciprocity. It's easy. People respond to it like that. I still don't know where that book is. Law number 2, the law of contrast. A request will feel smaller when preceded by a larger request, and problems will feel bigger when preceded by smaller problems. Now, why is this important? Well, because people naturally want to say no to big things, but they'll usually say yes to a smaller thing. So, here's a quick example, and this is going to happen to you, I promise. Private school tuition, or pretty much anywhere. Imagine you've done all the hard work, and you are ready to go to college, and you have sent out your applications, and you get one in the mail that says, "We're happy to inform you that you have been accepted to," and then insert the name of your very favorite college there. And you read through all the things about all the great things about this school, you read about where you might be living, you read about how it'll be when you first get on that campus for the first time, and then finally you get to this point where it says, "Room and board at $32,000 for 1 year." That is a lot of money. So you send back a message back saying, I'm afraid that I have to decline. That's just too much money. I can't afford those in loans. Well, you might get a call from an admissions counselor, or you might get a letter back that says, oh, well, because of your grades, because of your sports, because of your, musical talent, etc., we're prepared to offer you a couple scholarships. Here's a few that you can apply for. In fact, you might be able to get your first year tuition down to this much money instead. How about $19,000? Is that less than $32,000? Would you be able to go to the school for $19,000 instead of $32,000? That's a law of contrast, right there working for you. This feels like a lot smaller when it was put right after that $32,000. So, how do you use the law of contrast? Well, all you have to do is just frame a large request first, wait for somebody else to say no, and then ask for what you actually wanted. So let's say that you want to stay at a friend's house Saturday night. Here's how you ask your parents for permission. Hey, Mom and Dad, can I stay at my best friend's house from Friday until Tuesday? Your parents are going to say, no, of course not. Well, then you say, oh, well, how about if I just stay there Saturday night? Okay, your parents are probably going to say yes at that point. In your papers, though, here's an example of using the law of contrast. Some people believe that losing weight is about exhausting exercise, a starvation diet, and measuring of proportions. But it's actually simple. Stop eating sugar, stop eating meat. How big of a deal does not eating sugar and not eating meat sound compared to exhausting exercise and a starvation diet and measuring portions? Man, just narrowed it down to two simple things that sound really easy. There's a law of contrast used in a paper. Third law, social proof, aka peer pressure. People tend to do what other people around them are doing, and people accept ideas if they know many other people accept ideas. Social proof is very, very weird. Imagine you're on the highway and you're driving and then you see two people turn on their right blinker and they start merging. Okay, well, you're probably going to think, well, maybe there's an accident ahead and maybe I should just merge. And so you merge. Person behind you sees three people merge into the next lane. And so they turn on their blinker and they merge too. And it keeps going on for miles. Now, all that happened just because two people turned their blinkers on and merged at the same time. There was no accident. There was no problem. But just because two people did it and then a whole row of people did it, everybody else just kind of habitually did it like clockwork. Another example is canned laughter in TV shows. They don't do this so much anymore, but if you watch an old sitcom, especially from the 1950s or even up until the 80s, they had these things called laugh tracks whenever a joke happened. Turns out that the joke wasn't actually funny, and the laughter is recorded, and everybody knows it's recorded, but because of social proof, because of that habituated response, you start chuckling. It's really weird, but it works. Finally, there was this great show called Candid Camera that had a great elevator prank. When you're in an elevator, you're normally facing which direction when you stand and wait? Well, you're facing at the exit door, right? You don't turn around and stick your nose in the corner, do you? Well, this prank show had a hidden camera in the elevator, and they had a bunch of actors waiting in the elevator. So an unsuspecting bystander walked into the elevator, and like everybody else, he turned around and was facing forward at the exit door. And then on cue, all the actors turned around and faced the back of the elevator. And so this poor victim just kind of stands there confused for a second, but only a second. He turns around and faces the other direction because, well, everybody else is doing it, so I guess I'm supposed to too. How do you use social proof? Okay, this is a very, very important tip for everybody. When you go away to college or even when you're going to a new place, you naturally want to make new friends. And the worst way to make a new friend is just to walk up to somebody unexpectedly and just say, hello, my name is, and hold out your hand kind of like a weird robot. That's kind of strange. Here's what you do when you're going into a social environment or a party or something like that where there's a lot of people and you want to meet somebody there, you want to make a new friend. First off, don't go into that party alone and introduce yourself to a stranger right away. Instead, walk in with some friends. And then if you see anybody else at that party that you know, go ahead and greet them. That stranger that you want to meet, that person that you haven't met that you want to shake your hand, they've been watching you this whole time. And they saw you walk in with people, and they saw you greet some other people. And so now you are social proofed and they think you're cool. Now, go in and introduce yourself to that stranger and make a new friend. This works. I've done it. In your writing, well, all you have to do is just mention that many credible, intelligent people share your view or idea. Here's an example. Psychologists from the American Association of Family Therapists and the Network of Spiritual Therapists are all adapting solutions-focused therapy. Hey, what's my idea? What do I want you to think is a good idea? This, solutions-focused therapy. How am I convincing you of it? I've social proofed it. I've shown you that there are large groups of people that think it's a good idea, and you should too. Fourth, the law of consistency. People want to continue to be consistent with previous behaviors and ideas over time. And this is even stronger if you write it down. Be careful, all of you, what you write down. Here's a quick example that has happened far too many times. A man says that the world is going to end on a certain date, and Jesus is coming back, or the aliens are going to pick him up. And then a bunch of people follow him. And maybe they say goodbye to some friends, or maybe they sell some things, or maybe they do some other things that, kind of cults do. And they all get together and they rally around this guy, and, they're all kind of waiting for the world to end. He says it's going to happen on this date, and that date, it doesn't happen. He's just been proven wrong. What do these people do? They still follow him. This has happened a couple times in history, not just a few times. When somebody was proved wrong, people still continue to follow somebody like this because of consistency. Another terrible example is in the 1950s. Chinese had captured American GIs in the Korean War. And the Chinese were communists, the Americans were Democrats, but the Chinese wanted to turn these American GIs into communists. So what did they do? Well, they had essay contests with the POWs, with these American soldiers. And, they kind of talked with these soldiers and said, it's like, hey guys, I know you're not a communist and we don't expect you to become a communist, but you could admit that America's maybe a great place, but not perfect. And the American GIs would say, well, yeah, I guess America's not perfect. And I said, okay, good. Well, we're having essay contests. Maybe you can write out a couple ways that America is not perfect. Just write it down for us. Well, that's how it started. They made a tiny commitment that America is not perfect, and before you knew it, these American GIs were coming back to the United States and saying things like, communism doesn't work in the United States, but it sure does work really good in China. Now I'm going to give you a good example of consistency. A student is a high school senior. He's ready to go to college. He's worked hard. And you know what happens? His girlfriend breaks up with him in this horrible, devastating breakup. You are this person's friend, and you want to tell this poor high school senior why they should not give up on college just because of this breakup. What are you going to do? Well, you're going to tell them all the important things that they've done so far to prepare for college. You're going to help remind them that they should be consistent in their behavior. And they will be. So, how do we use the law of consistency? Well, how about this? What if you want to change a bad behavior into a good behavior? Well, we all got habits and they're hard to break. This is what you do. Write down the good behavior you're going to do instead, copy it 15 times, sign it, and then give these 15 copies to your 15 closest friends. Are you going to feel ready to be consistent? You bet you will. In your writing, all you have to do is just appeal to writers that you know the reader will accept as true. And if you don't know what the reader will accept as true, think about what they probably will accept as true. And then you connect your idea with those ideas. Here's a quick example. We all believe in supporting schools. We all must budget for books, even though they are expensive. Yes, we must save money. Let us change from textbooks to portable digital copies. What concept do I want you to accept? That we should change from old textbooks to portable digital copies. What am I assuming that you probably think is true? Well, you believe in supporting schools. You must know that we must budget for books and that books are expensive. And I've even said the word yes here so that you start saying yes in your own mind. This is an appeal to consistency. Now, what's kind of crazy here is that there might not even be a logical connection between these two things. I could be asking you something like, is the sky blue? Do we love science? Are you watching educator.com? Well, let's change from textbooks to portable digital copies. I mean, all I've gotten you to do is just think yes, yes, yes. And because that's kind of a consistent pattern of thinking, you're going to say yes to this little request down here at the bottom. It's really easy. Fifth law, the law of association. People will like an idea or behavior if someone else they like endorses that idea or behavior. One of the best examples I can think of is a George Foreman grill. You should like it because it's healthy. How do you know it's healthy? Because George Foreman endorses it. George Foreman, the minister. George Foreman, the boxer. George Foreman, the Olympic athlete. What does George Foreman know about nutrition or barbecuing or making a hamburger? If he was talking about, religion or sports, maybe I should listen to him, but honestly, there's no logical connection between George Foreman and, a healthy Foreman grill. But because he's associated with this Foreman grill, everybody will start agree it must be healthy because George Foreman, who I like, endorses a Foreman grill. Now, what do you think happens if an idea or behavior is associated with somebody that people don't like? I mean, think about the person that you like the least, and he was trying to sell the Foreman grill. Would you want to buy one? Law of association. Well, real life, it's pretty simple. It's more about who you know than what you know that will probably get you into an interview. Same thing with kind of getting into colleges. I mean, think about it. If, your uncle or your dad or maybe, an older cousin or an older friend is trying to encourage you to get into a college that they attended, it's not just because they think that college is great for you. It's because they know that because you are associated with an alum of that college, you'll have a better chance of getting in. In your writing, you just need to use those famous quotes, and you can remember that from the introduction lesson. Quote people the reader likes, and quote people from their group, not your group. Now, politicians know how to do this all the time in their speeches and their writings. They will usually quote somebody from the party that is against them in order to get people who maybe might normally vote for the other party to vote for them. So here's a quick example. Even as a staunch member of the Republican Party, let me quote the great Democrat John F. Kennedy. We all breathe the same air. We all cherish our children's future. Can you kind of see how this Republican is trying to associate himself with somebody that Democrats like so that people who vote Democrat will vote for him instead? Yeah, it's really, really simple. So, to kind of wrap up here, remember, reciprocity. You give something first, you give again, somebody's bound to give you something back. Consistency. Well, a foolish consistency is a hobgoblin of the mind, but everybody wants to continue doing what they've always been doing and continue thinking what they've always been thinking. Association. Is your idea or what you're arguing associated with somebody really cool and really awesome? Well, figure out a way to do it, and you'll be advertising like George Foreman grills. Social proof. Lots of really great people also think that this is true, and that's a large number, and because it's a large number, you should too. Contrast. I just want to stay Saturday night, but I'll ask my parents that I want to stay over the whole week first. So, to remember, these laws can be used for good or evil. Please, absolutely, be a good person. Use your critical thinking skills first, and then decide what's true. Then use these laws to help other people believe these ideas as well. Also, remember that some are logical fallacies and others are consistent with logic. You kind of decide carefully which ones you want to use first. Finally, remember that private school tuition that was $32,000 but suddenly feels like $19,000? Always be aware of when these are used on you so that you have the courage and the ability to say no when you need to. For your assignment, you are going to find an advertisement that's on TV, in a magazine or on the internet, wherever. Think about that advertisement very, very carefully and ask yourself, which laws of persuasion is it using? It'll be using some, I promise you. Read through 2 of the political speech experts that are posted online and ask yourself, which laws of persuasion are they using? That's all you got to do. Finally, in preparation for your paper, think about what you want people to kind of go over and what position you're arguing for. And then write down one way that you can use each one of the laws to support your position. Thanks again for using educator.com, and have a good day. Welcome again to educator.com, and we are in the last section of the course, and this is the Introduction to Creative Writing. Now, Introduction to Creative Writing is going to be a lot different than a lot of the other writing that we've done, which is why I've kind of dedicated this entire little section to it. There's a lot more that can be learned about this than what you're going to be learning in these next few sections, but the goal is to write your first short story, and then that's it. I didn't say novel, I didn't say movie script, it's just a short story. It's a small task, and it's going to be a fun task, and I'm going to show you how that's fun. Think about everything that we've done so far in this course. Well, we have learned how to structure an essay. We've learned how to proofread and edit, how to cite, how to research. We've learned a little bit of rhetoric. We've learned a little bit of logic and critical thinking. And we've learned proper transition words. Think back to the very beginning of this course and think back to when I was talking about the halves of the brain. What part of the brain do you think we've worked with mostly throughout this entire course? Well, it's the left brain. Almost everything here is a left brain task, and well, that's because in academia we tend to be a little bit sided towards that side of the brain. And as you go into college, well, you just have to kind of be a little bit sided towards that side of the brain. But education's changing, and there's going to be a lot of emphasis in the future to try to get us to go to that other side of the brain a lot more often. And that's part of the reason why this is in the course. So, as we approach this creative writing, there's a couple rules that you're going to have to remember first. You are not allowed to say or think the following things. I am not creative. And you're not allowed to say that because everybody is, and I'm going to prove it to you. Creativity is not as important as math, science, etc. You might hear this from your teachers. You might even hear this from your parents. Well, I'm going to show you that this is not actually true either. Creativity cannot be taught. Well, actually, it is possible. It is possible. And let me tell you, a lot of people go through a lot of their lives thinking they're not creative because they never learned how. And they didn't think that you could be taught. Well, that's actually not true either. There's a lot of people who went through a lot of exercises and a lot of techniques, and they learned how to be creative. I'm going to give you a hint. This is partially correct. It's partially correct that creativity cannot be taught, but I'm going to show you how it's mostly a lie. So these are the rules. You can't say or think the following things. Now, we're going to go to a gentleman named Sir Ken Robinson. He's a British guy. I'm not going to imitate his accent because I can't do it as well as he can. But he has a series of TED Talks, and I'm sure that maybe some of you have watched a few TED Talks. If you haven't, you should. He's got a lot to say about modern education and education in the past and how we kind of have education set up in a little weird way. Believe it or not, it's a little crazy. But here we go. Ken Robinson actually says everybody's born creative. And a lot of people agree with this. A lot of great artists agree with this. Everybody is born creative. And he actually cited some research that proved that this was true. Well, first off, kids consider themselves creative because they're not afraid to be wrong. If 5-year-old kids, don't have a concept of right or wrong yet, they don't know that there's such a thing as a right answer, so they'll imagine anything, and they're not afraid to be wrong. Being wrong is not the same as being creative, but if you are always afraid to be wrong, you'll never produce anything original. He also cited an imagination test, and the imagination set started this way. How many uses of a paperclip? How many can you think of? Okay, most adults will think of, 15 to 20 uses of a paperclip. Little kids, though, will get up to, 200 uses of a paperclip. And how did they get to this? Well, they'll say something like this: well, a paperclip can be a boat. And because this paperclip is actually a giant paperclip made out of the noodle foam rubber that I use in my pool. And so it's a big giant paperclip that I can float on, and it's a boat. Okay, that's very imaginative. Very, very imaginative. So they'll come up with 200 uses for the paperclip. And here's the interesting thing. This test did not test the same group of kids once. We have little kids from, 0 to 5 years, and they were extremely creative. Tested the same group later when they were about ages 6 through 10, little less creative. And then, they took these same group of kids and, from like 10 to 15, found that very few still felt that they were creative and still were able to be creative. And so what he's actually citing here is like, well, this is actually kind of strange. Normally, you expect to get better at something as you get older. But actually what's happening here is that, well, people are actually born with a certain capacity, and then for some reason that lessens as you get older. And he thought, well, why is that? Why is it that way? Now, creativity is as important as math and science. This is something, again, that Sir Ken Robinson said in his TED Talks. First off, our public education system is actually old. It's very old. It's about 200 years old. And the world was a very different place 200 years ago. And our education system was set up to do two things. We got to have workers for the Industrial Revolution, and we got to have academics to repeat the philosophy of the Enlightenment. Am I bashing the Enlightenment? No, of course not. I'm a philosopher. I kind of like the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment was pretty cool. But it was wrong about some things. And any enlightened person is willing to say that. We were wrong about some things in the past. And then, so we set up an education in kind of a different world, in a different society. This world was different. In that world, people moved about 2 miles an hour. And I put minute there by mistake. But people moved about 2 miles an hour. And our world moves at the speed of your internet connection. It's very, very, very different. And our world changes a lot faster than the world of 200 years ago. And so 200 years ago, they probably could have guessed what the world would look like in about 30 or 40 years. But us, modern people in the 21st century, we don't know what the world's going to look like 5 years from now. We can't predict anything, no matter how smart we are. And so we actually need to nurture creativity in order to foster innovation. How are we going to get the internet connected on the moon is probably a really important question that somebody's going to be asking in about 10 years. I'm not kidding. So, these are a couple quotes from Sir Ken Robinson that I'm going to leave you with before we continue. And maybe you can watch his TED Talks. I mean, they might be kind of interesting. Maybe you can show them to your mom and dad or your teachers or whatever, see what they think. But anyway, here we go. Creativity is as important in education as literacy, and we should treat it with the same status. That is his opinion. It is as important as learning how to read. And we need to treat it as important as it. And think about those little kids. Little kids are very creative. By the time they're 15, they're not creative anymore. Well, we educate people out of their creative capacities. And that's why I have made sure to add this, kind of creative part to this academic writing course, is because, well, all of school is actually doing you a disservice if it's educating you out of your creative capacity. You're going to need it just as much as you need to know how to read and how to do math and how to do science. So, let's think about some claims. You can't teach creativity. Well, I'm going to tell you that this is actually partially correct, but it's usually because we think of teaching as giving a list of facts. Have you ever felt in school that you're just sitting there listening to a lecture, and it kind of feels like the teacher's trying to unscrew your head and dump a bunch of facts into it, and then push you off to the next grade where somebody will unscrew your head and pour a bunch of facts into it? Unfortunately, that's how we kind of think about teaching a lot of the times. It's some kind of weird conveyor belt where we just pour in facts into students' heads. Okay, creativity is not taught that way because it's kind of an internal capacity that you're not poured into. So in order to teach creativity, what we actually do is we actually remove those blocks that are built up over time and as we age to being creative. And this is a common technique that, well, just about every book that I've read on being creative kind of has in common, and that's why I'm going to kind of go over it here. Basically, we're about to go into playtime again. This is really where we're not going to be afraid to be wrong, and when we're going to practice certain techniques and certain exercises just to be creative. Remember, the left brain is going on vacation. Left brain's worked very, very hard, and so we got him a passport, we got him some suntan lotion, and we just sent him off to Jamaica, and the left brain is going to stay there for a while. So, remember, you have creative capacity, and it's just as important as other skills, and it needs to be nurtured by removing the blocks. So, what's the first thing that we're going to do to actually help you to become more creative? Well, we're going to go back to the journal entries from the very, very beginning of the class. These journal entries are going to be a little different than what we did before, but I hope that you also have your journals. I mean, maybe you got one that looks like this. That'd be great. You don't have to have one that looks like that, but make sure it's a special book and one that you don't use for anything else. We're also going to do the go do something new. Now, this is going to sound really, really frivolous and maybe a little silly, but the go do something new is actually going to be pretty important, and I'll explain what that is later. We're also going to make random sentences. This is one of the most fun things you can do because you have to come up with a sentence that's really, really silly, and then after you've written this really silly sentence, you're going to use that as like a first line in a paragraph, and you're going to just keep writing and just kind of imagine up all the weird stuff that comes out of this silly sentence you made. So, let's start with the journal entries. Okay, just like the beginning of the course, get a notebook, a pen, and a timer. This time, let's go for 20 minutes, not just 15. And make sure you go for 5 days this week. It shouldn't be hard. If you don't do anything else, go for 5 days this week with your pen and your journal. Yes, once again, use your pen, move your hand, keep the hand moving. The left brain starts saying something, your response is, hey, be quiet, you're on vacation, go away. And then just keep writing. So yeah, do this at least 5 times, because that right brain really needs the exercise right now. We've been in left brain land for too long, and we need to make sure that this is done 5 times this week. So what do you write about when you want to write your journals? When do you write? How do you get this written? Well, let's start with when. Most authors are actually in the habit of waking up early and then doing these journals. And they do that because they want to write when they're fresh, when their minds aren't concentrated on other things, when you're not worrying about your grades, when you're not worried about getting to school, when you're not worried about soccer practice, when you're not worried about how often you're playing music. Before all those things come into your mind, start writing. Now, I realize that some of you might have 0 periods, and some of you might not be able to wake up at, 6:15 in the morning to go ahead and do this, and that's okay. If that's the case, try to schedule your week. Get your, Google Calendar, attach it to your iPhone or other mobile device, write it out, schedule your week, and make sure you schedule that crucial 20 minutes of where you're going to be journaling and doing nothing else. A famous author once said, I write only when I'm inspired, and I make sure I'm inspired every day at 9 a.m. And you know what? I'm here to tell you that works. Make sure you're inspired at a particular time, on a particular day, every day for 5 weeks. And you've already scheduled out everything else, so you don't have to worry about those things anymore. Where? Where am I going to write? What's my environment going to look like when I'm writing? Let's think about the folk wisdom you might have heard from a teacher or family members or other people. Learning is best done in a quiet, undecorated, austere place with no distractions. You must stay there for several hours to learn properly. Have you ever heard this advice? This is folk wisdom. And the folk wisdom is wrong. The folk wisdom is wrong. A couple years ago, there was a scientific study that was published in academic journals and in popular magazines like Time and Newsweek that showed that when people are reading, if they stay reading in a really, really dark room for a long time, they don't absorb as much as if they were reading a little bit at a park, and then the next day they were reading it in their living room, and then in the third day they were reading it, on the bus. as people change environments with what they're reading or studying or doing, they actually learn more. And so this idea that you have to be in kind of a dark, uninteresting, boring place with no distractions and no music playing or something like that, that's actually wrong. Most people learn more when they move from place to place, and they will study better if they have changing surrounding environments. Here's something very interesting. Some of you might have heard of a composer called Mozart. Well, Mozart was working really, really hard on composing his literature. And in order to do that, he had his wife read him a novel as he was composing. It's crazy, but he kind of needed that extra stimuli to concentrate and, get his creative capacities going. So don't be afraid to, have a little music on or have something else going on in your room, in your environment as you're doing this, if that helps. So, you need to do your journal entries anywhere you find stimulating. So think about different locations. Don't stay in the same room of your house all the time. Do it in your bedroom, maybe in your living room the next day, maybe a library at school, maybe out in the park. And, maybe if you got, some music you can play, that might help. Or maybe if you absolutely have to, put on the TV and just listen to the TV as you're doing it. Don't pay attention to the TV, but, at least you'll have some noise in the background so that you can kind of get this done. I don't like TV. You shouldn't use TV. Don't watch TV. So, what are these journal entries going to be about? Well, they're going to be about you. And that's something that, everybody likes to write about. We all like to write about ourselves. But we're going to frame these questions a little bit better. Write about something you've always wanted to do but haven't done yet. Skydiving, surfing, playing the guitar, hiking a mountain, dancing, something you've always wanted to do but just haven't done for some reason. Also, write about a world or environment that you know a lot about. Now, when I say world, I don't mean planet Earth, but I mean kind of like, I guess you could say a social circle or a social environment. So for instance, if you are in orchestra in your high school, then you're probably very familiar with the world of orchestra. Same thing with, football teams. You're very familiar with the world of football teams and athletics. Maybe you and your friends hang out and play video games all night. Well, you're familiar with the world, the social environment of video gamers. You can kind of go on and see other examples. Right now, I hope that you're thinking about some world, some social environment that you know really, really well and has its own idiosyncrasies and its own language and its own terms and its own idioms. Write about that kind of world. Tell us about it. And write about something that you enjoy doing but you have not been able to do recently. You're working very, very hard to get through these lessons. I bet that there is something that you'd really, really like to be doing right now and that you just love to do and you just haven't been able to do. Well, you can write about that too. Here's another thing that might help you. Things to imagine. Why don't you try this if you're kind of stuck on your journal entries? Pick two characters from two different books and movies and imagine a conversation between these two characters. What would Ron Weasley have talked about if he was in a chat with Batman? What would, Luke Skywalker have to talk about if he was, talking with, I don't know, Hermione Granger? I mean, it can be just any conversation from, two just crazy different fiction universes, and you can have these two characters meet and have a nice conversation. How about this? Imagine a football player who can become invisible. You can write about that football player. Write about that. Or if you like computers, imagine that you're writing a story from a computer virus that is about to invade a computer. Write about that computer virus and write about its perspective. Make the computer virus the character in this little short story that you're going to write. How about this? Imagine a world if we never discovered electricity. What would that world be like? How different would it be? What kind of things would change? How crazy would our world be if we never discovered electricity? Another great idea for journal entries is the what ifs. And I have a bunch of what ifs from fiction worlds and from real worlds and history. But these are just the what if questions. So, What if Gollum hadn't gone down into the volcano with the ring? Seen the end of Lord of the Rings? You know, Frodo's about to destroy the ring, he throws it into the fire, Gollum goes down with it. But what would have happened if Gollum didn't go down with the ring? What if he didn't die and he just saw the ring got destroyed? That'd be interesting. Remember the beginning of Harry Potter when he's got the sorting hat on his head and he's thinking, not Slytherin, not Slytherin, not Slytherin? What if he had been sorted into Slytherin house? How different would the Harry Potter stories have been then? Let's go back to the real world. How about if the 13 colonies that eventually became the United States never broke away from England? How different would our world be if, well, the United States was still part of England? Would I even be here in California if that had happened? I don't know. How about woolly mammoths? Or dinosaurs? Or some other extinct animal? What if those animals never became extinct? What if they were still around today? Write about that. I mean, what if your friend was riding down the street on a triceratops? That'd be kind of interesting. How about this? What if you lived in another state or another country? Ever been to another country? Have you ever been to another state? What if you had grown up in a very, very warm state or a very cold state or a state where it snowed or a state where it was very urban or a state where there was almost nobody around for miles and miles? Or what if you lived in the United States your whole life, but now all of a sudden you're going to live in Singapore for 3 years? That'd be different. What if? And how about this? This one's a lot of fun. What if your best friend was of the opposite gender? That'd be kind of interesting. Imagine that. So, remember, all those journal entries aren't assignments. They're ideas. They're things that can help you jog your creativity. Don't feel like you have to fulfill all of them. I don't expect you to. But those things are there to help you start writing and get that pen moving. Now, we're also going to transition into this go do something new. Now, we all kind of need to do something new to kind of explore the world and get kind of ideas going. And so that's what this part is for. We just need more stimuli. Think of something you've never done, a place you've never visited, or something you've never read. Whatever, just as long as it's new to you. And go and do it. Doesn't have to be big, doesn't have to be dramatic, and above all, it does not need to be dangerous. Just needs to be something new, something you haven't done yet. Here's some simple ideas. How about you play a board game you've never played? Now, of course, you have to, use a little bit of that rhetoric and a little bit of that persuasion so that you can get some more players with you. Maybe there's a board game you've never played before that's just in your house or at your grandparents' house or somewhere that you've just never played. Hey, maybe you got a deck of cards and maybe there's a card game that you can find on the internet that you've never played. Go play that card game. Ever cooked anything? Ever baked a cake? Ever made an omelet? Okay, well, just go and do something in cooking that you haven't done before. Really, really simple. You don't have to leave your house, and you're safe. If you have to, watch a TV show that you've never seen. If your favorite types of TV shows are on the Sci-Fi Channel, watch a sitcom. If your favorite shows are a sitcom, maybe watch some reality TV. If your favorite shows are always reality TV, maybe you can watch some of those weird science fiction shows. It doesn't really matter, just as long as it's a show that's new to you. Go back to that library. Pick up a magazine that you've never heard of before and you've never read. Read an article in that magazine. That's something that's new to you. You want to stay indoors? Do you want to be in your house all the time? Oh, probably not. So here's some things that you do around high school. Have you ever been to a school play? Well, go visit one. Have you ever been to one of your school sports game? Throughout my entire college, I think I went to 0 sports games. So this would actually be kind of important for me to go to a sports game. If I was still in college, maybe I need to go see one of my teams play. Is there a school club you've never visited? There's probably a lot of school clubs at your school that you maybe have never gone to before. Go and visit one. Go visit the chess club. Go visit the medieval club. Go hang out with the audiovisual kids. Hang out with the book club. Martial arts clubs. You're going to find one. And just don't go there to participate if you're not ready to, but just go there to hang out for a while and be social. Have you ever seen your school's music group perform? Well, if you're an orchestra or a band, you are the music group, but what if you're not in those groups? Go to one of those schools' performances and go watch them perform. You'll like it, I promise. And most importantly, and here, is there someone at your school who you have never talked to but really want to? Go be social. Go make a new friend. Go introduce yourself. Tell that person a joke. Ask them if they need help with anything. Ask them their opinion. There's all kinds of things you can do. If you're nervous, who cares? Just go do it. Go talk to somebody new today. Now, if you're a little bit more mobile and you're out of high school, maybe you have a car, you got public transportation, and you're ready to go do something new and safe, here are some ideas of new things you can do around town. Go to a bookstore and find the weirdest nonfiction book you can find. Find something incredibly strange. Don't go to the fiction section. Go to the nonfiction section and look for the weirdest books you can possibly find. Have you ever visited a thrift shop? Well, go visit one. They're actually kind of fun, and you can buy your Halloween costumes or just your regular clothes there. Actually, one of my best suits is partially from a thrift shop, which is crazy. How about visit a cafe and write there? I don't know what the connection is between caffeine and writing, but Ernest Hemingway did it, Jean-Paul Sartre did it, and just a lot of others are really, really famous for going to cafes, getting coffee, and then writing. I don't know what the connection is. By the way, if you really want to find a place that's cool, don't go to just a Starbucks or a Pete's. Find a cafe that's unique and is the one of its kind, and you'll find them, trust me. How about a craft shop or a poster store, a restaurant, or maybe just a shopping area that you haven't visited yet? You can go to Yelp.com and find all kinds of new places to explore in the town or city that you grew up in. And you know what? If you're in a rural environment, more power to you. I kind of wish I was. Go hike a trail if you like. Now, if you've done that kind of new thing, we also got this other exercise called the random sentence exercise. What's great about the random sentence exercise is it kind of makes a nice writing prompt for you, and it becomes very challenging because you get really strange sounding sentences out of this, and I'm going to show you how that works. First off, you need a pen, you need paper, and you've got your notebook, so I know you have paper, and you need a 6-sided dice. But why does a dice have to be 6-sided? Could you find a 12-sided dice or an 8-sided dice? Gamers, you know what I'm talking about. And we're going to get our random sentences in a particular way. First off, step 1, write down 10 different nouns. Tiger, fireplace, school, guitarist, Aristotle, rose bushes, Batman, oatmeal, crazy Bob, bananas. I've written down 10 just random things that I thought of off the top of my head. I did not censor this. I did not edit this. I just needed a random list. Now, a sentence isn't just going to have nouns, it also needs verbs, right? So let's find some verbs. Step 2, pick a job, occupation or activity, and write down 15 verbs that you associate with that job, occupation, or activity. I've chosen doctors. And you notice I haven't listed off these 15 words in a list, and there's a reason for that. But I do have a bunch of words. I got cough, hiccup, sneeze, weigh, poke, prod, listen. If it's a good doctor, it's going to listen. Tap, vomit, diagnose, examine, scribble, call, heal, visit. 15. Now with my dice, what you're going to do is you're going to have your list of those 10 nouns, and you're going to have a dice, and you're going to have these. Roll the dice. And whatever number comes up, start counting from the first word. So, say I rolled my dice and I came up with the number 3. So I'm going to count 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I'm going to match up sneeze with whatever was word number 1 in my list. And then I'm going to roll my dice again. Oh, I've come up with 4 this time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Listen, I'm going to connect that up with the second word in my noun list. So on and so forth. Once you get to the end, like let's say I was here, and then I rolled the dice and I got 6, I would count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And whatever you do, just make sure you got your dice roll and you're doing this randomly. And some of these words are going to come up twice in your list possibly, and some won't come out at all. That's okay. Just as long as you have that list of 10 nouns and the random verb next to the noun. After that, you need to write 10 sentences using that noun and the verb that's next to it, no matter how weird or how crazy it comes. Here are a few things that I came up with. The tiger hiccuped so loud it woke the neighbors. The school coughed out its students as soon as the last bell rang. Crazy Bob listened very closely to the salt shaker's side of the argument. These are random sentences, and I haven't done all of them. I've only given you 3, but you are going to have a list of 10. If it helps, roll a 10-sided dice and pick one of these, and start writing an entire paragraph with this sentence as your first sentence in the paragraph. It's what it's for. What do I mean when the tiger hiccuped? Why did I say the school coughed? Just imagine it. And that's exactly what you're supposed to do. There's no wrong answer. The only way to be wrong is to not do it. So, with all those exercises in mind, you've got your journal entries and all the things you can write about. You're going to go do something new. You're going to kind of explore just a very, very small thing. You're going to come up with these weird sentences. I'm going to leave you with these 2 quotes from Sir Ken Robinson. If you're not prepared to be wrong, you'll never come up with anything original. Feel free to watch his TED Talks if you like. He says all this stuff a lot better than I can. Until then, thanks for using Educator.com. Hello again, Educator.com students. Now, I hope that after the last lesson you've had kind of, a nice fun week and, nice fun couple days depending on how long it is. And that you've written a lot in your journals and that you haven't censored yourself and you're not really, paying attention to whether or not your writing is right or wrong. You're just, keeping the pen moving and writing. Now, we're actually going to be moving into making story people. Why do we need story people? Well, can you imagine a short story without characters? Of course not. We're actually going to learn how to kind of make character that's, interesting enough for a story, but not so deep that they, kind of become boring. So, what are the things that we're going to be going over to learn how to create characters? Well, they're the first ideas that everybody uses. Any writer uses these first couple things. Again, this is just to get you started, and it will be kind of, feel very natural and very simple. There is also kind of an interesting little process that I've learned that will help you make characters and to make sure that these characters aren't too deep. Your assignment then at the end will be to kind of make characters and then vet them. Now, all I mean by vetting is you're just going to be picking the character that you like best. And then in the end, you'll be kind of writing maybe a quick character sketch. Imagine this character doing something, write a few paragraphs out of the character that you've chosen, and then what this character will do and how this character is going to interact with just anything. It's a character sketch, not a story. We're not quite there yet. So, the first thing that everybody uses when they make a character, yourself. Yourself. Everybody does. My first story was about me. The first comic I ever did was about me and my friends. My friend who wrote a NaNoWriMo told me, well, I was basically writing about myself and then I got bored. Everybody starts off here. And why? Well, it's because you know yourself fairly well, right? You know yourself pretty well. And it's really easy, isn't it, to imagine somebody who's like you and what they will do in certain situations. Well, this is an exercise. Go ahead and write about yourself. Now, as a word of caution, my fiction teacher always told me and always told our class that whenever you're reading somebody else's story or somebody else's work, there's one thing you never ask. You never ask, did this happen to you? When you're reading somebody else's story. Because there's a good chance, especially if it's one of their first stories, that main character is based on them, and something bad that happened to that character did happen to them, and they're going to feel very hurt and possibly very vulnerable, and it's just inappropriate and it's just rude to ask that question. You'll make sure nobody ever asks it of you either. Just never ask it of somebody else. So, everybody uses yourself. And then here's a little warning down at the bottom. How about this? Well, what about your friends and your family? Well, you know these people pretty well too, right? Well, you can make characters that are based on them. That's really, really easy. It also gives you a great chance to exaggerate their personality and their mannerisms. A couple years ago, there was a web series called Red vs. Blue, and it was about a team of red Halo soldiers versus a team of blue Halo soldiers, and how silly and what their antics were. One of the characters screamed a lot and was crazy and was a little nuts and possibly a little OCD. Would you believe that that character was actually based on one of the people who made the series? Yes. It was an exaggeration of that person's, well, negative sides of his personalities. Don't be afraid to combine maybe 2 or 3 people into one character. That's always a lot of fun. So, using yourself and people you know, you can write a story about a bunch of people who all like the same things, all do the same things, and all act the same way. Now, why is that a problem? Well, there's no drama. It's a little bit boring, right? It's kind of is a sleeper. Also, one of the most important things that you'll learn when creating characters is that you need to suspend your own personality, viewpoints, and judgments. How are you going to write a villain if the villain thinks just like you and always likes the same things you do? Are you a good person? I hope so. So if you want to write a bad guy, you have to learn how to just suspend your own personality, viewpoints, and judgments and learn to write from another character's perspective. And also, will the audience care? Will anybody but you and your friends care about this story? If it's just based on a bunch of people who are like you and like your friends and like your family, and they all do the same things, they all like the same things, and they all act the same way. Be a little bit boring, wouldn't it? Yes, so these are the pitfalls. Now, there's actually a really, really easy way to get around this. First off, why not just change the gender of one of the characters? Base a character on your closest friend and everything that they do, and then make it a boy if it's a girl and make it a girl if it's a boy. That'd be kind of fun. That'd be pretty interesting. I mean, especially since, there's always the stereotypes that guys always act a certain way. So what if I had a female character who acted like a boy all the time? Or vice versa. You can also change something that character, who's based on somebody you know, cares about. Imagine your friend who lives and breathes the sport of soccer. And they are passionate and competitive and even a little in-your-face and aggressive about being a soccer fan or playing soccer. Now, let's change something they care about. Am I going to change it to a different sport? I could make them a big baseball fan or a big football fan. I'm sorry if that's confusing to those of you who live outside the United States, American football. But I think that we can go a step further. I'm going to change that soccer player into somebody who's that passionate about playing chess. And he's that competitive and he's that driven to playing chess. And that's what his, new sport and new passion is. Interesting. It's an interesting switch. Don't be afraid to also go through all those what-if exercises. Imagine a character who's based on you but was raised in another country. What if? Imagine a character who was one of your best friends, but let's say they were raised in a different state. What if? These are just kind of simple things you can change and just kind of simple what-if solutions that you can imagine. What if you and your friends were all doing the same things, but you're actually all living in the future and you all grew up on a spaceship school or something like that? Just what ifs, what ifs, what ifs. That'll help you change these characters from just clones of people you know and yourself into characters that might be a little more interesting for an audience. There's also one other great thing that you can do. Get to know personalities. And I've given you some personalities here. And these are called the Myers-Briggs archetypes. If you're interested in psychology, you can learn a little bit more about this. There's 4 different types of personality here. I have an ENTJ personality, an ESFP personality, and an INTJ personality, and a INFP personality. What do all these things mean? Well, just briefly, the E means are you introverted or extroverted, and the T and the F mean are you a thinking or a feeling person. I've just decided that I'm going to make 4 college students that have these personality archetypes, and I'm going to throw them all in an apartment together. Ready? I got my ENTJ, who's a business admin major, and he's always in a hurry. Never slows down. Always working and wants to get it done and accomplished, so he can move on to the next thing he's working on. ESFP, it's the singing and dancing student. And this student always wants attention. Always. You know, I bet you could guess that student's major. Vocal performance, theater arts, maybe film and television. No, you get the idea. INTJ, this is the engineer student. He's got the books and he always needs a nice and quiet place to read, study, and design his next, rocket, his next spaceship, his next building, because he's an engineer. Finally, I got my INFP personality. That's a psychology student who eventually would like to be a marriage and family therapist. What does this student want? Well, just everybody can just get along. We can all just be happy. We can just be okay and not offend anybody. So, you can already imagine putting all these 4 students into the same room might make some interesting conflicts. Go ahead and visit thepersonalitypage.com to learn a little bit more information about what ENTJ means, INFP, what all that means. It has all kinds of information, and that'll help you kind of construct a new character from scratch. So, now that you've kind of gotten those ideas that everybody kind of starts with, where we got, you and your friends, and then we kind of change things up by personality alterations or what-if scenarios, let's get to the process of making a character. And Alfred Hitchcock actually says that you imagine what a character does first, and then you make up reasons why they do those things later. This sounds a little backwards to a lot of people who are, making literature and stories. There's kind of an intuitive process that people think, I got to know everything about my character, backstory, and I have to know their personality, I have to know where they were born, I have to know about their inner struggles before they do anything. Well, the problem with that is that's actually kind of an excessive background. And you have to remember that these characters aren't real people. I'm going to say that again. These characters aren't real people. Don't treat them like real people. Yes, you want to avoid, cheesy caricatures who are just their actions and just stereotypes. But they're not real people. So we're actually going to just imagine what they do and why. We're going to make up why reasons later. This process that Alfred Hitchcock recommends will help us establish a believable pattern of behavior. This character will be consistent in what they do and how they think and how they act. And then eventually we'll maybe make some surprises so they're not just boring and predictable. But for now, we want to make sure that this, character is believable first. Finally, it'll help us later to decide which characters we want in our stories. Which characters are the most important and most interesting to us. And then that's the character or characters that we're going to write about. Now, what's really, really better is try to imagine unexpected actions. And so here's a couple actions that I'm going to give you that are unexpected for the character doing them. An upper middle class homeowner robs a bank. An upper middle class homeowner robs a bank. Why? I don't know. You tell me. A happy teenage girl with good grades drops out of high school. Why? What happened? What is she doing? Why did she drop out of high school? You tell me. Imagine it. A wealthy, corrupt casino owner donates money to an orphanage. Okay, why an orphanage? Why this particular orphanage? Why is somebody who only cares about money and is kind of dirty giving money to an orphanage? Can even do something less dramatic. How about a simple dairy farmer who for some reason refuses to sell milk to someone? What's with this character? Why won't he just sell someone milk? Who is this person he won't sell to? What's the issue? What's going on? I don't know. Imagine it, and you tell me. Another thing in this process of character creation is you have to think back to the book check-ins we did earlier. What does a character care about? What does this character want to be happy? What is this character's big goal? And what kind of things might frustrate this character as they try to reach this goal? And what are some tangible things that this character might do that show what they care about? Never just tell somebody, this character cares only about making money. Okay, well, I know Scrooge only cares about making money, but what did he do in that book, The Christmas Carol, that showed me that he cared only about money? And so maybe after we think about what this character cares about, maybe that will explain some of their strange actions. Maybe this homeowner who's robbing a bank has something that he really cares about, and for some reason, he's got to rob a bank to do it. Maybe this teenage girl who just got really, really stellar grades and is now dropping out of high school has something else that she cares about. Maybe she just discovered that she was pregnant, and she's absolutely going to have this baby no matter what, and she wants to be a mom all of a sudden. I don't know. It could happen. It's up to you. What does this character care about that makes him do these actions? Finally, the process of making characters also involves labels. I'm going to give you an example of a label real quick. Imagine you've just left a huge classroom, you've met several students, and you're trying to remember this other classmate, Richard, this guy Richard who you met just briefly, and you don't remember Richard. And then somebody says, oh yeah, Richard? Oh, he's a freshman guy, and it was a talkative teacher's pet. Now you remember Richard, don't you? Yeah, because I've just given you 4 really simple labels to help you remember Richard. When you make your characters, you're going to be doing kind of the same thing. So, I'm telling you that his gender, guy or girl. Often, I'm going to be able to get that just by the name. Also, I'm going to give you an indicator of their age. Well, Richard's a freshman, so he's not a senior. Maybe 14, 15, not 17, 18, unless we're talking about college. What's the role or occupation? Okay, too young to have a job, but he still has a role in school, right? A role, kind of a stereotype that he kind of fits into. He's a teacher's pet. But he's not just any teacher's pet. I got to have an adjective that I'm going to attach to this character that kind of describes his manner. He's talkative. He talks too much. So these 4 labels will help shape characters, and it also will help us get a character down to 1 sentence. So I'm going to take some characters that you already know, and I'm just going to quickly label them according to these 4 things. Bart Simpson. Bart is the young boy who is a mischievous skateboarder. Boy, young, skateboarder, mischievous. Hermione is a teenage girl who is an overly eager student. Gender, age, student, and overly eager. Luke Skywalker. Luke Skywalker is a rebellious young Jedi apprentice. Well, did I say his gender? Well, is Luke a boy's name? We got the gender. He's young, he's a Jedi apprentice, and he's rebellious. Finally, let's go with The Hobbit. Let's go with Bilbo Baggins. Bilbo Baggins is an adult and nervous adventurer. Well, did I say his gender? Well, I don't really need to. Bilbo is a boy's name. He's an adult, he's an adventurer, and he's really, really nervous and scared about the whole thing. So, now that I've labeled these characters, let's just do another game. And let's imagine switching these adjectives around, and let's see how interesting and how much that would change a character. How about Hermione the nervous student? How different would the Harry Potter series have been if Hermione was nervous? Luke Skywalker is a mischievous Jedi apprentice. Well, I don't know what that would mean. Maybe he's playing a trick on Yoda. We'll figure that out. Bart, the overly eager skateboarder. Okay, now all of a sudden Bart Simpson isn't skateboarding because he wants mischief. He is skateboarding because he wants approval. That's a very, very different Bart Simpson. And how about, finally, Bilbo Baggins, the rebellious adventurer? Have you read The Hobbit? Have you seen any of the old cartoons? Well, just imagine what Bilbo Baggins would be if he was a rebel instead of just kind of a squeamish, nervous little guy. Then that's how we do these 4 labels. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking characters are too complex to be these 4 things. And you're absolutely right. There's more to characters than that. But part of writing a good story is to set things up with a very, very simple set of expectations down to this one sentence thing, working with that character and then developing them into something more robust and something more lifelike and something more believable. Start with, generic stereotypes like this, and then everybody gets surprised later on. So for your assignment is first off, we've got to make sure that left brain editor is still on vacation. Still not using the left brain yet. Now that you kind of understand where to get ideas from, maybe you've looked at the personality page and you understand, most importantly, that little process I showed you, write some characters. And write one paragraph describing 5 to 8 characters. Now, what I mean is one paragraph for each character. So if you make up 5 characters, it's going to be 5 paragraphs. And just describe these characters. What do they do? Where did they come from? What do they care about? Your topic sentence for each one of those paragraphs should be the 4 labels put into sentence form. Very, very simple. And then after that, you're going to vet your characters by just picking the ones you like best. Think about what kind of short story you might want to talk about. Doesn't really matter. One of those characters is going to be better than the others. So go ahead and do this. Have some fun. Keep doing your journal entries. And we're going to be getting into the deeper parts of telling a short story later. Till then, thanks for using Educator.com. Welcome once again to Educator.com. And now that you've made your characters need to do something, right? Well, that something is about making a plot. Some plots are more interesting than others, and I'm going to show you how to make an interesting plot. First off, let's review the goal for the little short story that we're putting together. And the emphasis is on the word short. You are not writing a 50,000 word novel. You can do that for your NaNoWriMo, which I'll maybe explain later and let you guys know about some other time. You are also not putting together a movie script. And this is not going to be overly complex. What is a short story? Well, a short story is more like a 30-minute TV episode than a long feature-length film. And it is probably limited to a few characters and a few locations, and it's just generally small in its scope. And what do I mean by that? Well, I mean that maybe instead of writing an epic fantasy or space opera or dramatic love story, it's probably just a simple thing that's maybe going on between 5 people living in, a small town or a small city. It's nothing cataclysmic or huge. Always remember, when writing your first short story, and actually stories in general, is to just keep it simple. Keep it simple. People like simple stories, believe it or not. So, for this lesson, we're going to be going over kind of some basic structures of a story. Just like the 5-paragraph essay, and just like other things, stories have structure. And I'm going to teach you this thing called the LOCK system, which is something that normally applies to, large novels, but can apply to short stories too. And of course, we also have the 3-act structure, which we have already gone over, but we're still going to be kind of reviewing here for the purposes of your story. Now, as a caveat, I would like to remind you, and I will remind you at the end, that you write first, edit later. Remember, I'm teaching you things that the left brain is going to use, but when you're writing, the left brain is on vacation. And after you finish your first draft, then you kind of, get into this outline. So, LOCK is an acronym, L-O-C-K. What does L stand for? L stands for lead character. Okay, first off, this lead character must be interesting enough to attract the reader's attention. Additionally, this reader must have a goal that the reader can relate to and usually approve of. Do you want to read a story about a horrible person? Probably not. So you want that reader to relate, and you want that reader to relate to this character because they have a goal that we like and that we want them to achieve because, we're good people too. Also, if this character is not sympathetic, if it's somebody we don't like, then they should at least be intriguing. As much as we don't want a boring lead, we also don't want a boring villain. Boring villains, don't entertain us too much. We have to be intrigued and interested in the villain too. So, think about all the characters you made from the last lesson. Which one of them do you think is the most interesting? And then maybe that should be your lead character. So here's some examples of probable leads, and we're going to see about which one of these we might use. Imagine a high school student is playing basketball. A man is standing on a street with a "Will work for food" sign. How about a waitress in a restaurant? Well, I've done something with all these leads. I've introduced them, and I've even introduced them doing something. Playing basketball, standing with a "Will work for food" sign, and, a waitress at the restaurant. You can imagine her carrying plates, taking orders and all that. Which one of these is the most interesting? It's a trick question. All of these are boring. Let's make them interesting. A student with a prosthetic hand who is playing basketball. That is interesting. And "Will work for food" sign, I see that all the time. Come on. I would love to, give you some money to help you out, but can you be a little bit more imaginative? What if a man said, "We'll develop new scientific paradigms for food"? That's pretty interesting. I like that one better. Finally, I got this waitress. She's taking orders. She's carrying plates. But we all notice that she has no name tag because she has amnesia and can't remember who she is. Interesting? I hope so. Now, these are lead characters that we might pay attention to. Except for maybe number 2, because if you don't know what a scientific paradigm is, who cares? O. O stands for objective. The lead character goes for what they want. So, we've kind of know that all characters want to be happy because, they're all kind of like people, and all people want to be happy. So what's their goal? What do they want? You've thought about characters. You've thought about all these things. What is their objective? What are they after? Also, how are they going to go do it? What are they going to go do to get, this goal and to get this state of happiness that they're all after? And you're not just going to tell your reader. You are going to show the reader what the character wants. How are we going to show by their actions what they want? So, let's give some quick examples. How about our amnesiac waitress who can't remember who she is? Well, what does she want? Well, she wants to know who she is. And she also wants to hide her amnesia from all but a few people. So maybe her boss knows, maybe the manager of her restaurant knows, maybe a couple close people who she calls friends knows, but from the rest of the world, she does not want them to know that she can't remember who she is. But every night she scours missing persons reports nationwide and hopes to find her face in that missing persons report so she can say, "I'm that person, who am I?" and find somebody who she will know and tell her who she is. And at the same time, she's also developed a fake identity for herself, and she now needs to forge documents to get a driver's license. So, that's interesting. She's doing some things for her goal. How about our handicapped basketball player, the one with the prosthetic hand? Well, above all, he really does like to play basketball. But I'm going to make this a little bit more interesting. He's playing basketball because he wants to impress a particular girl. So, not only does he play basketball regularly, but he also interacts with this girl who he has this secret crush on. She doesn't know yet, or maybe she does. I mean, who knows? It's all up to, the author. I haven't written this story yet. He is nervous and awkward around her. So, if I was writing this story, I'd have to show you by his actions how he's, kind of nervous around this girl. And he's also nervous because he's incredibly insecure about his handicap, his prosthetic hand. Nonetheless, we like this character because he wants to ask this girl out to a formal dance, and he's beginning to come up with a plan and a way to do it. C stands for confrontation. All stories have conflict. Have you ever read one where the lead just gets what they want right away? No, that's boring. So the confrontation is an obstacle between the lead and the lead's objective. This is what makes it interesting. If you need to review, go back and review the lessons about Wrinkle in Time and Brave New World and all about conflicts. Now remember, we like the main character, and so we want this main character to win. or we're at least interested in this main character if they're not sympathetic. So we want to see them win, we want to see them overcome this obstacle, and this is going to make us start to care. It's even going to maybe make us worry a little bit about how this confrontation is going to be resolved. C stands for confrontation. Now, let's give some quick examples. Our basketball star. Okay, so he's got this plan. He's going to ask this girl to dance. He's going to have the most fun ever. When he finally does, he finds out his best friend ever has asked her out first. And she said yes. How does our lead feel? How would you feel in this situation? Has there been a confrontation here? You bet there has. Our amnesiac waitress. This is going to be a little bit more interesting because it's a mystery novel, okay? Well, she wants to pick up some forged documents from her fake identity, so she has planned a clandestine meeting with a certain individual who will deliver her things like a birth certificate and fingerprints so that she can pretend that she's this other person, and she's going to deliver him. But then she turns on the news and sees that his Mercedes-Benz has mysteriously driven off a cliff, cascaded down, fallen into a canyon, and blown up. Wow, that's interesting. That sounds like a conflict. She wants to forge an identity, and it looks like maybe that there's been an accident that's preventing her from doing so. Who knows? Now, let's go to K in the lock system. K stands for knockout. And if you know what the climax in a story is, you already know what the knockout is. Imagine you're watching a basketball game and, how about a boxing match? I think a boxing match is better. And the referee declares one boxer the winner, and he says technical knockout. This other guy has been knocked out too many times, and now we're just going to say technical knockout, this guy wins. Okay, that's a boring boxing match. But how about that famous picture of Muhammad Ali, who knocked out a guy in one punch within, less than a minute of the actual boxing round? That's a serious, strong knockout, and that's the kind of ending readers really, really want to see. It has to be kind of really punchy and really dramatic and really exciting is the kind of knockouts we're looking for. This knockout will resolve the conflict, usually in favor of the lead. There are stories that break that rule, and they're not happy stories. We normally like happy stories. And that means that the lead is going to get what they want in the end. Or maybe the lead has changed their mind about what they want. That can happen too. Harry Potter Book 5 is a great example of a knockout ending. There was a big fight in the Room of Mysteries. They found a prophecy, and even somebody died. I won't ruin it for you if you haven't read it. How about at the end of The Hobbit? Well, there was a big battle with not just one army, but 5 of them. And they were all in the same place, and it was a big, big fight. It turns out some people died there too. In the end, Bilbo kind of got what he wanted. He finally ran off, hid in his ring, and was left alone. Think of Star Wars Episode 4. What happened at the end of Star Wars Episode 4? Well, there was this big fight at this big thing called the Death Star. We knew that there was a lot at stake, and that was a big knockout ending because this huge menacing thing got blown up. Those are nice, dramatic endings. Now, if you're writing a short story, they don't have to be nice and dramatic like this. There's also this thing just called the inner journey. At the end of Star Wars, yeah, sure, a big thing was blown up, but also Luke Skywalker had this great realization that he actually could use the Force and he was a hero. Harry Potter Book 5, yeah, there was a big fight at the end, but there was also kind of this great thing that we learned about Harry Potter in this prophecy. The Hobbit, we got this battle of the 5 armies. Yeah, that was a big climax. But what was also important in that story was that Bilbo Baggins was learning, a little bit about himself and learned that he actually really did have some things to add to the world and he was valuable and in a lot of ways was better than these treasure-seeking dwarves that he was hanging around with. Now that we know what lock system is, we're going to go back and review the 3-act structure. So, Act 1, introduce the characters and the conflict. You can have the confrontation happen right around in Act 1, but it has to be kind of an initial confrontation, and it's not going to be the same confrontation repeated over and over in Act 2. But we do absolutely need to show the lead, and we have to show what they care about. Emphasis on the word show. Don't say, this basketball player really is attracted to a girl and he loves to play basketball. No, that's telling. What you need to do is you need to show. And how could I show that? Well, I could show and describe this character being very nervous around this girl and then hiding his prosthetic hand because he's insecure about it. And I could show him playing basketball, practicing hours and hours and hours, even though other people are making fun of him and saying he shouldn't play anymore. I'm showing what he cares about. I'm not telling you. Additionally, show that lead's objective. What is this lead after? What do they want? Going to introduce that conflict. Punchy conflict right away in the beginning, and then once the lead responds to that conflict and makes a decision, we're going to have what's called the first doorway. First doorway is critical, and I'm going to review it right now. The first doorway is when your lead character, or maybe group of characters, make a decision to deal with a conflict. If the character can just walk away and not worry about the conflict for any reason, that's not a first doorway. And if there's no first doorway, your readers are going to say, well, why doesn't he just walk away? No, your leads either have to be pushed through a doorway or they have to choose to walk through this doorway in a way that we're making a commitment to deal with this and to deal with this conflict in front of us, and we're not going back. That is an example of a first doorway. Act 2. We got to thicken this plot. Continue to make the reader concerned about the lead. Add a few surprises that's going to happen to this lead that's going to make this conflict, which looked really small, suddenly grow and grow and grow. We need to give this lead a few challenges that they have to overcome. And usually you as the author are going to reward them when they do. And we have to show tensions and conflicts even between supporting characters. So does this lead have friends? Does this lead have people that are on his side? Well, they're not the same person, right? They have different personalities and different ways about going about things. Show that conflict too. And Act 2 is probably going to be the longest part of your short story. Don't forget that. It doesn't just, Act 1 is 1/3 and Act 2 is 1/3 and then the climax is 1/3. It's normally about, well, let's draw it out for you. Here's Act 1. Act 2 is probably going to be like this. And then Act 3 is maybe like that. And finally, Act 3 is actually very simple. We just give that knockout ending at the climax, and then we have to make sure that we end with a sense of safety and a sense of accomplishment for the reader. If you're kind of wondering what that looks like, the best examples I can give you are the last chapters of pretty much any Harry Potter book. Harry has done something fantastic, he's just defeated something evil, and he has a nice little sit-down and chit-chat with Dumbledore. Well, that's that feeling of safety and accomplishment. And that's called the denouement, or downward motion, that ends in Act 3 of every story. So, for your assignment, before you actually write your own short story, I'd like you to actually read one. So, one of the best places you can get it is actually classicshorts.com. And they have all kinds of short stories there for you. But you can also look in your English textbook. Maybe you can go find a library and find a collection of short stories. Also, if you're into older literature, there's this great website called Gutenberg.com that will have everything for you. I've given you some examples here. I got The Veldt by Ray Bradbury, The Waters of Babylon, and The Lottery. All of these books, short stories, are actually really easy to read. And you'll kind of get some ideas of, kind of what Act 2 looks like and maybe what lead characters and main characters look like and how the stories are told. And these will give you kind of good examples of, what a short story is. So please, 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 read some short stories first before you start writing one. And after that, go ahead and write your short story. But I'm emphasizing something here. Write first, edit later. Feel free to outline if you need, outline Acts 1, 2, and 3, but when you're writing a short story, you're not trying to get a right answer. So I really, really do want you to just write first and edit later. So, if you are not having fun, you're doing something wrong. Please, please, please remember that as you write your short story. And, maybe after that, that's when you go ahead and edit and see if, like, well, maybe I can adjust a few things to make it look better. And, maybe Act 1 needs to be a little different. Maybe I don't have a good first doorway. However it works. But write first. Then you go and redraft into your lock system and for that 3-act structure. So, have fun. Write a short story after reading one. Don't think too hard. This is for fun. Thanks again for using educator.com. Welcome once again to educator.com, and we're continuing with the most important part of the course, the creative writing and fiction course. So, what I'm going over now is this idea of showing, not telling. This is one of the most important rules that you will ever learn whenever you're writing anything that's fiction-oriented. Believe me, if you learn how to show, not tell, people will actually really like what you're reading, and they'll actually want to pay attention to it. And I'm going to go over some quick techniques to kind of teach you how to do that. So, what we're going to go over is we're going to just go over basically what the difference between showing and telling look like, so that you kind of understand, what that is. Then we're going to learn how to show by particular actions that a character will perform. And then finally, we're going to do body language. Believe it or not, that's a lot of communication, and a lot is communicated just with your body. And so we're going to go over some basics about how you might describe your character's body language in a story in order to better communicate what they're feeling, what they're thinking, or how they're acting, and what kind of people they are. Think back to Strunk & Whites, when we were going over our research writing and you were editing your papers for your first time. Strunk & Whites had said, use no more words than necessary. And when we summarize, we also want to use as few words as possible. And then we had kind of this very important motto, make every word tell. And that's maybe a better way to put that is make every word count. Use your economy of words and make every word just really important. Choose them carefully, and that's, kind of the best thing to do. Now, this is great advice for what kind of writing, though. Is it good for, logos type writing, rhetoric, or creative writing? Okay, it's really best just mostly for, like, real, cut and dry kind of thinking type writing, but maybe not so much for when it comes to rhetoric and creative. Now, we still want to not use too many words, but we're going to find out later exactly how many words we should use. So kind of put this advice aside for a moment, and let's continue. Here are examples of telling. If you read these in a story, you might not feel too excited about the story, you might not feel invested in the characters, and maybe you might not even care. But here we have telling. Kate was a clumsy girl. I'm using as few words as possible, and I've come up with that. The little boy was tired. Okay? Telling. He stood up confidently. Now notice here we got an ly. There's kind of a little bit of folk wisdom when it comes to the writing world, and that's you never use an ly, that is an adverb. You can, but please try to avoid it. So he stood up confidently is maybe not exactly what we want to say here. Now, let's go over let's rewrite these telling sentences and let's expand them, and then we're going to see what it looks like when we're actually showing. Kate walked beside Clara at a fidgety pace. Each step was like a toddler's step, except that she was a toddler with high heels. She cursed under her breath as she scuffed against the sidewalk cracked. She would nosedive into the pavement by the end of the block. She just knew it. Now, does that sound better than Kate was clumsy? Did I ever say Kate was clumsy? However, I demonstrated that Kate was clumsy, and I also kind of showed you that she feels clumsy. The little boy sunk deep into the couch cushions. He tugged his little blanket. He turned his head away from the glow of the television set. The lids of his eyes closed. He drew up his legs and curled into a little ball. Okay, what am I describing here? What am I showing you? Did I say the little boy was tired? No, I just showed you that the little boy was tired. This is an example of showing. Final example here. Marcus looked around at the bickering meeting room. He clenched his fist and bit his lip. Then he spread his hands on the table in front of him. Mark rolled back his shoulders, took a single deep inhale, and pushed back his chair. He stood up in front of the meeting to his height that was so full that he seemed a few inches taller. All eyes were suddenly on him. Marcus didn't blink. Hey, think about this showing now. Did I say Marcus stood up confidently? No, but I did kind of describe you a little scene and a little setup where it would take confidence to stand up. And then I, showed you, maybe by his body language a little bit, that he was standing up in a confident way. And I'm not going to say confidently because maybe we shouldn't use adverbs. So, show and tell. Showing will take more words than telling. So if you remember Strunk and White's advice, they want you to use as few words as possible, but that really doesn't necessarily apply when you're editing a fiction story. You still do want to make every word count. Pick those words carefully and don't use too many. Sometimes you can over-describe something, and that is a common problem that a lot of writers have, myself included, is to over-describe. And if you over-describe, you're not letting the reader kind of imagine things in their own mind. You have to help the reader make things up. Also, make sure that you describe actions by picking the right verb. For instance, if I was to say, did he walk? Did he saunter? Did he jog? Did he tip over? There's all kinds of ways I could say walking. And we have to make sure that we pick the right verb that kind of has a descriptive term in it. Now, let's think back to the last lesson, and then we'll go into showing by actions. That is what characters do. Think about the previous lesson. We had our labels. We had the freshman guy who was a teacher's pet and was very talkative. Okay, those are our labels. We're not too deep into this character yet. We're just giving him labels. Also, I hope you did take a look at the personality page and you learned about the ISFP personality, the ESTJ, the ISTP, and those other types of personalities out there, because those personalities will react to things different. Let's think about this. How would the characters react in certain big things? Think about your characters for a moment, the ones that you brainstormed, the ones that you've thought up, and the ones that you've written about so far. Well, how would they react if they won $1 million? How would they react if their best friend hurt their feelings? How would they react to their greatest fear? How would they react if they got their dream job? What if their secret crush asked them out? And what if they and their friends or their family were lost in the woods? How would they react? Now, you don't have to answer all of these, but I'm just giving you hypothetical situations so that you can flesh out how this character would react, and then how that character reacts will tell and show. Will show the reader something about that character. It won't tell. Now, of course, you don't have to have these big hypothetical things to kind of show something about your character. It can be just plain mundane things, like, how does a character eat breakfast? And here I'm going to read this character, and I'm going to show you something about them. Bridget measured out exactly 3 tablespoons of water and dumped it into the frying pan to cook the 2½ links of sausage. She set her cook timer to 1 minute and 23 seconds. She dabbed her fingertips with dish soap before dousing them with hot water. Next, she scooped out and leveled 1/3 cup of organic oatmeal, dumped it into a bowl, and poured in the milk she pasteurized herself the day before. Okay, what have I shown you about this character? I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to let you judge for yourself. And I'm going to let you do that because that's one of the most important things when you do writing. I might have said Bridget was this type of person, but then that's me passing judgment on this character, me classifying this character. But if you are going to write effectively, you need to write in such a way that your readers will pass certain judgment on that character. This is a very, very important thing when you're writing characters that are good or bad. You never want to say this character is a good guy, this character is a bad guy. You will show by their actions whether they're good or bad. If If you have any questions about that, just read the opening prologue to Goblet of Fire and tell me why Voldemort is a bad person. Body language. Body language often tells and shows more than words do. There's kind of a truism out there that most communication is actually our body language. It's how we say something rather than what we say. And body language is going to communicate certain types of emotions. Now, there's actually a couple different types of emotions, but we're just going to go over a couple here. We got happy, we got disgust, we got sadness, anger, fear, shock, and you can go on and on and on. Think about all kinds of emotions. Now, when a character has emotions, would you ever write something like, Ted was disgusted? Well, of course not. That's telling, and we don't do telling. Well, we've got to concentrate on other ways that you can show emotion in a character. Well, one of the best ways in body language is just facial expressions. I mean, our face actually has a lot more muscles than you can think. I mean, there's muscles around here, there's a bunch of muscles in your forehead, there's muscles around your jaw, there's muscles on your cheek, and it all kind of makes a face one of the most expressive and recognizable things of any person. So, what kind of parts of the face will perform certain actions that you can use to show emotions? Eyebrows. Eyebrows are, of course, a great way to do it. You know when somebody's angry by their eyebrows. Eyes, and especially the pupils. Let me give you a hint. If somebody's eyes widen when they see you and the pupils kind of get a little bit wider, you see a little bit more black space in their eye, that means they like you. That means they're interested in you, and it's a very, very expressive thing. That's just one example of what the eyes might do. What if the eyes went all squinty like this? What if somebody was avoiding eye contact? What would that communicate? Veins. Ever seen somebody who's just, really, really angry? Ever seen a comic book where you got the vein pumping right here? Well, that's because when people get really, really passionate about something or when they're really, really happy, sometimes veins will bulge. It's just kind of part of our nature. Powerful emotions means veins bulge sometimes. The jaw. The jaw, that part that, moves your mouth. Well, if your jaw is tight all the time, then that communicates something. If you're sitting there like this, that communicates something too. How somebody's jaw is communicates, whether or not, they're maybe under a lot of pressure, maybe they're concentrating, maybe they're angry, maybe they're happy, maybe they're very relaxed, maybe they're a little too relaxed. You get the idea. Lips. What does it mean if I write, the character bit his lip? What if I meant the character tightened their lips? Or what if they made a kissy face? Or what if they stretched their lips out really, really far? Lips are very, very important. Don't forget describing the skin. If I said somebody was as white as a ghost, what do you think has happened? Well, their face just went really, really white. Why did their face just go really, really white? Well, you can imagine it. Also, if somebody said their face was flushed or red or very, very colorful, what does that mean if somebody's face turns red? Think about that. Now, that's not the only part of the body. The face is very important, but let's go over these other ones. Hands and arms. What does it mean if I go like this with my hands? Also, how's this kind of motion? What does this mean? Calm down, kids. That's what that means. But what if a teacher came up to you and they said, went like this? Well, what does this mean? How about this? Lots of things you can do to communicate with your hands. You probably already know, because someone else has told you, that how you position your shoulders will make you feel either confident or not confident. So if your shoulders are like this, maybe you're feeling very confident. But maybe if they're like this, maybe you're a little tense. Maybe if they're like this, you're not confident at all. Connected with shoulders is also the idea of posture. How somebody stands will kind of communicate how that person feels at that particular moment. I mean, can you imagine, when a dog walks away with the tail between its legs? Well, humans don't have tails. We just have spines. So maybe if we're walking like this, or maybe if we're walking like this, that communicates a couple different things. Perspiration. Now, you don't have to say the character was dripping sweat, but maybe you could say their skin felt moist, or maybe, you could say that they were dripping sweat if it was really, really important. Spine. Now, spine is connected with posture, but you can describe certain feelings and sensations that the character will feel on the spine. One of the most important areas is in the back of the neck right here. It's one of the most sensitive areas of your body, and if somebody feels a tingling on their spine, or the hair stands up on the back of their neck, those are really easy ways to kind of communicate something that that character might be feeling or experiencing. Finally, we got veins and muscles. Well, this isn't the only vein. We got veins all over the place. Also, you can describe if the character's muscles are relaxed, or whether they're tense, or whether they're, flabby. You can describe all kinds of things about their muscles to kind of show what that character is experiencing. So, your assignment is actually to go back to the story you've written, and then we're going to actually edit that. Before we do that, I'd like you to go ahead and imagine these little sentences here that are telling, and I'd like you to rewrite them in your journals as showing. The police detective was cruel. Okay, so why was the police detective was cruel? What was he doing that was cruel? What kind of verbs would you use to describe this police detective as cruel? Who was he being cruel to? Think about that. The soldiers looked tired. Okay, maybe you want to Google and find some images of tired soldiers, and maybe that'll help you kind of describe what a tired soldier looks like. Never say the soldiers were tired. Describe how they looked and how they acted to show you that they were tired. She was excited at the new gift. So what happens to your face when you get excited? What happens to the blood in your body as you get excited? What kind of body language and motions would this person have if they were excited at the new gift? The student was shocked. Okay, again, what happens to your face when you get shocked? How about the eyes? How about the eyebrows? How would you describe a student that was shocked? Now, after you've done those exercises, and you can write as much or as you like, go into your own story. Find the places where you were telling and rewrite those sections so that it shows. And that's it for this little section. Thank you so much for continuing to use educator.com.